You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and Dell. Dell, welcome to the show. Did you sleep in? How about you show up for work on time? That'd be great.
I get here when I get here.
Anticlimactic answer.
What did your car do?
It did what I explained. I stopped for gas on the way in, and as a conscientious citizen, you turn off the car.
You turn it off, you might blow up.
Yeah, you might blow something up. You'd be safe. Yeah. And then when I tried to restart it, it was done for. So I don't think it's the alternator. It's probably the battery. So I'll figure that out. And when I got here today after. I'll set it up. I try to get roadside assistance, and no one answered. No one I called answered the phone. I called like 3 or 4 of them, and no one called because I didn't have jumper cables with me. I just didn't think I would need them. So my father, who was in town, was up because he's an old man. They're always up at this time. At the time, he drove to the gas station where I wasn't that far away, and what he did was
who did this?
My dad. Because roadside assistance, no one was answering.
I didn't know your dad was in town.
Yeah, I don't tell you.
He lives here?
I don't tell you everything about my life.
Well, you need to keep us abreast of this stuff.
Well, yeah, because that would go well for me.
So is he screwing your game up now?
No,
or you can't.
No, I heard people calling.
I heard people maneuver around now.
No, I heard people calling. And to answer one thing, why would I pay for the cow when I get the milk, the old cow when I get the milk for free? So why would I pay her why would I give her food?
Expired
what
milk?
about does he screw up late night booty calls for you?
No, she's the neighbor. I just go over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't need to pay I don't need to feed the old cow. The milk's for free.
Do you turn the chime off the door so he can't hear you coming in and out?
No, he doesn't care. I don't care what I'm doing.
So you still don't have you don't have a car, you don't know what's going on with your car?
Well, I assume so this is what he did. He had a car, he brought it over. Neither one of us have cables. So what he did was he used the car battery from his car to get the car started. And then, he had me keep my foot on the gas pedal to keep the car running. And then he swapped my battery in and let it charge. But the problem is he didn't have all the correct tools. So when I got here, I checked it just to make sure. I turned the car off and it didn't turn back on because he didn't connect the plus. I forgot what it's called with the whatever. He didn't connect it tight enough, so it came off.
So it didn't.
Do you want to have right now? Do you want to have somebody come?
No,
fix it for you?
I'm gonna need a new battery. So I'm got someone I can call people.
You can call people because we've got a whole bunch of listeners who will.
I understand. I appreciate all the well wishes. I heard a lot of them. But you guys are all very kind. Okay.
Not that kind.
The battery then charged. I have to call someone, a mobile battery place, and they'll fix it for me.
Here's some things that I need to get to from Twitter from earlier. While the debate over who is the worst or best guy on the show will rage on, there's no debate on who the most important person is. Del V2.
That's not.
We got this best show ever. Lance is validating your work, Del. Hey, just hit as many breaks as y'all can so you never need to break ever again. That's not how that works.
No,
we don't need Del. This is radio.
Any breaks?
We don't need Del. This is Radio Gold. But then we also got people who, isn't it obvious? Granny rocked Del's world last night. But then we also got people who believed that the station was really going down in a bad way. We got Radio Gold this morning. This is why y'all are Hall of Famers. You might try to get Alexa to run the board instead of you.
Yeah. I've read up more than a few of those.
But we
got a full board, and the guys have been waiting over a half an hour. Mito is up there. Hey, Mito.
Hey. First off, I put this on Johnny G and Lance because y'all know the limo guy. Why don't y'all send the limo guy for Dell?
That's a good point.
Oh, you know how long it would have taken him to get Dell and then get here? Okay. His dad is right
that's
there.
That's haram on y'all, too.
Yeah. We could have sent the limo for him.
Exactly. And then second off, what do we do to the baseball guys that get a damn Dodger and Yankees World Series? What in the hell?
I know.
And I got a theory. I blame it on Johnny G.
Okay,
because he's supposed to be a man of the people, of Houston, Texas, but he's splitting time between LA, so he switched all his good juju to damn LA.
Well, let me ask you something. John Granado has been, some would say, responsible for 7 consecutive ALCS trips, and now he's got a house in California, and all of a sudden the Dodgers get there. Maybe you're the good luck, John.
Maybe I am. Maybe I am, Lance.
Maybe we need to think about that.
I got my Kiss My Asterisk shirt on this morning.
Uh-huh.
Okay, for those of you who were watching on Twitch or
wear it out,
or Twitter, or
wear
whatever.
it out, and see what happens.
Yeah. And oh, by the way, I'm on record. Yesterday, I was on with Nate on Channel 26, and he was like, "Hey, John, how about great World Series, the Dodgers and the Yankees?" And I said, "Oh, maybe it's great for you, but I'll tell you this. If the Yankees and Dodgers were playing the Taliban, I'd root for the Taliban." So
did you tell him that on the air?
I told him that on the air. Yeah.
Of course you did. By the way, Mito, did you win? Oh, he's gone. I was going to see if he won his big wrestling match he had.
Oh yeah, he didn't tell us about wrestling.
No,
of course he won. He's still talking. Who's next, Del?
Uh-oh, wait a minute.
Randy Newman's next.
Wait a minute.
No, I hate
going to this World Series.
I hate the Dodgers. Hate the Dodgers. There's no bigger hate in my life in sports than the LA Dodgers.
Keep going.
No.
Keep going.
Were you born to ride, John?
That's a stupid song.
Do you like the Rams?
No, I don't like the Rams.
Do you like the Chargers?
I don't like anybody. No.
What about your Lakers? What about the Lake Show? Are you excited about the Clippers?
It goes Dodgers, Yankees, Lakers as far as my hatred go.
What about Clippers? Do you hate Jeff Van Gundy's Clippers?
No, I love Jeff Van Gundy. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to go to a Clippers game and see Jeff Van Gundy.
You will.
Yeah.
Because after all,
hey coach, I live here now. I want tickets to the game.
John loves LA.
He loves it.
Can you get another call in here, please? We got people that are waiting.
My time to shine.
Instead of this silliness.
He said it's my time to shine. Is this Dell's version of
Del
holding
has
out?
not been able to dominate the show in a dictator style now for an hour and a half. Okay.
Said this is Dell's version of holding out this morning.
I wish.
And then he thinks Dell is gonna.
No!
Hashtag
you know what?
Pay me gal.
This is like no. This is like Quinn Ewers, right? Oh, he's got to keep on playing. No. We're better off without you. See, the show was awesome this morning.
Well, we saw. Yeah, the whole show was that art strip sack until I got here.
He's literally like Jamar Chase or Brandon Ayuk, just sitting out, not doing anything, just hanging out, trying to get paid.
Look how bad.
Right.
Look how bad.
Hassan Reddick. Guess what?
Yeah, you're the Hassan Reddick because you missed actual games.
It didn't work. Okay,
you missed a third of the season.
All I saw is when you thought it was better off. Oh, everyone's cheering. Hey, it's just John and Lance. No, strip sack. All right,
Is Dell a Hall of Fame producer? We need to ask that question.
No more dominating from me. Silky Johnson's here to hate.
All right,
it's called the Positive Terminal, by the way.
There it is.
I am here to hate. Happy hate day, fellas. Ooh, Lance, you are so bad this morning. I am so glad that Dell is back because that was an unmitigated disaster. And speaking of unmitigated disasters, let's talk about my hate of the week, Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green is the worst graded inside offensive lineman in all of football, according to Pro Football Focus. Yep. He has also given up the second highest amount of pressures from a guard as well. The last time I saw guard play this bad, I was watching Xavier Su'a-Filo. I cannot deal with Kenyon Green. Push Kenyon off of Kenyon. I am done with him altogether. And if there is one thing I want you guys to take away from this phone call, I want you to take some time out of your day and hate on something. Enjoy your hate day, fellas. Hate.
Oh man, hate.
Man.
It is.
That's a good call.
Silky Johnson's Tuesday hate of the week. And Kenyon Green to push Kenyon off a canyon. I liked how he used that. I don't know. Would we consider that it's not alliteration. What would that? What's the term for that? Push Kenyon off a canyon. I don't know what it would. I don't know.
We don't want to do that though.
No. We don't want to do it. But I liked his usage of those two words together. But
yeah, right.
And he hated on me. Some people were saying it was a Hall of Fame effort, but he obviously, Silky Johnson, did not believe that.
I like Silky Johnson's calls.
Mm-hmm.
He hates.
Hate.
Except Dell. He don't hate Dell, which is odd because everybody else seems to. Okay.
Well, someone has taste, the others don't.
Well, Silky, he just hates.
Yeah, Silky Johnson is the best character in that bit. I welcome the man on this show at all times. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. Bring Silky on.
Well, Tuesday's his day.
Understood. So,
I've already figured that out. It's Tuesday's his day.
That's his day. Oh.
Yeah, Dell, were you surprised a little bit? Like, did you listen while you were coming? Were you kind of surprised that we were able to? I went to some recorded commercials. Alan helped me. We got phone calls on.
You did recorded commercials?
Well, it was supposed to play. I don't know if you heard them.
Did you play them?
Played them through the microphone.
But you didn't have.
Oh, I forgot to push the button.
Oh, you didn't have AV1 on and.
Yeah.
Oh well, then they're worthless.
Yeah.
Doesn't really help if no one can hear them.
But you heard them in your headphone at one point, John.
I heard them through the microphone in the studio.
I don't know if people heard them.
Yeah, if you didn't have AV1 on and up, then no one heard them except for.
Why was there an echo on that mic? But
so
there's
we
not
just had
now.
dead air.
Likely.
A few times we did, John.
Yeah.
You didn't know that. I was responding to. It's like I was talking to myself. I was like, "Oh, John, it's great." And there's no you. I forgot, and I'm like, "Ooh."
Well, whatever.
I pushed the button.
John said he didn't touch a button, at all. From yesterday when there was no echo and then there was echo. I talked to John during the break and now the echo's gone. So I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah,
John.
Something. And your echo. Apparently Lance was echoing badly.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
At one point, but that went away too.
And now do you believe I could land a plane after you heard me run an entire I ran an hour and 24 minutes of a radio station. Literally kept us on, got phone callers on, did live spots, and then did a few like Islands for Kids and other PSAs.
Part of running a radio station is going to recorded commercials, and you didn't go to any.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't because I was afraid we wouldn't be able to get back.
So it's like you didn't put the landing gear down.
Well, actually, Alan knew how to do it. If I had asked him earlier, Alan could have actually.
While you guys are ripping me for not teaching Alan thing, he's new Dell.
Yeah, Alan said, "Here, you just go here, just push this button." He said, "But don't do it now. You've got. I don't know what you're doing here because I just pushed a bunch of stuff."
Yeah,
and he's like, "Don't push it now."
Alan's capable. You should have leaned on him early.
Yeah.
You should have. No, we should have just leaned on Alan the whole time. Alan would have been much better.
And John, some people think this is creepy, but I was going to see if Abigail could run the show, and I said, "Hey, Abigail, you up?" This morning, and she's like, "Why are you saying that to me?"
Yeah. Exactly. Why? Don't
up.
Text people you up.
You up?
I just said, "Hey, Abigail, you up?"
And what did she say?
No, she goes, "Yes," or "Well, I am now," or something. Why? What's going on? She was going to rush up here and help us. That's what kind of team player she is. She just said, I just said you up because I thought it'd be funny if I said you up.
It's not funny for you to send.
She said, "Yes, I am. Everything okay?" I said, "Just know, Dell, I'm running the board. It's awesome and terrible." John was worried about me texting you up. "Oh my gosh, I'm about to leave and can run the rest!" Exclamation point. I said, "No, he's headed in now." Then she goes, "Make sure you mute satellite button at 8 o'clock so it doesn't go back to national." She's taking pictures she's got a screen grab.
Did you do it?
We didn't go back to national. I don't know if I
sent Alan.
I probably fixed it.
I called and I sent Alan in here to do it.
I fixed it. I did it.
No, you didn't do anything.
I did.
All right, we're breaking now because we're actually on time for a change, and that's all thanks to Dell. I think we realized how badly we needed Dell all of this time.
Well, Dell has a purpose. Dell has a special purpose.
That's all I've been saying.
Dell has a special purpose.
Dell has a what
am I, in a cult?
No, you have a special purpose.
Like Nathan?
Like Nathan Detroit. Like Nathan Johnson. You have a special purpose. That's all.
Time to talk about Coors Light. That's a special purpose for me. That's my special purpose. Cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Love me some Coors Lights. You will love your Coors Lights too. I'm telling you, you have some for your buddies when they get there. I'm not even joking. When we were at the golf tournament this past weekend, okay, they had coolers of beer, and they had all the different selections. You know which one ran out? The Coors Light. You know why? Because that's what everybody wanted to drink. I'm telling you, if you've got Coors Lights in your refrigerator, you're going to make your visitors happy. You're going to be like, yeah, absolutely. I love a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I can tell how cold it is because it has Blue Mountains. Well, part of the reason that it was empty with Coors Lights because me and Justin, but we also a lot of other people were drinking Coors Lights as well. You know why? Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. It never gets old. Love me some Coors Light. You will too. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Keep Texas chill.
Hey, I want to tell you about Underdog Fantasy. What a really great opportunity for you to take advantage of Major League Baseball. We got the World Series, and Underdog Fantasy says, oh, yeah, strikeouts, home runs, stolen bases. Got it. You're going to go higher or lower on a player that you're following. Is Juan Soto going to be that guy? Is Aaron Judge going to be that guy? We'll go higher or lower depending on what you're thinking here. NFL, passing yards, interceptions, touchdowns. NBA, it starts today. Points, blocks, steals. Think about this. You can do a cash pick'em game today. You can set one up, let's say, as few as 2, but you can do as many as like 7, 8 now, depending on which game you're playing. But let's say you want to make it 5 and you want to get paid big money on 5. Well, man, tie together some World Series highs and lows, some NFL highs and lows, some NBA higher or lower on points, rebounds, assists. Go find somebody and say, hey, he's not going to have that many points and rebounds combined. I'm going lower. And guess what? You got a chance to make big money. You can make up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on player stats. It's that simple. Make sure. Oh, and they've also got more boosters, more profit boosters than ever before. They continue to add the coolest opportunities, including the Win Now button to cash out whenever you want. It's crazy how fast they're growing and how many opportunities to make money you have at Underdog Fantasy. It's completely legal in Texas, and it's real money. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. Don't forget, make sure you use promo code Lance to get up to $1,000 bonus cash instantly. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got calls. We got people that want to get in here real quick. Rafael Stone did a hell of a job yesterday. He got 3 years, extension, 3rd year's player option at 35 plus for Jalen Green, 5-year extension with the last year a player option for Alperen Şengün at 37 per year. Dell, he didn't hit the max, which was nice. Like the other guys did. Cade Cunningham hit the max. Franz Wagner hit the max. And Evan Mobley all hit the max at $224 million. Pretty nice job, right? I mean, you got Jalen for 3 more years guaranteed. You got Alperen for 5 more years guaranteed. You can find out what you got with Jalen Green, and you can also, what you got with Alperen. So I have a feeling that Alperen's going to be a lifer for the Houston Rockets. We'll see about Jalen. I think Jalen has to be more consistent. I can't be happy. I don't think it could have worked out better for the Rockets, guys.
Yeah, it's interesting to see those guys. By those guys, I mean the players. Accept that when you look at some of their peers, and particularly Alperen can realistically say, I'm better than that guy who got the max. I'm better than that guy who got the max. I'm better than that guy. So, and he was like, you know what? I'm good. Which might speak to John's point that he is a guy who understands what they're trying to build and is fine with not taking all he could. The Jalen Green thing is, it's funny to say because it's like 30 mil. It's a prove it deal. Hey, we like you. We're not sure about you. We don't want to be locked in long term. And you know what? We'll sell it to you like this. Hey, we're going to give you this money now, but if you turn into an all-NBA player, look what you're going to be eligible to get quicker.
And he's so young, and I think he understands that. Like, the 3-year deal is not a bad deal at all because he's going to make over $100 million. And then on top of that, he gets to the market faster than Şengün does. And if he's played really well, he's over $40 million a year on a 5-year. He's over $200 million. I mean, Jalen Green, it's almost going to be impossible for him not to make $300 million plus in his career. I mean, this is why I think people lose sight. It's these weird, I had this guy yesterday tell me, you're always looking out for the owners. No, let me tell you something. The middle class in pro football has, when we were talking about the guaranteed money for guys like Deshaun Watson for the quarterback salaries. What's happened in football is middle class players are getting wiped out. This is why running backs have to take, 16% of what a quarterback makes on an annual basis. They're taking unbelievably less money than other players who in many cases they're much better than. You're having inside linebackers, the middle class, it's becoming the haves and have-nots, and you're eliminating part of a middle class in football. And it's just you do bad deals, and there is consequences. There's consequences for fans, by the way, also of those teams who do bad deals, because they are going to pass certain costs along to you. But this is why it's so crazy to me. Like, Jamar Chase was going to get paid. He's going to get paid unbelievable money. He just has to wait for 1 or 2 more years when it's his turn, and he's going to get tremendous money. Why not get into camp? Tom Brady talked about it. Oh, I don't know if you caught Tom Brady talking about the fact that with Brandon Ayuk, Brandon Ayuk, when you don't go into camp, you're slow to get reacclimated. It takes time. It takes you a couple games to work it out. Why would Jamar Chase put his team in that situation? Why would Brandon Ayuk, like, you're going to get your money? Why are y'all doing this?
One thing we didn't even, you brought it up. Okay, so we talked about that. Tom Brady, we haven't even talked about the Tom Brady situation.
Well, now that before you talk about it, do you like him on TV? He's getting better. He's starting to grow on me.
Well, how about this? Now that he's a 5% owner of the Raiders, he can't go into other teams' facilities. Mm-hmm. He can't talk about players on other teams. Mm-hmm. He can't criticize the referees. Mm-hmm. How in the world is he going to do his job as the #1 Fox analyst, and he can't do any of those things?
You can't.
He has actually killed his chances of actually being a good analyst.
You don't have to criticize referees to be a good analyst necessarily, but all these other things he can't meet with, and he didn't have to do a lot of that stuff, and he can still be a good analyst. But let's face it, these guys, one of the things that happens that you hear guys talking about, and many people probably don't factor it in, they have production meetings with coaches where coaches will tell them what they're looking to do. Hey, we want to, like, especially if they trust the Kirk Herbstreits, Tom Brady. Hey, we want to, we're going to play our safeties back. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to really mix up a lot of blitzes and attack the interior. And then they use that for color on the air for what's going on. They know, they get all this intel, and it's a really important meeting for these guys. Tom Brady can't be in any of these meetings. He can't be in any production meetings. He can't be in the buildings. He can't talk to the staff. Like, I'm thinking, John, it's $325 million he was going to get paid, more than he would have ever. Probably more than he ever made for the NFL. I think he will make more as an announcer than he made as an NFL quarterback. And I just think he's going to have to let it go because he wants to own the Raiders. I mean, or have a stake in the Raiders. Like, Tom, really? I mean, just do your TV. Just do it later. Oh, is there any way we can put it in a trust where he doesn't touch anything for 5 years, or he doesn't officially vest the ownership until 5 years? Is there any way they can do that?
Well, you can't do your job like that. No owner would be hired to do an analyst job. You can't obviously take all that money from Fox and then all of a sudden say, well, now I'm an owner. I mean, you just can't do it.
Right.
It just is. It's counterproductive. I don't know. Do we have time to get a call in here? We got people, right? We got people on the line. Donovan, what's going on, Donovan?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thanks for my call.
Go ahead. What's going on?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, I was as I was doing my Rockets research and looking at everybody getting their new contracts, and I ran across an article about the WNBA. I see they opted out of the CBA, but then I read an article where they're going to lose $40 million this year, and I was wondering, is Caitlin Clark really bringing as much money into the WNBA as everybody say they're doing?
Well, yeah, she is, and here's why. Because the money comes from TV. The money comes from TV deals. So if you look at the ticket stuff, they're losing money because of they don't have the media deals. The biggest money for football, basketball, baseball is media deals. It's not ticket sales, because every individual team, collects ticket sales. Like Indiana's money they made so much more money as an organization. But the WNBA as a whole, the reason they're losing money is because the money they're putting in is not equal to their TV deal. So what the players, what the CBA wants to do is they want to be able to push for, they just did a new TV deal, and it's like, it just wasn't good enough. Not with the numbers. The Clark, and it's fine that Caitlin Clark, this is not an argument about, well, Caitlin does this and Angel Reese does that. Use Caitlin Clark's popularity and success, just like golf did with Tiger Woods, and you uplift everybody. And that's what's going to happen. Everyone will be uplifted. But, John, I feel like it was the timing of getting a new TV deal was terrible for the WNBA, because had they waited 1 year, then they would have had all the leverage in the world. There would have been an outpouring of cash. Yes, the WNBA is going to make money. The salaries are going to rise, and in large part due to Caitlin sparking it. But then it's also going to be, what's her name at South Carolina? Juju Watkins. It's going to be Angel Reese. It's going to be
Southern Cal.
Southern Cal. It's going to be all these players who are coming up and playing well. I mean, Caitlin's going to be a conduit for it, but it wasn't just Jordan. It was a lot of great players in the NBA. NBA was a renaissance in the 80s and into the 90s, and it brought a lot of TV. There was great golfers.
Allegedly, the WNBA still lost big again this year.
Yeah, they lost $40 million.
I don't know if I believe the number, but this TV deal that they signed is not a good one.
Well, it doesn't start until next year anyway, right?
Right, and so they lost a bunch of money again this year. This TV deal that they signed was not a good one. Had they waited for Caitlin Clark to negotiate their TV deal, which is, I believe, 11 years they signed for, if they had waited for Caitlin Clark and seen the kind of numbers that they could put up,
right,
then it would be a whole different TV deal. So the money that they think, because of the ratings that they're supposed to be making, and they're going to hold out to make a bunch more money, the Players Association says they're holding out now, it's not going to be there. It's just not going to be there unless they renegotiate that television deal.
It's going to take a little bit of time, but they're also going to start getting more sponsorship deals, the signage in the buildings. I would expect them to start getting big FanDuel and DraftKings and Underdog money. Whoever is going to be involved in the NBA is going to be involved in the WNBA. Start throwing money in there.
TV gets that deal. Television gets
no, they get signage. Remember, the NBA got it directly. Right. The NFL got it directly, and I think the WNBA will as well. Like Underdog has Caitlin Clark stuff, Angel Reese stuff. They have WNBA high and low, stuff as well. You're going to see the money. Like, to me, that is technically true, but this is going to change drastically over the next 3 years, drastically. So once they get a new TV deal, and I think they will. I think they're going to re-up. I think you'll see them opt out and then opt back into a new. I think you'll see them get a new TV deal that's going to be more fair, but it'll be more long-term also. Lock it in. So, but yeah, they are, but it's not because of Caitlin Clark. Like Caitlin Clark has brought tremendous eyes. The ticket sales have been off the charts across the WNBA. There have been teams make more money, but as a league, they're not making the money the same because the TV deals, the radio deals, the advertising and sponsorships, it takes a little bit of time before all that money kicks in. It's not going to be instantaneous, but it's going to be pretty fast though. Like watch what you hear next year. In the year, I would say in 2 years, they'll definitely be profitable. Let China come in and start throwing a bunch of money at them. Let there be a big Chinese women's player, make it to the league. If that ever happens, oh my gosh, it'll be insane.
Oh, there is that big Chinese woman.
Yeah,
too.
I know.
Yeah, she gets over there. Watch it, Angel Reese. You ain't getting as many rebounds. Time to talk about Chastain Ford.
I think
right
Angel
now.
Reese can be fine with the rebounds. I'm just worried about her rent in
she just
New
got
York.
her own. Just her own misses, she'll set the record. So Chastain Ford is what we're talking about right now. I'm talking about Patrick, and I'm talking about the great people over at Chastain Ford that they're fantastic. Every time I go in there, it doesn't matter they just have a great attitude, be it the service department, be it the sales department, the front office, the people who do the financing. And it's not just because they're dealing with me. Okay, a lot of guys, people there don't have any idea who I am. They just are great at what they do. And I love doing business with Chastain Ford. I've already bought 4 cars from them. I'm going to keep on buying cars from them. I really love what Chastain Ford has done for me, and I think you'll love what they do for you too. I think they do this for everybody. I think they find out where your payments have to be, and they get you in the car that's right for you, right? That car or truck. And be it, oh, listen, you want the F-150? Don't worry. There's a lot of them, they got $12,000 off right now. They'll find the perfect one for you, okay? No matter what your payments have to be at. And we bought a pre-owned F-150 from them. My son loves it. Okay, it was a King Ranch that he got at an unbelievable price. Loves it. And they got the pre-owned vehicles, and they've got the new vehicles as well. So you're looking for the best way to get into that Chastain Ford car or truck. There's one way to go. ChastainFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. Chastain Ford. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. The big stories, Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green signed contract extensions. Quinn Ewers is not quitting football. And what else?
Oh, wait. You can't just say that. You can't just say Quinn Ewers is not quitting football.
Well,
here's a story. 24/7 put a tweet that Quinn Ewers is going to sit out the rest of the college football season to prepare for the draft, and then they deleted it fairly soon after then, not before people grabbed screenshots. His agent told me it was all fake news. They deleted the tweet. I do wonder, I think something happened. People didn't just randomly, something happened. Either somebody got fooled by a fake source. This is what happens when new media just doesn't check any sources and they put stuff out there, and it has John now telling people Quinn Ewers is not quitting football.
Well, he's not quitting football. I'm accurate.
Well, he never said he was going to. Yes,
that's
he's
what
not
I'm
quitting
saying.
football because he never said he ever was. Football.
I just said he's not quitting
okay, for
football.
that matter, Garrett Nussmeier's not quitting football
No,
either.
he's not. You're accurate. Okay.
I don't know if that's a big story.
No, well, I'll tell you what is a big story. LSU A&M this week. That's a big story.
Yeah, kind of is.
No, that's a really
Nussmeier. People don't want to believe this.
I don't.
Carson Beck, 3 interceptions against Texas, 3 interceptions against Alabama. He had 2 against somebody else. You've got Quinn Ewers. His stock is dropping. Jalen Milroe's stock dropping. You guys are going to mess around to see Garrett Nussmeier from LSU if he doesn't come back to school, which he can come back to school. Garrett Nussmeier is going to get, when he comes out, is going to get drafted way higher than people think. And the other guy, Shedeur Sanders, is starting to play well. Like it's the whole Deion thing and the LeVar Ball thing, because teams worry that Deion is another LeVar Ball, but that Shedeur, I had this just told directly to me. It's the same thing with LeVar Ball. You're going to have to deal with Deion all the time. He's going to say, you can't play here, you can't play here, you can't play here, which he's already said he's going to do that. And you have to deal with this time. It's not like LaMelo Ball and Lonzo Ball were way easier to deal with, the thought is, than Shedeur Sanders, who is, he's a pretty entitled guy, obviously. However, he's also really talented at a position. He's talented at a position that's really important in the NFL, quarterback. So I think Shedeur Sanders will get drafted well ahead of Jalen Milroe. I don't even think it's going to be close. Quinn Ewers could struggle to be in the first round when it's all said and done, depending on what happens the rest of this year. I'm not convinced there. But the guys, who am I missing, John? There's Carson Beck, who, I don't know, man. I just feel like he's becoming less and less trustworthy. But
this is a bad quarterback draft.
No, but there's somebody. Who am I not thinking of? There's Cam Ward. Cam Ward is a guy who I think is really solidifying himself. He's making good throws. Look, he's not always super accurate, but he's been productive. He's been consistent. He's a run-pass option. He's got a big arm. Like Cam Ward, to me, is really starting to solidify himself as a top 3 type of pick. So I would say Cam Ward is the guy is going to be in a battle for the QB1 spot.
Cam Ward is okay. But are you saying that you think Garrett Nussmeier might be one of the first 2 quarterbacks taken?
I'm saying Garrett Nussmeier is going to be drafted way higher than people think. The NFL people like him a lot more.
Yeah. Okay.
Now he's inconsistent.
I'm saying this is a really bad quarterback draft.
It is. You'll see names. You'll think it's a good one, but I don't think it's going to be I think there's a lot of guys in this draft who will get you fired.
What type of boost does Cam Ward get for being good enough to convince Mario Cristobal to throw the ball around?
None.
Don't you get a boost for convincing the ex-O-line coach who wants to pound the football to throw it 50 times a game?
When's the last time you saw him take victory formation?
Last weekend.
Did they do it?
Yes.
They didn't try to hand it because
Mario
didn't
hand off the ball.
Off trying to make
they
a
have
point.
kneeled in their close victories against Cal. They kneeled to end the game, and they did kneel to end the game against Louisville. So Mario is learning, although he did hire a game management coach this offseason.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he did. He did hire one of those because he knows he's a disaster.
What? That Shannon doesn't know when to kneel?
No, that's his call.
Yeah, he's the one who doesn't want to.
Yeah, and
he hired a game management.
He learned.
You know what though? Know your deficiencies.
Yeah.
And
I give him credit if he actually lets him do his job.
Yeah.
He mentioned it in a presser that they went and did that because that was a blind spot for him, and he had to he figured out that he's not good at that.
Hey Del, I've been trying to get Lance to play D'Amico Ryans on the offensive line.
Oh,
I struggled.
Okay, let's go. I put it in the rundown.
Let me find it. Okay.
I put it in the rundown. But let's get Julian in here while you do that, and we'll hear him, and then we'll try to hear from D'Amico Ryans. Julian, what's up?
What it is, turkeys. Hey man, this is a little bit of a fantasy thing, but kind of real too. So in fantasy football, I'm 5-1 now. I'm 5-2 because of Baker Mayfield, and I'm undefeated in the other. But Baker Mayfield kept throwing the ball. There's no way you're gonna win this. And what happens? Chris Godwin gets hurt. Thankfully, I didn't make the trade for Godwin that I was gonna make this past week. But do you guys think there's any reason for him to keep on chunking that ball, knowing they had less than like a minute and 20 seconds, and then boom, he gets hurt? And what does he do? He keeps trying to throw the ball down the field. You didn't learn what the hell just happened? Thanks, Baker Mayfield, your dumb ass. You made me lose. Have a great day, guys.
Well, they were down 10.
Two scores with 57 seconds left.
Yeah, but with 57 seconds, no teams are going to just – if you score a touchdown, get an onside kick, you got to keep playing. I mean, that's just a fantasy football guy mad.
And they had gotten an onside kick earlier in the game.
Yeah, they'd already recovered one. I was like, oh, my God, are they going to cover?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm torn on it. I know the announcers were like, just get out of this game. You're not going to win. I know, but you know what? You got to keep trying. If they don't keep trying, then they're going to go. Fans are going to go, well, you gave up. You just gave up. Yeah. You know what though? You lost Chris Godwin for the year though. That's a bad thing.
Yeah.
That's a bad thing.
And Mike Evans was hurt. Looked like an upper hamstring, and that's not going to be one of those things. Like
he's right after he dropped that touchdown pass.
Yeah, but it looks like there's.
You think it's not real?
I think it was real for sure. He was screaming in pain.
John, you think
I guarantee he will not. He will not be
and
back.
Walked off the field and didn't come back. You think he's not?
That?
He's not an Ole Miss.
Why would you say an Aggie is fake?
He's not an Ole Miss defensive lineman.
You think an Aggie fakes?
No, I don't think he fakes.
Well,
I just thought it was ironic.
Well, it's a little ironic.
He dropped a pass right in his hand.
I thought he dropped it because of the pain. Like I thought maybe there was a chance that he felt a pop, and I bet you. I mean, that's a hamstring. Oh, D'Amico said that Nico is ahead of schedule, I guess, or at least that's what the announcer said.
We don't need him. We got Tank.
We don't need Nico. We don't need him. We got Tank. Zero catches.
Did you have Tank on Sunday?
Yeah,
he was there.
4 targets. Did you see him in the stats?
I saw him drop a touchdown pass.
Is this turning into
targets?
Damian Dell or Tank Pierce, where his rookie season we get all excited, and then after that it's like because he's having a year 2 like Damian Pierce had right now.
Yeah, he really is. Quickly, or do you want to take a break, though, and then we'll hear from D'Amico?
Let's take a break. The D'Amico sound will be ready when we come back.
I'm gonna check the waiver wire to see if Tank's on there for fantasy. Because if I had him, I wouldn't keep him. I'd just drop him.
Well, you're 2-5 right now, so.
Well, yeah, but still.
But here's the deal: Hogue Landscape Services. I can't be more. I mean, I wish I had a house that Hogue could do my backyard. I really do. We bought our house and we did our backyard and it was all done before I knew Matt. I've known Matt for a little while, but I didn't know that he did this. I mean, it is extraordinary. It is ridiculously good. Yanni did his backyard with he did putting green back there from Hogue did it. It is fantastic. It is spectacular. And if you want to make your backyard something special, then you go to Hogue Landscape Services, okay? You want that outdoor kitchen. You want that and make a beautiful kitchen too, by the way. You want that fire pit. You want that pickleball court or basketball court or putting green or bocce ball court or whatever. You want to put in a beautiful pool. I mean, these guys are the guys to see because they don't not only just put in a pool, they design an entire backyard for you, and you'll see it on their web. You'll see it. They'll do it on their laptops, and you'll see the design, and you'll go, "Holy cow! You can actually do that." And the answer is yes. So if you want to really make your backyard something special, there's one place to go: HOGUELS.com. HoagLandscapeServices.com, HoagLS.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
You heard John talk about the Cougs going to see, or at least take on the Utah Utes. Well, do you guys want to see them play? You can do that right now. Not right now. Let's be clear. Caller 6 at 925 wins a pair of tickets to the Cougs versus the Utes out at TDECU. It's homecoming. It's a great night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a college football game.
Okay.
Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear red. And cheer on the Cougs against Zach Wilson's younger brother.
Come early, be loud, don't front is what is
caller 6 925.
So how about this? 925. How about at 9:30 exactly? University of Houston is taking on Texas A&M in a men's charity basketball game at Fertitta Center on Sunday at 4 p.m. Okay, these are the two teams that met twice last year in the regular season. What a game they had at Toyota Center, and then they played in the tournament, and they had a great game there too as well. Cougs won both of those games, but man, it was close. We're going to have Buzz Williams with us on tomorrow and Kelvin Sampson on Thursday to promote the game. And the benefits, who benefits? Proceeds, a portion of the proceeds from the game go to the Greater Houston Disaster Alliance Hurricane Barrel Recovery Fund. There's a lot of people still that are still feeling the effects of Barrel here. Fort Bend, Harris, Montgomery, and Waller County is going to benefit. So we got at 9:30, caller number 4 is going to win 2 tickets to that game. All right. And you can get tickets at anytix.com, ANYTIX.com, or uhcougars.com.
The Astros have made a hire.
Oh, yeah.
Perez
Chica.
Yeah, they are replacing dearly departed Gary Pettis with Tony Perez Chica. He is their new third base coach from the Diamondbacks.
Three Gold Glove winners from his infield. And he was that he coached. He's also an infield coach along with third base coach. So 3 infielders won Gold Gloves while he was there. And third base, he was with the Diamondbacks for 22 years. And now he's coming over here. Yeah, Tony Perez Chica is going to be our third baseman. Do we think
Brent Strom gave good reviews of the organization, and that's why he's so willing to drop the Diamondbacks after 22 years and come? Because if he talked to Brent Strom, and Brent Strom was like, nah, that place sucks.
Brent Strom got forced out, so I don't know that Brent Strom.
No, I mean, of the Astros. I'm just trying to figure out.
Well, Brent Strom got forced out of the Astros,
I know,
too, I think.
And
so,
still.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, he must obviously know Joe Espada, I guess. I don't know. Clearly, they wanted to go in a different direction at third base coach. Maybe there's more to it than just sending runners and whatnot, but okay, that's fine. Let's
just send a runner. Send the runner.
You know what? Let's get Alex Bregman done. We got Alperen Sengun done. We got Jalen Green done. Both of them were smart contracts. Rafael Stone is really on a heater right now. I really think Rafael Stone is doing a great job right now.
Yep.
You've got those done. Let's get we got Jimmy Ward done for an extension. Thank God. We need to get another year out of Jimmy Ward, I guess. The Texans. Let's get Alex Bregman done, and we'll see what happens with Kyle Tucker. We'll see what we can get for him in a trade. If you're smart, you'll move him this offseason. We'll see what we get. Now, you got Rockets starting tomorrow. You got NBA starting today. This is crazy, John. We've got Cougars getting ready to start up in basketball. You got the Rockets starting tomorrow in a year that I think it's the most exciting beginning of a season since 2019. Now, you remember 2019 wasn't a great year. It was okay. Chris Paul had hamstring issues and all that stuff, but it was coming off the back of a 2018 where you set the record, the single season record for most wins by a Rockets team. So headed into 19, there was still a lot of excitement. Headed into 2024, I don't know. I think I speak for you too, John. This is the most excited you've been about a Rocket team starting their season for over 5 years.
Yeah, I think yes, and I think that if at 43.5, you're silly. You're silly if you don't bet the Rockets to win more than 43.
It's loaded in the West when you really look at it.
It really is loaded in the West, but this Rockets team is good. It's a young group that's growing together. You still got some veteran presence on it. I think this is a team that is actually going to make some noise like Sacramento made last year. I think that's a good comparison. Sacramento's coming up and being a top 6 team. I think the Rockets are going to be a top 6 team. They're really, really good. And they got the coach. They got the front office. They've got everything. They're really, really good. So this is going to be fun.
Lance, you congratulated Rafael Stone on the deal. Maybe you said it before while I was dealing with my car and I wasn't here. Now, Jalen Green's on a short-term deal, shorter than a max deal would have offered. Did you want Jalen Green around for 3 more years?
Yeah. I'm actually okay. Well, so he really, I love some of the messaging I've heard from him this offseason about the working and the team chemistry. And like Jalen doesn't seem like a young guy who's immature still and just me. It sounds like he's in. He's in with the Ime Udoka program. He's in with the Fred VanVleet program. Amen Thompson is a huge leader. I know the Rockets believe that Reed Shepherd is going to be a massive key cog in that team in terms of overall team camaraderie and being a great teammate who does a lot of things. Like, I think Jalen Green, now that he's with a group of dudes and he's not just on a group of what is it called? Independent contractors. The Rockets were a bunch of independent contractors. Now they're an actual team with good talent. There's still some work to do and where guys are going to fit in. But actually, Dale, I am okay with it because I would 5 years would have made me nervous, but 3 years, I'm okay at 3 years.
I think this appeases both sides.
Yeah.
I think the Jalen truthers are like, excellent. We've got him. We've got him for 3 more years. And I think the doubters say, excellent. You can find out. And it's not a long – now, it will be 4 years if he sucks because nobody's going to give him $35 million if he sucks for the next 3 years. But I think it's a perfect deal. You didn't pay him max, and it's a show me. It's a show me deal. As opposed to Alperen Şengün, that is a longer-term deal that's like I'm kind of pissed that it's a player option on the last year.
Well,
now,
how do you think you got him to take less?
Yeah, there's probably. But I think Alperen is going to prove that he's going to be a Rockets lifer, and we'll see. I mean, I hope Jalen plays great. I hope he plays like he does 1 month a year after the All-Star break.
Right.
I hope he plays like that all year.
If he plays like that, we're talking an MVP candidate.
And you got a great deal. Got a great deal.
Yeah, but it is as his girlfriend said, Drea Michelle said, term short, money long. She said that.
She was celebrating.
Yeah, she was celebrating
his
kind. I like when people celebrate wins and championships, but because to me, people act like it's some like, oh my God, we just got paid a bunch of money. Everyone gets paid a bunch of money. It's an inevitability.
No,
you're like,
not
oh
everyone.
my God, did you
Not
see
everyone.
food came again, drinks came again. Yeah, average players get 25 to 30 million a year.
Yeah,
everyone.
Well.
Everyone.
Average player. No,
every average player is going to get paid money, good money. Pretty much everyone who plays in the NBA is going to get
Jalen Green's
money.
in that. He's in on that level where you're talking about. I lost his name. Portland, skinny 2-guard. Not he
for right now or
yeah,
in the past?
he's there now. I forgot his name. He's in that hero. The guy in Portland, I forgot his name. Those 2 guards, so you're not sure if they're going to be great players or maybe they're simply good players. They get about that. And Jalen's just the next guy on the list, so he's going to get a little bit more. Why am I forgetting his name? He's got an Gosh, dang it.
You're not talking about Scoot.
No. He's been there for a little bit.
He's
Already gotten a deal. I forgot his name. He's skinny.
Oh, you're talking about Banton?
No,
because he's not scoring that much.
It'll come to me. But Jalen's in that mode where you're getting those guys at 30 or 30 plus, and then depending on how that guy does, you're questioning even giving him that money, or you're thrilled because he's playing above the contract. Jalen has a chance to prove that the Rockets got a great deal. Why am I not remembering this guy's name? Oh, Anthony Simons. There it is. Anthony Simons. He's in that realm where it feels like a lot for a guy who hasn't done that much, but that's kind of the level.
Oh, yeah,
and you pay those guys that type of money, and you hope you get the better end of it throughout the contract.
I'm good with this. This is a tradable contract if need be, and you have it long enough where it's true commodity. Like you may, after this year, you may say, we just didn't love the fit, or Cam Whitmore, we got to get him on the court, or Amen Thompson's becoming a better shooter than we expected, or Reed Shepherd is, Reed's going to be more of a 2 than a 1, whatever the case may be. It's movable, but at the same time, it really gives Jalen a chance to get to a third contract quicker, because if it's all about the money for him, then that's fine. It's about the money. But I think Jalen is about being on a team that he's a founding member of this organization as it stands now. As the new regime, he's one of the founding members, and it was not great, just like it wasn't great for Jose Altuve when he started. But, I think it's good because Jalen Green has shown some progress, but I don't know if it's enough that you want to lock him in long term. This is the perfect deal for me. It's the perfect deal where it's movable if need be, but it's also keeps him relatively happy. I would think Dre and Michelle will be happy now, which is going to be important. Yeah, that's going to be important. And most importantly, we get to see these group of young, talented players play together for longer. Ime Udoka gets another year with Jalen. I think that's a good thing. I've always thought Jalen had tremendous talent. I just wasn't sure that he was that guy that you wanted to build around. But now you get a longer runway with this. So that's cool. We have more time. You know what? If it's not going great in a game, he's gone. He's on the bench in the fourth quarter because that's how Ime Udoka will roll.
Anthony Simons has had 40+% 3-point percentage years. He's a 386 3-point shooter. Jalen Green, 33.
Well, if that's the only thing you're measuring.
Well, yeah. Well, he's also 43.
He did average 22 points a game.
He also doesn't play a lot. He's always hurt, which Jalen doesn't have that issue.
Yeah, he played. Yeah, he's been in 57, 62, 46 games.
Ooh, wow.
The last 3 years.
Well, that's kind of an NBA norm.
And that's after getting his money. So, and Jalen's just the next in line, so he's making more.
Oh my gosh, he misses a lot of time.
Yeah, so
holy crap.
Yes, he's been a better player, but the better player is rarely on the court.
Yeah, no, that Jalen, you can't say that about. Jalen's there.
No, Jalen plays.
Jalen plays. No, I'm happy for him. I'm happy for this team that they got that done because that was how many times have we asked that? What are they going to do? How are they going to pay both guys? Well, they paid them a little bit. They didn't have to give up that $224 million. With either of them. That's
the Cade Cunningham, nice. Evan Mobley money.
Yeah, and Franz Wagner, he got it too. So I mean, there's three.
It was
guys.
shocking. It was shocking that Alperin didn't get rookie max. I was surprised. Now I wasn't sure that I thought, like you and I've been operating off of. I wouldn't pay Alperin. I wouldn't pay him the max. But then you see all these other guys who aren't as good. I'm like, well, I guess that's just what the going rate's going to be. And the Rockets said, you know what? Let's maintain our fiscal maneuverability over a 4-year term, and let's let him opt out. And then all they're going to do is just pay him a lot of money. If he keeps being who he is, you're going to pay him in advance. You'll just give him a new contract and extend him. It won't be. Remember, James used to get max, super max. Daryl Morey gave him a new contract seemingly every year.
Yeah,
every single year.
They'll be able to negotiate and keep him long term. I think he'll be a long-term guy, and Jalen's got to prove that he's the long-term guy. And if the two of them are together for years and years to come, it means they're playing great basketball, and that's great.
Right.
All right, we got to break it. Access Vascular Health is what we're talking about now. We're talking about your prostate and whether or not you need Doc Manavis, okay? If it's cancerous, then that's another deal. You got to go get that taken care of elsewhere. If it's not cancerous and you just have an enlarged prostate, then Doc Manavis is that's where you have to go, because there are some doctors that are still operating. Do not do that. How about an IV? Literally takes about 45 minutes. It is the only way to do this thing. If you've got an enlarged, if the doctor tells you have an enlarged prostate, or you feel like I'm going to the bathroom too much, I'm way too often, I can't start, I can't stop. I got to find out what the deal is. Maybe I have an enlarged prostate. Go see Doc Manavis. She'll give you an MRI. She'll tell you. You'll find out whether or not, if you have any other issues with your prostate, then you know what? Doc Manavis will tell you that too. So here's the deal. You need Doc Manavis badly if you have an enlarged prostate. Because if you don't do anything about it, you get urinary tract infections, kidney problems, liver problems. You don't want that. What you want is to get that taken care of with an IV. No invasive surgery. IV. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, Doc Linville's in there. What? That's my guy. I wish I was back there to see Doc Linville play golf with him. What's up, Doc? That's my guy. Doc Linville's here. We're going to do a little commercial back and forth after the show. So, yeah, you'll look forward to that in the future, all of you out there. Look forward to new Doc Linville spots, okay? I know. We just keep on listening to the radio for that, okay? So there you go. No, not Doc Manavis. I mean, what a
stop.
What a bunch of pervs. There has to be a woman, okay, for these pervs out here, okay? Stop, right? Let's stop already. All right. Are you interested at all in the World Series?
Do you know when up to this point, and
do you know when it starts?
Tomorrow, probably,
or
Thursday,
or
Friday.
Yeah,
that's when I was going to say probably Friday would make the most sense.
White guys for Linville. Okay, no, you don't. He's not running for office. Okay, and you don't vote for him. And I know a lot of it. It doesn't matter what color you are. You might need hair. Doc Linville's here for you. Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers got to be a favorite, right? I haven't even looked, but the Dodgers got to be the favorite.
I don't know.
Let's take a look.
Let me see. I mean, a little better pitching, but the Yankees. If that's the case, I kind of like the Yankees in.
So game one. Oh no. MLB. Okay, we got a
World Series. I got it right here.
All
World
right.
Series to win the World Series. Dodgers -140.
Yeah, they got to be the favorite.
Small favorite. Game one, they're -118, -120 against the Yankees. And Dodgers, which one of these? Okay, who do you like to win this World Series?
Dodgers will probably win.
Okay, so if you like the Dodgers, then do you like the Dodgers winning 4-1? That's plus 550. That's a 5.5
I
to 1.
think it'll go longer than that. Probably 4-2.
Okay, that's the favorite, 325.
Yeah, that's the favorite.
But then they have to win on the road.
Yeah, they have to win one on the road.
I kind of like Yankees in 7, but then they'd have to win on the road.
Yeah, they got to win. The Dodgers are the good home field advantage.
Well, yeah, the first game is in Dodger Stadium.
It is. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I don't even care.
I really don't care. I feel like I need to watch it though, but it's just evil on evil.
For what reason do you need to watch this World Series?
I don't know. It's like, okay, ISIS and Taliban are fighting. Let's just see who wins this.
Right.
I don't like either one of them, but somebody's going to win.
So we are all
at least somebody's fan base is going to be upset, either Taliban or ISIS.
So we are all in on comparing two baseball franchises to terrorists.
John, do you have a problem with it?
He did it on Fox 26, so apparently he doesn't care.
John, do you have a problem with it?
No, I don't care. I didn't compare him to that. I said I would root for the Taliban.
Oh, yeah, let me correct. He would root for the terrorist organization.
I like the terrorists better.
Does the Taliban have better long relief? Is that?
I don't know. I think they're better shooters.
Oh,
ISIS is really hot in the middle of their lineup right now, scoring a lot of runs. I guess the Yankees would be ISIS. I don't know, but it's just too. On a serious note, it's just really.
You don't have to watch. Friday. I don't know if the Rockets play on Friday, but there's NBA to watch.
Yeah,
I'm sure there'll be a college football game on that night. There's other stuff to do than watch a series you hate. Why do you want to see Mookie Betts celebrate or Juan Soto celebrate? Either way, you lose. Why are we watching this? You need to be. Look at the box score. You can see who won. You don't have to watch.
Don't worry. ESPN will show you every pitch and slobber all over themselves that these two teams are there. You will see every pitch that Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge see because ESPN is slobbering all over itself. I mean,
and it's not even on their network.
How about every commercial that has Major League Baseball? They don't include an Astro in it. They don't include because there was one betting site that had a picture, all these Major League Baseball teams that are in the playoffs, and they didn't put the Astros in it because they don't want that negative people to go, oh, Astros in the middle of their commercial. You know what? Screw all of you. All you hypocrites. All of you. Well, you go ahead. I hope this is the lowest rated World Series ever.
It's not going to be. Shohei Ohtani is. In fact, it'll probably be the highest rated World Series in a decade.
More than likely.
Probably since maybe 2017. I don't know how high Astros Dodgers were, but you're going to have Shohei Ohtani versus Soto and Judge. I got bad news for you. If you're cheering for low TV ratings, as if that matters to anybody other than advertisers and the networks, I don't think this is the series for you. That's like hoping, man, I hope this Reese and Caitlin Clark finals doesn't fare well. Well, it's going to. Shohei Ohtani is the Caitlin Clark of Major League Baseball. Boom, I said it.
So the Dodgers are the favorite in Game 1. They've got, but it's close, minus 128.
Yeah, it's small. They're a small favorite.
But it has to be if Garrett Cole starts for the Yankees. Otherwise, the Yankees are not going to be
Garrett Cole's going to choke.
Close.
Garrett Cole's going to choke. Unload on the Dodgers.
Well, I don't know. He's been pretty good.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
Well, it's easy.
Does that sound like a confident guy, John?
No, well, not then he wasn't, because he was asked about spider tack. So as long as he's got his spider tack, he's as happy and confident as you could possibly get, because he's a cheater. He came from the Astros organization. He cheats. Okay, so there you go. There you go.
Look at this. You are such a tizzy about this series. You will rip the Astros just to get after Garrett Cole.
I know. My goodness.
Well, I don't care. No.
He's a cheater. Look at him. He came from the cheating Astros.
We cheated. So what?
Cheating Astros.
No, I didn't say that. I said I don't care. We cheated. So what? We cheated and won. So
and look what your shirt says today. Tell people what your shirt says.
Yeah. Kiss my asterisk.
There it
That's
is.
what it says. Kiss my asterisk.
That's how John. This is what John's done today. John has compared. John said he would rather cheer for the Taliban over the Dodgers and Yankees. He said Garrett Cole comes from the cheating Astros organization, and then he wears a cheating Astros organization. Kiss my asterisk.
That's right. I don't care.
What else have you done?
I stand up to bullies.
John does stand up to bullies.
I stand up to bullies.
You're a bully.
No, I'm not. They're bullying us.
You bully me.
And you know what? I'm standing up. What? Go. What?
You
what?
bully
what?
me.
I had to do the first hour and 24 by myself, Bill, and I killed it. But still, I mean, it showed that it's not that hard.
I listened on the way in. You were bullying me.
I was just telling you how great Lance was at his job. That's all.
No. You weren't even using Lance as a buffer. You were criticizing Lance and bullying me.
I did a show and ran the board effectively, by the way.
Effectively. Did you ever go to break once?
I did. We did some live
Yeah,
spots.
we did commercials. Yeah.
Did you play any recorded commercials?
We don't care about that.
Yeah, I did. I played 2 recorded commercials.
Do we get paid for those?
One of them did not. I didn't forget to put the button, so one of them you didn't even hear on.
So all we care about is what we get paid for. That's it.
No, that's not a surprise.
Live spots. That's right. Put money in my pocket. I don't care if Todd gets paid.
Team.
Yeah, definitely a teammate. Definitely you want that guy around.
Foxhole guy.
When things
John
are going,
Granado, foxhole guy.
When things are going tough, you want Granado around.
Well, you know what? I want Billy Brown around when I got brown problems in my bathroom.
Oh,
that's right.
Gosh.
Oh, good Lord.
Wow.
Well, if you don't have a toilet, guess what? Guess what happens? You got problems.
He doesn't want his last name used.
Not
as
just
the problem.
problems, brown problems.
Brown problems. Yeah. See what Billy Brown can do for you. Okay.
You have another client in here, by the way, and he's just rubbing his eyes. He can't believe what's going on in here.
Oh yeah, Dr.
Well,
Linville, I hope you listen when he's doing your spots.
Yeah.
If you're bald, you're basically a supervillain.
Yeah. No, you got okay. Name all the bald superheroes. 0. Boop, boop, boop. None. So you got to have hair.
Michael Jordan?
Now you got to have Billy Brown. When you got issues with your toilet, is there a better name than Billy Brown from a plumbing company? See what Brown can do for you. Okay.
That's
see how Brown you can clean up that brown. Okay. Brown cleans up that brown. That's what I'm saying. So Billy Brown is the perfect name when you're talking about a plumbing company. Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's the only place that you go. Does anybody else have a great name like Billy Brown in the plumbing industry? No. Okay. So that's not why you go there. Why you go there is
well, there's a company named Gary Turds, but I'm not calling that guy.
Gary Turds sucks.
Gary Turds is the worst. I like Billy Brown. Gary Turds, no good.
Gary Turds blows. He cannot fix your toilet like Billy Brown can. So you're looking for the best. 281-488-6238. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. All right, so this is a little weird. Last week we had Neil Brown saying, hey, everybody's having a good time out at the games, so it doesn't matter if we win or lose. When asked, Joe Mazzulla, the defending champion, the coach, defending champ of the champion, defending champ Celtics, here's his response about pressure this year. 0, no pressure. We're all going to be dead soon. And it really doesn't matter anymore. So 0 pressure. You're either going to win or you're not. So we're all going to be dead. You want to talk – John Paul Sartre isn't – I mean, talk about –
he's so negative, John
existentialism. It doesn't matter. We're all going to be dead.
Yeah.
So –
well, existentialists have always been producers of radio shows, so –
yeah, it doesn't really matter, does it?
No.
Right? That's how we go about it. Nothing really matters. Doesn't matter what you say.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how we go about it, too. Attaboy, Joe. A man dressed as Jesus has been accused of punching a San Diego police officer. Do you think Jesus, if he really was in San Diego, would punch a police officer?
No.
Well, he did clear out all of the marketplace at the church. You know what? Somebody might have caught one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Jesus would not have punched an officer.
Well, if he was a bad cop. What if he was a bad cop?
Oh.
Not a good cop.
Man, I didn't think about that.
How about this? Good news for James Blunt. You remember James Blunt?
Yeah, he sang songs.
Yeah, he sang the song that, remember when Johnny Harris loved the quarterback from Hawaii?
Yeah.
We played that for him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Johnny didn't
Was
like
it Timmy Chang?
It was was it Timmy Chang?
No, it was somebody. I think it was after
it
Timmy
was
Chang.
Cole. It was
Cole
yeah.
Beasley.
No, not
Cole
Beasley.
Hauser.
No. James Blunt said that he would change his name and the nation could pick whatever name it is if his new album was number 1.
Oh my gosh, is he desperate?
So
Did it go number 1?
They voted and they chose Blunty McBluntface.
Wait. Was his album number 1?
His album got to number 1, right? Yep.
So people bought it just
this week. The 2004 debut album Back to Bedlam returned to number 1 this week.
What if he comes out and goes, man, I was joking.
Vote.
I'm not doing this.
Yeah, then he said, yeah, I'm not going to do that. Actually.
And then he makes all that money for them paying for his album.
Blunty McBluntface. Would you want to be called Blunty McBluntface?
Yeah, I don't care. What do I care?
Don't care
if I can make money off of it, I'll sell my name where y'all can name me whatever you want, and I'll do it for as long as you give me cash.
What was it? Whiffy McStrikeout? What was his name?
Yeah, Whiffy McPunchout.
Whiffy McPunchout. That was Adam Everett?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Adam
Something
Everett.
like that. Yeah, and then there was Private Cold Sore. Who's the guy with the scabs on his mouth? Wandy Rodriguez.
Wandy Rodriguez had, yeah, and we had anal fissures. We had a lot of.
We had sores of different. We had players with sores. Yeah.
Yeah. Homelessness is not stopping a Halifax man for running for mayor. Would you vote for a homeless man to be mayor?
I wouldn't. I think
Why
there's
not?
other issues on.
I don't.
I think there's other issues on his plate. I don't know if he can really focus on the issues of the city if he doesn't have a house.
Well,
if he doesn't have an apartment.
I don't know why. Why can't he focus? I mean, his papers might blow away.
Back hurts from sleeping on concrete.
Yeah, but he could still run the city. I mean, I think
how
that's racist.
Does he have his computer with him?
Yeah, he's got his dog.
Where's he hooking up Wi-Fi? Starbucks doesn't let you just sit in there anymore.
Well, they will.
By the way, that's over.
What if you're mayor? They will.
No, I'm not voting for a homeless guy for mayor, John. I don't care how often you ask me. I'm not going to do it.
A man who was sexually attacked by a dolphin says he is lucky to be alive. Would you like to be sexually assaulted by a dolphin?
Nope. Apparently, that man was dealing with a dolphin that was gifted.
Apparently, this dolphin needed some, and this guy just happened.
Dolphins are like that. It's not. It doesn't take you long to run into a dolphin doing that to people. Dolphins are some of the dirtiest animals I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah, dolphins climbing up on women over the. I mean, it is. You'll get into. That's not a rabbit hole you want to be in.
No. This police officer is in some trouble. Maybe Jesus would punch her. She helped steal $18,500 in Crime Stoppers rewards.
Oh, she needs a Jesus punch.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
That's
if he's punching people, she needs to get punched.
She needs to get punched. All right. Maybe that's who got punched. I don't know. Apparently, yeah. She's a veteran officer of 17 years. She had access to the Crime Stoppers database, and she was giving herself money.
Wow. That's just good old-fashioned. Now, that's just nothing but good old-fashioned embezzlement.
That's all. That's all that is. I mean, you know, I'm doing the Lord's work for stopping crime. I should get paid more, and I'll steal it. I'll just steal it if I can, if you won't give it to me. Well, that's it. We are done. Glad you could join us this morning here on the show. Del, maybe you should be late every day. The people loved it.
Nope.
The people just loved it.
Don't be late every day.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. And the Del V2 show is next. No, what did you say the new name of the show is, Lance?
Mapes.
Oh yeah, it's the Mape Show with featuring Dell.
No.
Right.
I said something else yesterday. Mapes and them.
Mapes and them.
Yeah, Mapes and them.
And
coming up next, Mapes and them are going to be on the radio.
Right.
And Dell's just them. Mapes and them.
Mapes and them. Right here next on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. I just got a text actually from my old company that I was getting my testosterone from, and they were like, "Hey, you missed lately." Yeah, I missed lately because I got
a new girl.
way to,
what's up? They texted you like that?
Yeah. They said, "You up?
You up?
You up?"
Yeah, I am now, thanks to my new guys.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't sound right.
And I feel great because of the Game Day Men's Health. That's how I feel great. I feel great about what I've done. I feel great about the process. I feel great about going in there and knowing that they've got labs right there. And listen, you're going to get tested right away, and they'll find out all of the stuff that you need, okay? And then I tell them what I want to do. I just want to get leaner. I don't want, body fat. I want to lower that. I don't want to get bigger. I don't care about all of that stuff. But if you want to get bigger, then you know what? You can get bigger too. They've got different peptides that can help you reach whatever goal that you want. And the testosterone is forever. If you don't have the right testosterone, if your testosterone is low, you're going to feel it, man. And so you need it. So it's not whether or not you need to go. It's where you go. And Game Day Men's Health is just different. Okay, you don't have to show up every time because they will send your shots to you. Now, you have to go back after 6 weeks, and then you have to go back after 3 months or 6 months or whatever the process is. But you don't have to go in every time, and that's pretty cool. All right. Now, the other ones, you got to go in, you pay them every time. That's not the way they do business over at Game Day Men's Health. You're looking for a different way to do it, a better way to do it. I really like Game Day Men's Health. I'm really enjoying being a client there. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Welcome into the show. Getting myself situated here. Mostly I got NTB numbers running in my head. Who do I call to fix my car? But that's my life. We'll get to what happened in sports overall as I continue to figure out how you can start your car, stop for gas, and then the car doesn't start again. That was wonderful. And if you listen to John and Lance this morning, you saw the effects of Lance running the board. And from what I could tell, people enjoyed the chaos. Sometimes we like a little mayhem. There's a whole damn ad campaign that's been going on for how long has chaos or mayhem been doing this thing?
At least 10 years.
Yeah.
At least.
So he is was he on Oz? I don't remember exactly.
He's on 30 Rock.
30 Rock. He's been on a lot. Yeah, he was the destructive, mayhem type boyfriend on 30 Rock for a little bit. So people love it. You can listen to the podcast of the John and Lance Show, particularly from about 7 to 8:20 or so. If you want to get a taste of what that was like, if you missed it this morning, it'll be there for you as I got in later than I would have wanted. But I have enough, I think, to fix a car if it's simply a battery. Guys who don't even have to consider it, Green and Shingun. Now that money doesn't kick in immediately.
Those guys are like, buy a new car.
Yeah, well, they could have done that already. But it's not like rookie scale money was keeping them from getting anything they kind of wanted. But they get their money. It'll kick in the future, and the Rockets and Shingun and Green make a decision on the future of both players. And it's a little surprising to me. The talk coming from people who cover the Rockets was the Rockets were not going to make a move on Shingun or Green to further their flexibility in the offseason. Now, the initial Green signing or announcement was first. And you saw people reporting that because of how it was going to be structured and the money involved, that it was going to be less than the cap hold. So they were going to be fine. It actually saved them some money. At least that's what I saw. And then the Shingun thing came down like, oh, okay. Now the Rockets will be able to make moves. It's just not the timeline we thought. We even had a back and forth on this. Well, really, we're back and forthing the Bobby Marks article about it. Neither one of us thought they would make a move like this. Now, they didn't give them the max, and Bobby Marks said they should come to compromise. We'll get into the comparison of what the numbers were and what his suggestion was. It makes me think that Bobby Marks kind of knew. He might have known that this was coming. This was only a week ago that this article was out. And we were like, what do you know, Bobby? Front office guy, insider. You ain't Woj, beat it. Well, he knew enough. I think, I'm assuming that maybe he's thought this might come down, and he had some inkling the Rockets were working towards this as Jalen Green gets a 2+1 deal, which has been, I love how things are placed out there and how narratives are built, because Shams was the one who set it up like this was a ingenious, never before done thing where Jalen Green can get his 2 years and have the player option so he can get back on the market quicker and try to become a max player. Or the Rockets said, there's no way we're paying you max money. Would you like this? Some guaranteed money early? And then you can see how good you are and see if you want to make more money later. And yet, or it's that.
Also, signing a $30 million a year, or over 30, like $35 million a year contract, as opposed to going into the offseason with the cap hold and being a restricted free agent with a cap hold of $37 million. What that does is the Rockets don't have to do a sign and trade to trade you in the offseason.
Yes, they can just simply ship you where they want to.
So
if they so choose.
It's a really good deal for the Rockets.
Yes, and
the Jalen one.
Yeah, and it's no problem if Jalen Green and his people want to position it as, hey, look, my client just got $30+ million. That's not a bad deal for him either.
He got guaranteed over $100 million.
Yeah, that's not a problem. But I do like how we are positioning storylines when really it's, hey, if they thought he was the no doubt franchise cornerstone, he would have got a max deal, full years. He would have taken it.
He'd be getting Franz Wagner money.
Yes, which is crazy. That Franz and Mobley,
all these guys,
and Cunningham all get them. At least Franz and Mobley have made the playoffs. Franz isn't the best player on that team. Mobley isn't the best player on his, but the Cavaliers and Magic are like, that's okay. We'll give you all the dollars, all the cents that we could possibly give you because we think you deserve it.
That to me, and more so comparing Şengün to those guys than Jalen to those guys.
Yeah.
And obviously just look at the deals they signed. That's why I think that. But I think getting Şengün on way less than what Scotty Barnes, then Cade Cunningham, what Evan Mobley got, and Franz Wagner, when you can say, like, if you're to rank those guys, Şengün's not last. I don't know how. It's a little bit of personal preference when you're ranking those guys, but Şengün's better than a lot of those, or some of those guys that I just listed, and he's getting paid a good amount less for the next 4 years with a player option.
And that Magic team has a Banchero that will eventually get his money if he hasn't already.
Next year.
Next year he'll get his money. So
they signed Suggs and Franz.
Suggs and Franz.
And they're the 21.
Suggs of all people got his.
Suggs
as a defensive stopper for the most part.
Did Suggs get more than Şengün?
Oh, well, I don't know Suggs' number. Obviously, we can all look it up. But Suggs is 5 years, 150.
So a little bit less.
It's a little less.
Little less. Not that much less. That's like $6 million a year less.
Yeah, Jalen Suggs, who up until they make the playoffs last year, he had a good year last year. He actually found his shooting touch after not being able to shoot the ball. Previously, he got up to 47% from the floor and almost 40% from three. I don't know if that was high volume or not. I'll look at it. So he had a much better year. They made the playoffs, and so he is rewarded for that. But up until that point, I think up until last year, people were wondering about Suggs, and he got some Defensive Player of the Year voting. So he's a defensive guy who can knock down some shots. 3-and-D guy. He shot almost 40% on almost 5 threes. Over 5 threes per game. That's a pretty good percentage for that number of attempts. So he got his money. A lot of people got their money. Jalen Johnson from the Hawks got their money, or got his money. So we're just paying people. And the Rockets are like, we'll give you some of the money, and we'll be lauded for getting good team deals.
That's really what I like the most about what the Rockets did, is that they very clearly were not like, they clearly negotiated.
Yes, this wasn't simply, hey,
I'm not sure
what
how
can
much
you get? We'll give it to you.
I'm not sure how much a lot of these guys negotiated. Like the Jalen Johnson one. Listen, love Jalen Johnson. Was really good last year. Probably the brightest spot on the Atlanta Hawks season last year. The man's making more than Tyreek Hill. like I know the cross sport comparison doesn't always work, but he had one good season as like a breakout when Trey was out. And now he's making over 30
He was
million
another guy going into last year, like, ooh,
yeah,
is this going to work? And he played 56 games, started 52, and had good numbers as far as, well, good numbers. He was okay. Decent numbers. For 5 years, 150, it's not my money, it's the Hawks' money. Go ahead, do whatever you want. You got rid of Murray. I guess you figured, hey, we got some money to spend. We'll burn it on Jalen Johnson.
Yes, I think that it's kind of become like a yearly tradition at this point. In July, when the NBA free agency starts and guys are signing new deals, and you always get the disgruntled NFL player tweeting out like, wait, the guys I never heard of are making this much money, and which is 100% from a place of jealousy.
Should have learned to shoot a jump shot.
Yes, I would say that if NFL players, I get they're distracted right now, given that it's the middle of their season where July is still their off season. If NFL players really want to be pissed off, look at some of the deals that got signed yesterday.
Yeah, wait on it.
Where it's like Devin Vassell made what?
Yeah.
He signed his
last year,
I think at the beginning of the offseason.
Okay, so you think about it. Yeah. You want to get upset. Look at guys you think you could probably beat one-on-one. You can't, but you think you can. And these are the guys making money. Well, guys who are
22 years old and have been good for, in a lot of their cases, a season and a half.
Yeah, Vassell's a good player, but relatively anonymous, playing on a Spurs team who has not tried to win. They'll try this year. We'll see how well they do. But it's a great job to have. And whether you're near a disappointment or there's a franchise who is unsure about you, they will pony over the cash. Even if it is a great team deal, you will still get your 30+ million to prove what you are and what you aren't. And that's what the Rockets did with Jalen Green. They're more all in on Şengün. We can talk about should either one of them have gotten deals when we come back. I think there's probably a clear yes for one, and we'll talk about the other, which is a little bit more murky when we come back. Shams Charania is on my television or the station television right now, he was the one who couched it as ingenious for Jalen Green and his representation. Okay, maybe if you were a better player, you would have got your deal before the offseason even really got started.
Yes. Again, a deal that is one of a kind, which is what makes it kind of interesting. First in its kind. If he was better, he would sign a max.
Yeah, you
deal.
know what would happen if he was a franchise cornerstone?
You
would
would
got a
just sign
standard max deal, not one of a kind. You wouldn't have to put these flowery words on it.
4 years, $200 million.
What you would have
boom.
done is the Rockets reward their franchise cornerstone with a max deal, which represents what he means to them and his place in the league. That's what he would have written or said if Jalen Green got the money that his potential suggests he could make in the future. But that's what this will be. It'll be a little bit of wait and see. And if you show us, we'll be more than willing to pay you. But there's also a deal that makes it easy to trade you if we need to. So we'll get into maybe some of the specifics, some of the concerns about maybe not Şengün so much, but are we sure about this when the guy's about a month per season? Look, well, I'll give him credit when he does hit that month, well, at least last year, he looked like an MVP candidate. And then he'll have stretches of 10 to 12 games in his previous seasons where he looks like a guy that was worthy of his top 5 draft status. And then all the other times he looks like poor man's Anthony Simons. So that's what the Rockets need to see. More of the March, less of the great value Anthony Simons from Jalen Green. And we may have something there. So we'll get into the questions of whether they should have committed to their young guard and what it means for kind of the construction of the roster and who might not benefit from him being around longer. Also, it's a rough run for wide receivers. It's been a rough run, man. Beyond the injuries, we got more Jameson Williams suspension. That's 2 in 2 years. I'm not sure that's what the Lions are looking for when they ask for consistency from that guy. He'll miss a couple games. We've got injury news out of Tampa. We know about what's going on in San Francisco with Ayuk. Debo's ill, so rough run for wide receivers in a year where a lot of them wanted their money. Some of them got it, some of them didn't. And some of them who were established, like the Bucks duo, are going to be out for a significant amount of time. So we'll get to that. And it's NBA day as well. It's the start of the NBA season. That's kind of why these deals got done yesterday. So we'll talk about the Celtics and the Knicks, what we think of the Rockets. We haven't given a season prediction for that, so we might as well get that in. Maybe a hoax in Austin that we need to get to. Maybe Sean can answer some questions about what's going on with Quinn Ewers. A lot to get to. We're just getting started. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Let's do an exercise here. We know there's context, the particulars of the deal, why they did it, flexibility. Understood why the Rockets did what they did, not questioning the plan. But when you hear we're giving Jalen Green $30+ million per year for what we've seen, Sean, do we like it? I understand there's a lot to go into it, but simply as an exercise, let's remember when we were 14 and we didn't care about contracts and we just go, is that guy? Oh, maybe you did care about contracts.
Well, I mean, when I was 14, I think that was literally the summer that LeBron went to the Miami Heat.
Okay,
so but I was born and molded by cap space.
Yeah, you certainly have, and all the maneuvering the Heat had to do to get all three. Understood. Remember when? Wow, those guys are taking less, and so they can make like $14.5 million a year.
Say, they all signed for like $17 million a year.
Yeah,
Moses Moody money now.
Yeah,
just for the conversion rate.
Exactly. So just on its face, Jalen Green in 25-26, I tell you, he's making $32.7 million. What we've seen from him so far, you're like, you know what? That makes sense. Or you're like, I'm not sure.
I think for 3 years, because you're basically signing him until he's 25 to make $30 million. I'm fine.
So you're putting context on it, but just as a player, I said I understand why they did it. I understand the market is the market, and what he's making makes sense for the market. Yeah. But when you think about
if I don't take into account the market,
all I'm asking you for is Jalen Green and what he is as a player, and you hear he's making 32.7 when compared to no. Okay,
because he was bad for.
This is what I'm saying.
4 of the 6 months.
We can get into the conversation about what he is as a player, as opposed to why the Rockets did it and why it makes sense for them. All that'll be talked about, and it's understood.
And that if he has another year like he did last year, you can still trade him, making like on his contract, he'll still be very tradable.
Yeah, I made the joke about the great value at Anthony Simons, but Anthony Simons signed his deal obviously earlier, so he got his money. So the market has changed, the cap has changed, but Jalen Green is making significantly more than a player who, at least when he's on the court, is better than Jalen Green. So this is where we are. I can completely get why it was done, but when I hear the number and I think of the production, I'm like, what? But this is what the NBA is. For a guy who, what did he average? Under 20 last year?
Green?
Yeah. Or did he get to 20 last year? Not particularly a great shooter, certainly a streaky one, had an MVP level month of March in a month where the Rockets were trying to stay in the play-in race. He was a main factor of why they got on their hot streak while Şengün was out. But as a player through 3 seasons,
19.6.
It's like, what about Jalen Green suggests you should be investing even 2+ years into his future? But
the fact he's 22 years old.
There it is. It's potential.
That's what it is.
It's all it is potential.
That's getting back to all the guys that signed deals yesterday. That's what this is because you draft them when they're 19, chances are they're not going to be good for 3 years. And you just have to see if they can at least kind of handle it, see the flashes, and you pay them.
And you really have no recourse other than, oh, well, we'll see. And if it doesn't work out, or if it works out and we got to pay you a lot more money because you're great and we could have got you on a discount, maybe people will call us stupid. But there's also the chance that you're never going to live up to even what we're giving you here, and people will still call us stupid. And then the contract looks a little bit more untradeable than it does today. Here's from Sam Vecini. He's a guy who covers basketball. If you guys are on NBA Twitter, you'll probably have seen some of the tweets. Having thought more about the Jalen Green deal, that thing really does not make sense to me. Either he's awesome and he opts out after 2 years and the Rockets get 0 savings on the rookie extension, or he's not awesome and it's an overpay. Not sure where the win for them is. That's the gamble.
Well, it would be, he would only, if he opts out after the second year, he would only be available to get the 25% max and not the 30% max. So he could opt out, or he could opt in and extend at a higher number if he's good.
So while we talk about team friendly and the Rockets got a great deal, there are some dissenting opinions out there. And that is a man adding context to the conversation. Me, I'm like, just the initial thought is 30 million, 32 million. For what? For who?
So Fred VanVleet.
I said that too. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying
the Rockets are paying their guard.
Dylan Brooks.
What? Yeah, Dylan Brooks his value was at maybe as low as it's ever been when they
Jock
gave him.
Landale makes $8 million a year.
Backup center Jock Landale. You could probably find better production. Third string center. Excuse me.
I mean, you say you can find better production, but
I'm not
Fred VanVleet, when he was a free agent, was the best free agent of his class. You literally can't find better production.
Yes, but there are teams. The Rockets were in a position where they needed a Fred VanVleet. But for a team in a different position, they're not giving $40 million to Fred VanVleet. The Rockets were just in a desperate situation where they had money to spend and they needed to give to someone.
Yes.
And they needed some stability. So that's why he got it. He could have gone back to Toronto, but even Toronto was like, I'm not reaching that level.
Yeah, no, but with the way contracts are today, like 40, 43 million.
For Fred VanVleet, though?
It's not that much
money. It is for him.
Not really.
For that caliber player, it is.
The best player on your team for a lot of last year?
It's not best player on your team for a team who was wallowing until March. Yes. So he was the best player on the team for a team that was bad until, the guy you want to be your best player showed up for a month. I'm not pretending I don't understand why they gave him the money, but on its face, when you talk about the two guys, their backcourt, $70+ million for a backcourt, that backcourt. Well, the deals start at different times, but if Fred VanVleet,
there's a chance they're not actually on the same.
They're not on the same
team making that much money
at the same time. All the things, but it could be a case where they're combined $70+ million for that backcourt. It's not great value at this point. We're going to need to see more from probably Green. I don't know how much more you're going to get from Fred VanVleet.
I guess, if you take away all context,
Yeah. So, just a little exercise that Sean and I are understanding why it was done. But when we start to talk about value and production and contracts, seems like the Rockets have invested a lot into guys who are what? Is Jalen Green a top 50 player right now for you?
In the NBA?
Yes.
No.
Fred VanVleet certainly isn't.
No.
So they're back.
They don't have a top 50 player.
Yes, Şengün is the closest. And maybe some people would argue that he is, but
so they shouldn't pay anyone.
No, they gotta. You gotta pay. I'm not saying you can't do. I'm not saying you can do that where you don't pay anyone. But it's a lot of money spent for guys who were just banking on potential, and that's what the NBA is right now, particularly for a Rockets team who is trying to achieve something, and they got to bank on younger guys, and that's one of the reasons they were pushing for an established star, because you're more comfortable giving. Not that it had to be Paul George, but he's just the example of the biggest name that was out there. You're more comfortable giving Paul George what he got from Philly because of what he's accomplished. And of course he gets hurt. So it ain't going great for Philly right now.
Or give Kevin Durant $50 million a year at 36.
Yeah, but you will take the problems that come with it if it's an injury, because you believe Kevin Durant at 36 is still going to be at least top 25 player. The Rockets are giving money to guys who, even at their high point in their career, was Fred VanVleet ever a top 50 player?
Oh, yeah.
In the 2019 year when they won the title?
The years after, too.
I ain't going to make a list, but I would, if I did, I wonder how deep I would get before I got to Fred VanVleet as a top 50 player.
Yeah. Like
that's subjective. Awesome. It's subjective. Everyone has a different opinion on that. But hey, this is the team for now. Some contracts are more tradable than others. But if we're assessing what they are now, it is Green and Şengün, and then we'll see what happens with the younger guys as we get closer and closer to their contracts coming up.
Joel Embiid and Paul George out for the opener on Wednesday.
Of course.
That's just the alert I got.
What an accursed franchise that is. Joel Embiid won't play back-to-backs. Paul George won't be available for who knows how long. Tyrese Maxey's looking around going, Caleb Martin, Eric Gordon, Kelly Oubre. It's our time now.
Yeah.
Now.
Opening night.
And Andre Drummond's going to start at center opening night.
There we go.
Look at that.
I don't know if they're playing at home or not, but yeah, I'm sure that's what the Philly crowd wants to see.
It's not a great way to open your year this season that was supposed to be full of promise, and your two highest paid guys aren't going to be available, and that's probably going to be a thing throughout. The Rockets generally don't have that problem. Like, yes, Şengün was hurt, but Jalen Green.
That wasn't a problem.
Well, good point. But Jalen Green plays. Whether he plays to his capability, that's a different story. But he does play.
Yeah.
That's something he has over a lot of NBA players making the money he makes.
Especially when you look around the West and the teams in their area in the West of where they're going to probably all be competing for that play-in spot. It's a lot of teams where it's like, oh, if Steph Curry makes or misses like 3 weeks, the Warriors are not going to win a game for 3 weeks. If anything happens to either one of the two Lakers guys, and they're all these guys are getting up there, or in Anthony Davis's case, his nickname is Street Clothes.
We should credit him for this. He did get that nickname from Charles Barkley, but he did follow that up with like a 70+ game season. So he did play a lot last year.
That almost goes against him.
You think he can't keep that up?
Yes. Where it's when a pitcher pitches 300 back in the day when they would pitch 300 innings.
Or running back gets to like 350 carries.
DeMarco Murray 350 carry season where you're like, yeah, I'm sure that's going to be great.
Yeah, he played 76 games last year. Was great.
And that's what I'm saying. He was great. He played all the games and they were the 9th seed or 8th seed.
Yeah. One of the teams we hope the Rockets aren't competing with, because if they are, that means they're likely a play-in team. The thought is with this youth, with another year, and the veterans that are remaining, this is a potential 6th seed. And the season for them doesn't get started today; it gets started tomorrow. But we do have NBA basketball as the NBA is back. We will hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back, because questions needed to be asked about the late Sunday execution as far as their offense in that final drive, some O-line issues to answer questions about as well. And I'll ask you this question, and we can consider it when we come back. And anyone who wants to get in, you can, 713-780-3776. Do we believe D'Amico Ryans when he says everything's on the table regarding the offensive line? Because if everything's on the table, that means guys getting benched, guys losing reps, an O-line coach under fire. I think that's my agenda. Strouser, what are you doing? So we'll talk about that when we come back. But first, let's talk about MyBookie. I mentioned the NBA season is back. You can start to put some money down. Maybe you're not locked into the NBA until Christmas. Some of you are like that because the NFL is going on. But you want to make it more interesting? Go to MyBookie. Got a great doubleheader. You got Knicks, Celtics. Celtics trying to repeat, getting their title defense started tonight. Maybe you like the Knicks in this one with their new lineup. MyBookie.ag will take care of you there. Obviously, the NFL, we had 2 Monday night games last night. We got a game on Thursday, which is their risk-free betting day. You can take advantage of MyBookie with that too. From the NHL to the NBA, the NFL and college football, it's all there for you. And of course, international soccer is going on all the time. You can find your way to find money. You got to be good at it, but MyBookie also has this for you. They match up to $1,000. If you put money in, they'll match it. So if you're not sure about things, put in 100, you get another 100 to spend. Why wouldn't you take that opportunity? Just go to mybookie.ag, use that promo code BET975, and bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the offensive line, a major concern for the Houston Texans. You could say it cost them a chance to win that game, or at least cost their offense a chance for them to win that game because they're still in it. Their defense could have got a stop, but they didn't perform up to what they think they're capable of, and the blame should be directed for the most part at that offensive line. DeMeco Ryan spoke about that among other issues. Here's his thoughts on their offensive line issues and what they need to do going forward.
Like we've had multiple weeks where the same things have hurt us multiple times, so we have to get it fixed, starting with the coaches and down to the players of finishing and executing it.
Same things like personnel changes or just schematic, is it just as simple as execution, or if it's been the same thing for a few weeks, do you think change?
Yeah, for me, everything is on the table when it comes to it has to get fixed.
Everything is on the table. Not everything, because if you thought Laremy Tunsil was the biggest problem, he wasn't going anywhere. Would you bench Titus Howard for Blake Fisher? Like, whose job would really be in jeopardy if everything is on the table? Now, the question is, do you have a capable backup? You don't hurt your team even more just because the starters are bad to make a point. I'm not saying Juice Scruggs is the problem, but if all the guys who could go, it's likely him or Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green was, you guys have heard the numbers, at least seen him, the worst offensive lineman. That's a stat that's out there. People have been talking about it. It goes probably Green first, as most likely to lose his job, and then Juice Scruggs. I don't think any of the veterans would lose snaps.
Yes, it is like, I don't know. I don't know the percentage, 50% on Green, probably like 33 for Scruggs, and then 1% for the other three guys. So anything on the table, it's like, so is Laremy Tunsil going to get cut? No, okay, but not everything's on the Titus Howard. Is he on the trade block? No, then not everything's on the table.
There are very few answers that they have as far as major moves they can make. You could elevate a different O-line coach if you have an assistant that you think would get the message across better. You could do more stuff after practice, watch more film, or you could you could bench one of your younger starters. There are a couple things on the table, but when presented with all the things, you're going to say, actually, that's not really a thing. That's not really a thing we would do. So I appreciate the willingness and the persistence in getting it fixed, but you got a couple things to do. And you know what they're actually going to do? Stick with their starting five and just coach it harder, coach it better.
Maybe switch out Green for someone else.
Yeah, because he's bad, so maybe you switch him out. But I don't imagine we're going to watch them in their next game and there'll be 3 new interior players or they're splitting snaps with backups. Maybe Green takes a seat. But, I don't think coaches do it immediately after they say things like that. Green will likely start, and then if he's poor again, then they make a move. But you know what? Is Green the only reason you can't pick up a stunt? And not that the Texans are even blaming Kenyon Green. We are right now.
Well, yeah, and all the tape,
all the numbers say
he's
a problem.
Are like, ugh.
Yeah, but there were multiple blown assignments, at least from the untrained eye, and it wasn't strictly about Kenyon Green. I don't know how you get it fixed because, all of us aren't O-line coaches. Maybe you're out there looking for a job. Send an application to the Texans. But for the most part, we don't have the answers. We just see what we see every Sunday. And as DeMeco Ryans told you, it happens over and over again. So it's something that we've all seen happen over and over again. So he's not immune to what's going on. He sees what we see. He just has a more technical and tactical approach to it because He watches these guys all the time in practice, on game days, and he knows whatever they're teaching isn't being reciprocated, or at least isn't being taken in and then put out there on the field to provide a good product. And you watch your quarterback get beat up, throw for under 100 yards. So you definitely have to answer questions. It's part of being a good team with expectations. Things like this, when you've devoted the type of resources and money you have to the offensive line, can't be allowed to continue. I was thinking, what if Davis Mills was the quarterback? Would people be as concerned? Like, Davis Mills taking a couple shots. Big deal anyway.
Well, I think people would be more concerned because they would be nowhere close to winning that game. Davis Mills.
I'm just using C.J. Stroud doesn't exist, and Davis Mills is playing.
They wouldn't be 5-2, so people would be less concerned.
Yeah. Well, you say they wouldn't have had no chance to win that game. Davis Mills could throw for under 100 yards.
I don't know if he could.
Yeah, he could. He could throw for 80-something yards.
He could have done that against like the Jags.
That's true.
I don't know if he could have gone 10 for 21.
But in that particular game, he could have thrown for 88 yards.
I'm not sure. There's some plays that CJ made like the third down play to Xavier Hutchinson. We were just like, if that's 1 for 10, you really earned that.
I'm not saying he would have done it the same way.
Oh, you know what? He could have done it because they would have been down 28 and they would have been playing off.
That's just hate on Davis Mills.
Oh yeah, I forgot the Texans are so good.
No,
when Davis Mills played.
But what exactly does CJ Stroud and that offensive line do to make you think that they were in the game because of what they were doing and not because of what the Packers were doing, as far as not stopping the run?
CJ Stroud took care of the ball. Davis Mills, I don't think he would have taken care of the ball.
Okay.
Against a team that has a takeaway every game this season.
I don't know. I've heard that Davis Mills could get you a third-round pick, so maybe he could. I watched that game.
You've heard people be wrong. Congrats.
All I saw was a game where the offensive line was inept. You made your quarterback frustrated, and he couldn't do what he wanted to do. I watch a lot of bad quarterbacks with bad offensive lines throw for 80-something yards. Could Davis Mills have gotten there?
So bench CJ Stroud?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, well, the initial question was, would anyone care if Davis Mills was taking all the hits? And I think the answer is no. But
because no one would care about the Texans.
Hey,
I was around for 2021, 2022. No one cared.
Yeah. But the urgency to get it fixed is because you have a franchise quarterback. If it was just Davis Mills, we wouldn't be that concerned.
Well, and Super Bowl aspirations. Like you came into this year thinking you could win a Super Bowl or go to a Super Bowl at least.
That's true. But this team, the way they've shown on the field, they're not ready to do that. Not through 7 games.
They're ready to win 11 games and lose in the divisional round.
Yes, and if they don't
Texans football.
And if they don't get a favorable matchup in the wild card round, they could lose that one.
Yeah,
depending on who's coming to town. That's where they are. And by the way, only a game and a half ahead of the Colts. But the Colts aren't good.
No, I think the Colts can tie for the lead.
Oh, yeah. Take that back. Texans 5-2, Colts 4-3. Neither one has had a bye. So yeah, they are in store for a potential division clouding game where it changes the complexion of the entire division. It goes from the Texans are up by 2 to a dogfight, which is what it was last year. Not something people suspected. I don't think. Not a lot of people thought that this Colts team, though, even just watching them play, no one thinks this Colts team should be a division winner.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the Texans the Texans don't have to go on the road in the NFC North anymore. So we know that's a problem for them. Nothing else really has been. So maybe we don't need to worry so much. But I wasn't thinking that this game would have a big say in the division. And maybe it won't, because the Texans can go on and go win a lot more games. I am just concerned about what happens when they see good opponents, at least on the road. The one at home they took care of was the Bills. We'll see now that the Packers have shown a clear problem for the Texans. Will anyone else be able to exploit it to that level? Because if they do, then maybe everything should be on the table. But right now, I think we're talking about maybe a guy loses some snaps.
Yeah. Though the thing is, like, it wasn't just the Pack. Like the Vikings did the same thing. They run stunts and games and stuff too. And just like, I mean, I think some of it is like you need the actual personnel to do that. Like you can't have the Patriots out there running the Packers defense and like they're not going to get the same results because they're just not as good as them. So there is a level of like You need to be good enough to execute this scheme to give the Texans trouble. But yeah, the luckily the Colts don't seem like they're one of those teams.
No, and you get Anthony Richardson coming to town, who in his return was not good throwing the football. Did run the ball fairly well, but that's what you can expect from him. But throwing the football down the field, we saw him hurt the Texans, but anyone else, he hasn't really done a good job of that. So, which isn't really all that comforting considering, but you hope they solve those problems, except like we know Kamari Lassiter, Jimmy Ward's hurt. So we may see that same crew that we saw on Sunday who held up pretty well until that final drive. Okay, we'll hear more from D'Amico Ryans when we come back. We'll get into what happened. It didn't really happen in Austin, but the news coming out of Austin that was quickly debunked. Quinn Ewers took to Instagram to debunk it 24/7, deleted their own story because maybe don't tell the world that the quarterback for a national title contender is considering leaving unless you're sure. So we'll get to that in hour 2. We'll also have the misery index here. I should be on it considering my car. But as far as college football is concerned, some consistent members will stay. Some new members will join. It's a thing that changes depending on the weekend. If you keep losing, you'll likely stay unless you get to a point of apathy, which may be where USC is. So we'll discuss that in the second hour. We got one more segment to go before we get there. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So news from last night's Monday Night Football game. Well, there were two. The one that was on ESPN Plus ended in a walk-off kick for the Falcons. The Cardinals, they beat the Chargers at home. The game that was on ESPN, I don't know why people have such an issue with Chris Godwin still being out on the field. That's typical. You're down by 2 scores. You're hoping to try to stay in it. Yes, it was late in the game. And, of course, the worst thing that could possibly happen happened. He has a dislocated ankle, and he's out for the year. But I didn't take issue with it. Star receivers are out there in a 2-score game. They had already lost one with Mike Evans earlier with his hamstring popped. He was dealing with hamstring issues. Probably part of the reason the Texans decided not to push Nico Collins, who appears to be doing well. I guess he'll be back as soon as he can once his 4 games is up. But people were upset. I didn't get it. It happens. Guys are out there, and of course, the Tampa Bay is in a world of hurt now. With Evans it looks going to be out for a while, and then you have Chris Godwin out for the rest of the year, and now it's Baker throwing to the rookie out of Washington, and whoever else they can scrounge up. So think of the sequence of events. They get off to a good start. They're going in for another score to go up 17-7 over the Ravens in a surprise start to that game. And Mike Evans drops that pass, hamstring pops, Baker throws a pick, and it was all Ravens from that point on. Lamar Jackson, 5 touchdowns. He has done the 5 touchdowns, no interceptions thing 8 times in 84 games. I think Tom Brady has done it 8 times too, but we know he's done it over the course of an entire career. But to do it, and it's 5 passing touchdowns, by the way, not just 5 total TDs. You could think, okay, Lamar throws for 2, runs for 3, whatever, part of his game. 5 pass TDs with no picks in 84 games. He has jumped to the head of the line when it comes to MVP. Makes some sense. The Ravens are 5-2. Look like the best team in football in the AFC. Of course, the Lions are there in the NFC. The Vikings, despite losing to the Lions, should be considered as well. So Baker had played well, but the interceptions are picking up. He threw 3 against the Saints. He threw more against the Ravens. So I don't think the interceptions are going to go down when he has less talent at the wide receiver position. So be on the lookout. I don't know if there are prop bets on Baker interceptions going forward. I'm sure you can find them. You might want to take a look at that because those numbers could skyrocket. I'm looking at Baker for a 30-30 season. It's happened before. It's happened before in Tampa.
Is that in play?
Let's see where Baker lands as far as interceptions are concerned right now.
Yeah, he's definitely on pace with touchdowns.
He's got 18.
18
touchdowns.
Yeah.
And 7 picks through. He would have
7 games.
He's picked it up. He's thrown 5 of the last 2 games.
We need more of that.
Yeah, I'm going to need him to pick it up. I need it to happen twice to the Bucs over the course of a decade.
Really going through it with like a guy who has thrown a lot of interceptions, it really puts into perspective how many throwing for 30 is. Throwing for 30.
Because once you get to 20, you think the guy gets benched. At some point, you get to that. You turn the ball over that many times, you think you're done for. But he kept going.
That was in a 16-game season, right? When James did it.
Baker has an extra game. Yeah, he's not going to get to 30, but the numbers are picking up.
The next guy who does it, asterisks.
What if he does it in 16 games?
Then no asterisk.
All right.
But still, I mean, people still would. It's what people would do.
Yeah, they would. They're not going to deep
rushing
dive
record or the passing record. Like people would still.
Yeah.
Even if you do break it a week early or you miss a game, people would still.
You got to have the actually guy who goes. Yeah. Actually, he did it in 16.
Like was it Tyreek Hill was pretty close or was on pace?
Before he got
up until like November.
Before he got hurt,
and people were already saying, "Well, he's on pace to break it in 16 games."
Yes. That was why it was going to be so remarkable. I think he had an ankle injury that slowed him down. But
and Jameis also went for 5,100 yards.
Yeah, they did not
slinging it.
Well, you get the 30 picks because you're throwing the ball all the time, and sometimes you're going to hit guys who are open, and other times you're hitting defenders who are open right in the chest. That's what Jameis did. Okay. Baker's not going to get to 30.
Maybe Jordan Love.
Pat Mahomes is what, at 8 right now? He's at 6 and 8 as far as touchdowns and interceptions.
Maybe do it. Because they're undefeated, and he's throwing 8 interceptions.
So what if he starts turning the ball over in losses and has to continue to throw the football around?
Or talk about you need to be benched. I know who won't get benched.
Yeah, so he'll get to 17 games as long as he's healthy, so he'll get the opportunities. Yeah, tongue in cheek with the Baker thing, because how difficult that would have to be, even if he doesn't lose his job, just to continue to stack up interceptions.
It's very hard.
He threw 3 against the Saints and 2 against the Ravens, and they felt like, wow, to be able to duplicate that how many more times? It's not gonna happen.
Jordan Love has 8 in 5 games.
Well, he is on pace.
He's on Jameis watch.
He's on Jameis watch, definitely, and his team is 5-2. Jameis wasn't doing that. His team wasn't good enough to overcome what he was doing. But yeah, Jordan Love likes to put the ball in places that land
He
the ball. He likes to put the ball in danger
in Bullock's hands.
Yeah, he wasn't aiming for Hewitt, but it found a way into Hewitt's hands too.
Well, even the touchdown he threw went through Bullock's hands.
It's true.
Was it Bullock
or
Bullock tweeted about it?
Yeah, okay, it was him. Yeah, he was a quarter of a step off from making another play.
So someone was like, look how he fit in that tight window, and Caleb Bullock like quote tweeted, and he was like, it hit my hands.
Yeah, very tight.
It didn't get through the window.
It wasn't a window. It was like
bounced in. Like it's like if you hit the panel of the window and it bounces in.
Yeah. Credit to Jordan Love, credit to the catch, but you look at Bullock and his ability to make up ground. If anyone but Jordan Love makes that throw, maybe Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, a couple guys maybe can get that throw off, but anyone else, that's a pick for Caleb Bullock, who's had a nice start to his rookie year. Had a pick in the game on Sunday. Should have had 2. Well, could have had 2. I'll put it that way. Okay, we're done with hour 1. We will hear more from D'Amico Ryans in hour 2. We'll also get into our misery index because Saturdays are miserable when your team loses. Sean, I don't know if he was miserable, but it was a miserable experience if you're a Texas Longhorn fan. So that's a clue of who will for the first time join that list. We'll get into who else should join them when we come back. Okay, so we begin hour 2, and I think if we're going to do the misery index, it won't end with Texas, but it has to begin with Texas, right? You're the number 1 team in the country. You've got all eyes on you, and you lay an egg. It doesn't mean you're bad. Doesn't mean you can't win a national title. But for a Saturday night where this was supposed to be a spot where everyone realizes if they haven't already that Texas is the best program in the country, all you did was raise questions about your status. Yeah, top 5, that's fine. That's probably where the lowest you'll fall, and that's how the rankings showed.
I'm a little surprised
that
they're still top 5.
It doesn't surprise me because if you look at who is the likely option for 5, who have they beaten? And they played 3 straight close games, the Miami Hurricanes. Everyone could feel comfortable putting Texas at 5 because
who's Texas beat.
Well, yes, but the perception of Texas was they're one of the best teams in the country. Miami was like a top 19 team or something like that. I brought that up yesterday. Who was Texas beaten? But that was more tongue in cheek as far as how far they should fall.
Yeah, it's also who they beaten, but they beat the absolute crap out of all these.
Yeah, the teams that they've beaten, they've dominated. Whereas, look, Virginia Tech's had some hype coming in, but they've had a rather average year. Of course, Cal loses another tough ACC game within a score, this time at home to NC State, and then you have
story as long as time itself. Cal losing a tough ACC game.
Yeah, it's been the thing that's haunted them for the last decade.
5 weeks.
Exactly. But you have then Miami beating Louisville by a touchdown. They did cover, but it was still a touchdown. And anytime you give up a lot of points, people question you. You could win a game 14-10, and people have more confidence in you than if you won a game 52-45. It's just how it works. So Texas falling to 5 makes sense, if only if we go by pollsters' logic. It was always going to be that.
Yeah, and I guess if you're also putting Georgia at 2, then their loss.
Yeah, who they lost
to? They lost the number 2 team.
Yeah. Now, Texas on the list. Alabama remains on the list. I mean, they weren't even really off after beating South Carolina, excuse me. But losing to Tennessee in the way they did, your quarterback playing poorly, you have wide receivers doing jump shots on the quarterback sneak.
2 losses before Halloween for the first time since 2007.
That's since Nick Saban's first year. Alabama squarely on the list. Questions about your coach, right or wrong.
He still is not wearing a collared shirt on the sideline.
So you can't respect that.
I can't. Honestly, it's the first thing I clocked when that game started. I was like, oh.
You were looking out for the collared shirt?
Oh, now I have to. Because I kind of respect Kalen DeBoer, because the second he puts one on, that's when you know he's feeling the heat. Like, he can't put it on now.
Excuse me. If that's the line in demarcation, he puts on a collared shirt, then we know Kalen DeBoer isn't the cool, calm, collected customer we think he is.
I mean, that just means the pressure's getting to him.
Kalen DeBoer, I stand with you.
He hears it. He hears the noise.
No collars. Kalen DeBoer, I stand with you there. Don't let him get to you, man. I would say win your next game.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't really care. I just win these games.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care if you win or lose them. But
you probably need him to lose them, just for Texas's sake. You probably don't need him winning more games than he should. Just in case. You never know how the season's gonna play out. Maybe you're fighting for it at large. You don't want Alabama as competition.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe one more. One more.
Yeah.
I don't.
Do you have one more in you?
I mean, again, 2 losses before Halloween. I think they got one more in them.
Yes, they got LSU. That might be the one. So we throw them on there. I want to keep USC on, but I'm not, because I don't think apathy has rained down on that program yet. I think people are just pissed.
I think this is the first really bad one.
They didn't like the Minnesota loss. And it's another game where they led and blew it.
Yeah, but
the Michigan one wasn't bad.
Maryland was a game that no one was even watching. No one was even on the radar to watch that game. Everyone was just they'll just go in, handle business.
And they look up and they see USC's up by 2 scores, and you just I don't have to pay attention to that game anymore. I tuned in just because of my West Coast roots, just to see how USC was doing. I look at it They're up by 2 scores. I turn away, and then I check a score, and I see Maryland's ahead, and I'm like, what is going on? And I see the final drive by USC, which predictably ends in disaster. So they go down. They stay on the list.
I will say they should stay on the list, but I think they get to take like 5% solace in the fact that Maryland still rushed the field after they beat them.
Yes.
I mean, it's a USC team that came in with three. I get it's USC. They came in with 3 losses.
And it's a USC team who hasn't been good recently.
Yeah. So the fact that people are still storming the field when they beat
Does
you.
it devalue storming the field? Or should USC take comfort in the fact that Maryland will still celebrate a win over them? Or do they realize that it's a new generation and we storm the field for everything? And because we were down by a couple scores, we'll storm the field no matter who the opponent is.
I would just say I think it says more about Maryland than USC.
I would say that too. That Maryland program is celebrating. At least their fans are celebrating that way. So we've got 3. Michigan lost, but I don't want to put them on the list. But it is miserable watching them play offense.
They should. We're miserable.
Yes, and I think the fans would. Well, the fans can comfort themselves with you won a national title last year. You can't really be miserable about anything. If things are going poorly in the game, just turn off the game and watch your highlight tapes or highlight clips from last year. I'm sure there's a compilation, whether the Michigan program sold it to you or some creator on YouTube did it. Just watch the perfect season.
God, I was looking at their schedule because I was like, you just have to take this 7-5 year. They already have 3 losses, and
are they making a bowl?
They have Oregon and Ohio State on the schedule.
So that's 5 likely.
Although they own Ohio State, so
well.
They'll just be more physical than them again.
I don't know if that's going to work.
They'll just run the ball.
I don't know if that's going to work this time around. So they got Oregon and Ohio State. We assume that's 2 more. Is Michigan going to make a bowl? Do they have Indiana? They have Indiana too.
They do have Indiana.
That should now if O'Rourke's not available. Rourke is his name, not O'Rourke. If Rourke is not available because he had thumb surgery, he's out indefinitely. Yeah. That evens the playing field. Now, Michigan won't score.
It is November 9th, though. So that might be the first game back.
Is he going to, after thumb surgery on his throwing hand, is he going to be back in 3 weeks? That's tough. I thought, it looked like he lost the nail, but obviously it was much worse than that if he's having surgery.
Toughen up.
He's having surgery. I think it was worse than the nail. So they remain mostly because they punish us. Because they have brand recognition, so we're always tuning in.
Yeah, but I think they're low. I honestly think they're low.
Yeah, like I said,
there's another more miserable team that doesn't have a recent.
They have a national title on their resume. They don't have to be miserable about that.
Yeah. There's another 4-3 power team that should be miserable.
Who do you want to give it to?
The team that just fired their offensive coordinator after scoring 9 points against South Carolina.
Oklahoma.
I feel like they should be miserable.
It's true.
It's the same exact thing as Michigan, except when we're saying, well, you can just watch the YouTube compilation from last year. You can't do that.
No.
The kids that go there weren't alive the last.
The only thing they can watch from last year, they can comfort themselves with the Red River win. Yeah. But that's about it.
Yeah, and then be like, man, Dylan Gabriel was such a great quarterback. Can't believe he went to the NFL. Oh, wait, what?
Though we prefer Jackson Arnold.
Oh, miserable again.
Yeah.
And Hawkins. And then Arnold again.
Yes. And Arnold had to tell the world, hey, I didn't want to come back unless I was going to get meaningful snaps.
He handled that as well as he could. Where he's like, hey, I told Brent Venables I didn't want to come in and just take meaningless snaps. But I'll be here for the team. I'm not just going to redshirt and go home. But I'm not just gonna take snaps for no reason, all right?
Yeah, give me my job back. I'm not just coming in because you want to give the guy who's terrible a break. I want my job back. We'll see if that plays out that way.
I think they announced him as starter.
Okay, they announced him.
Ole Miss. They play Ole Miss this week.
It's not gonna go great.
Yeah. Spoiler alert. Oh no, actually, they might not be on it next week. They might play their way off of being miserable. I think if you're 4-4. I mean, because Florida State deserves a mention if we're doing this.
Yeah, they lost to Duke.
And this makes them more miserable. It's the opposite of the USC thing. Duke did not rush the field when they beat FSU.
It was the first Duke win over Florida State ever, and they're like,
ever.
Whatever.
They're 0-25 or something.
Like we're 6-1. You guys suck. We're not rushing the field.
We just got bowl eligible.
Yeah, Duke. Now Duke has under Mike Elko and David Cutcliffe before that has become a more regular thing. But they're 6-1, beat Florida State for the first time, and it was like, time to go back to the dorms. Friday night.
This is the standard here that Manny Diaz has built.
Yeah.
Ooh, 2 tough ones coming up for Duke.
Yeah, I know they have
SMU and Miami.
Yeah, they could be 6-3 really quickly. SMU is going into Duke. I think they're a 2-score favorite going into Duke. Duke doesn't do a lot. We had Pena call in last week about a prop for Duke and their running back. I don't know if the running back hit the over. Well, we told him to go Malik Murphy under, and that was easy.
Yeah,
he didn't have to do much because of the turnovers that Florida State committed and their general inability to catch any passes.
I think the running back. Oh, it got close. 88.
Yeah,
I forgot. I think it was in the 80s.
Yeah, I think that might have gotten over, but Malik Murphy, former Texas quarterback, did not hit.
Gosh.
He didn't. Did he hit 100 yards?
130
Okay.
something.
I think the over under was like 218. Mike, you want to talk college football? We'll get to that when we come back. But first, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. John had an interesting take on why you should go to Billy Brown. I'm going to stay away from it. Once again, some more magic from 7 to 10 that you can catch on the podcast page. But if you need a plumber, where you go to is Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Whether it be a leak, which in some cases can be small, that can turn into a big job, or you need a job to refurbish your pipes. We call that repiping. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can do all that and all that is in between. From tankless water heaters to standard water heaters, drain cleaning, water filters, reroutes, gas piping. You need a remodel. They're there for you. Just call them 281-488-6238. They have experience, excellent contractors that have done big jobs, small jobs, and they do it with excellence. They have that free price quote as well. So when you call them, because you don't know what the problem is, you tell them what you see, they'll give you a quote. It's free, and they'll have answers for you. You need answers. Most of us aren't plumbers. Most of us don't know what's going on in our home when the water doesn't turn on or it's stinky and dirty. That's what Aqueduct Plumbing Company is there for. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Okay. Mike wants to talk some college football. If you want to talk about anything, you can. 713-780-3776. And we also have a giveaway to do. Speaking of college football, we got tickets to the Cougs to give away. We'll do that a little bit later. But Mike, what's up, man?
What's up, Dale? Hey, really quick. The Manning cast I watched last night, I actually don't hate it. It's not that bad. Eli is still super weird, but it's actually kind of enjoyable to watch. Hearing Peyton talk about that stuff, it's pretty good. Anyways, my question was A&M and LSU, that game. I still think A&M are phonies. I don't think that they're really a contender. However, if they come out of this and they win, are they going to be in like the conversation where they're on playoff watch? And I know they still have to take on Texas like later on in the year and things like that. But is there a real scenario where they are getting kind of buzz behind them on whether they can make the playoff or not? Then my last thing is it true that Kenyon Green is so bad at guarding something that's important? He was on security details at the day that Trump almost got assassinated. Anyways, love the show. Think so.
I'll look up that last part.
Yeah.
I'll see what he was doing.
I don't know if that's a verifiable fact, but Sean will get on that. And
a lot of players do off-season work, you know.
What was Kenyon Green up to while he was getting ready for the season? To answer your question about A&M, yes, if they beat LSU, there is one game on the schedule that people would consider a toss-up. Now, going on the road at Auburn, it's tough because it's always tricky to go to Jordan-Hare, really no matter what's going on. But if they beat LSU, they're 5-0 in conference. They have a game against South Carolina, which, sure, could be a problem, but they would be favored to win that one and should win that one. New Mexico State stayed at home, which is that customary SEC game where they take a break by playing someone that they far outmatch. Then Auburn, and then home to Texas. So they get through this one.
I mean, honestly,
they're already on playoff watch. But if they get through this one, they get through the LSU one with the win, they are stamped as a team you could consider maybe getting in with 2 losses because they only have the one. If they lose to Texas in the year, if that's the other loss, if their losses are to Notre Dame, who's trying to get into the playoff, now that might be a problem for them. If Notre Dame is a 1 or 2 loss team and it's either or, Notre Dame's getting picked.
Yeah, but if Notre Dame's 1 loss by the end of the season, I think they're in. Like, kind of no questions asked.
I get it, but Notre Dame now they have the two military schools coming up.
It's funny looking at their schedule, and they play the 2 military schools, Florida State and USC, and Florida State and USC are the easy games.
Yeah, now it's on the road, the USC game, so who knows? USC always play, well, at least this year, they've played close games and lost them.
Yeah.
That has been their thing as far as when they lose. So they could give Notre Dame a game if they're still in it. Who knows? If they've dropped another couple, maybe USC's broken, so Notre Dame isn't challenged at all. But I would be wary if A&M is going to finish with 2 losses if Notre Dame becomes a team they're competing against. Notre Dame doesn't have a lot on their schedule, so I know what you're saying, the name itself, because if they beat ranked Navy and then maybe Army still
the thing
ranked, people aren't going to give Notre Dame too much credit for beating those 2 teams.
Because you said ranked Navy and ranked Army. You know what happens the second that Notre Dame beats them?
They won't be ranked anymore.
They won't be ranked Army and ranked Navy anymore. And it probably not. Maybe one of them finds their way back in.
And they have to play each other. So that's another loss on the resume for at least one of those teams. So I would be concerned if I was the Aggies if you drop another one and Notre Dame's in your ballpark as far as competing for a spot. That's all.
The A&M really needs to go 10-2 and root for Missouri. That's what they need to do. They need their best win to be, or no, I guess if they go 10-2, they beat one of LSU or Texas.
Yes.
But
still root for Missouri.
Yes, that still would help.
But maybe Missouri don't win too much. But once again, you have the head-to-head. But yeah, root for Missouri, beat Texas or LSU, and obviously preferably both, and don't drop a bad one, and you're going to be in the playoff.
Yes.
But
if
it's
we're talking
not a
about
lock.
bare minimums.
It's not a lock. There are still some factors that go into it. But they're in a good spot. You got LSU.
Yeah.
You got both those games at home.
And we'll have to see how many 10-2 SEC, because I do think that just as a rough guide, 10-2 in the Big Ten or SEC
feels like you got a real shot.
You have a good shot. It just depends how much pileup we have at 10-2 in those conferences.
Like if Ole Miss is 10-2 and LSU is 10-2, Tennessee, yeah.
So there's just Alabama.
Like they can't all like LSU and Alabama.
They can still both.
They can both still be 10-2. Yeah.
I mean, that means LSU beats A&M.
And then A&M would have to beat Texas, which would make another 10-2 team. So
exactly. So this is new, but I do think just as a rough guide, if you're a fan out there of a team in a power conference like that, in the Power 2, really, you should look at 10-2 being like, okay, we have a shot. Then you need to start rooting for different things. But if you're a Big 12 fan, just try to win the Big 12. Sorry.
Yeah, it's your one.
Maybe the
spot.
loser of Iowa State and BYU.
Yeah, if they're both undefeated going into the game.
Yeah.
There's a shot there. And then and then if you are one of these at-large teams, look to the ACC and hope somehow they knock each other off. Miami doesn't have that issue as far as teams you can forecast and say, okay, they could lose. Well, they could lose anyone, but
Syracuse.
That's the last game of the year. But as far as
that's the one I'm circling.
That probably is the one that people will point to, particularly if Haynes King isn't ready to go for Georgia Tech when they go there. But it could be a Clemson Miami matchup in the ACC tournament. Excuse me, the ACC championship game, where if Miami's undefeated, they could lose to Clemson and still make it. And obviously, Clemson would make it as the automatic. So a lot to decide. We're only just over halfway through the year, and that's why if you are a proponent of the 12-team tournament or invitational or playoff, people have names for it depending on if they like it or not. This is why 12 teams, not a bad idea. All this conversation regarding the likes of Vanderbilt, even. Vanderbilt is 2-1 in the SEC and 5-2. Now they would have to beat Texas and run the table. But Vanderbilt at 10-2, we might be talking about them. Just how it is with 12 teams.
Crazier things have happened.
Then Vanderbilt making a playoff?
Crazier things have happened.
Yes, that's true, because the history of the world would suggest a college football team making the playoff. Crazier things have happened. Yes.
I mean, Kenyon Green was the.
I don't think that's true.
Service.
I think we would notice a 6'5", 315 to 20-pound guy not protecting the president well.
Let me double
check. Or former
that
president
picture.
well. Did you see a Kenyon Green as Trump was giving a thumbs up? Or whatever his hand signal was as he was being led off the stage? I don't think I saw Kenyon Green.
No, but he might. There's an arm that doesn't have a body attached to it. I can't see a hand either. So that might have been Kenyon Green.
I'm going to not allow Mike to corrupt you, Sean.
I'm just saying it might be. I'm doing my own research.
You and Aaron Rodgers. 6'4", 324. You think he snuck by as a Secret Service agent and no one noticed him?
Hey, it's a big target.
Well, that guy missed, clearly.
Yeah.
And once again, Kenyon Green wasn't there.
I don't think so. You know what? The more I look, I don't think he is. The different angles I'm getting.
You can't confirm it.
I don't know.
But
I don't think he is.
The research you've done suggests he was not there.
Although that's only the people that are near Trump. Really?
Do you think he was at the rally, but not as a Secret Service agent? Because that's what Mike's hypothesis is.
Oh, really? I was thinking he is a Secret Service member, but he's the one that let the guy get on the roof. Because he lets them get past him.
That's what Mike suggested.
That guy does a swim move, and then, or that guy and another guy run a stunt, and he doesn't know what to do.
We've seen it on the field, on the football field.
I'm just saying.
I don't know if
crazier things have happened.
Well, if we're going to use that as a reason to push a conspiracy, then nothing can be debunked.
You just learned how to conspiracy, buddy.
And that's the game. Conspiracy grifter Sean. He'll have a podcast and a YouTube channel coming up here shortly. Is he Cam Rising or isn't he? That's my conspiracy about Sean. Is Cam Rising dead?
That game against Arizona State?
Or was that Sean in a Rising jersey in Tempe.
Throwing 3 picks. I don't know.
And not a lot of travel this weekend. And I'll tell you why when we come back. We got a couple more segments to go. We'll be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
So we got a couple of things to get to. I'll mention this. The NFL is investigating. It's a tackle that they're investigating. The tackle that injured Chris Godwin that ended his year by Roquan Smith is going to be investigated for a hip drop tackle. Once again, something that was not called on the field, but this one will be looked at. And if they determine that it fits the criteria, Roquan Smith will be subject to a fine. Little good it does for the Bucs or Chris Godwin. So we'll see what the NFL finds.
At least they're investigating that one.
They didn't.
Joe Mixon's assailant is out walking free.
Well, I think, is it based off time out? Like, Joe Mixon will be back. We ain't got to put any time into this.
They didn't know.
Chris Godwin, but they figured he'd be back.
He returned in the game.
Yeah, he didn't break anything. Yeah, we're not going to look into that.
But because he returned in the game, that ruined the case.
But Chris Godwin had to have an air cast and carted off. We got to look into this one. So we will see what they say about the Roquan Smith tackle that ended Chris Godwin's year. Pena wants to talk Monday Night Football. What's up, Pena?
Yeah, what up, Dale? Hey, so I don't know if greedy is the right word for Mike Evans, but during the pregame, he looked like he was limping already, and nobody knows his body more than him. But I don't know what he was going for. If he would have just took the Nico Collins route, he would have got his what were they saying, his 100th touchdown? He would have got it later on in the year if he would have just took those few games or 4 games out. And man, yeah, Godwin sold me yesterday, man. I needed a touchdown for him for one of my flips. Sold me, and I want to get a quick word in for the World Series. As an Astros fan, we're in a lose-lose situation. We've been in a lose-lose situation since we got eliminated. But I really, really like Ohtani, and I would like for him to win the World Series. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks, Pena. So a little silver lining. If you got a favorite player on the Dodgers or the Yankees, maybe you root for them. Generally, it doesn't happen for Astro fans finding a favorite player, but Pena has found his, so he's going to disassociate from the Dodgers and just hope Ohtani wins and no one else on the Dodgers does.
I think that's fair. I just the Yankees. I just when they made the ALCS, just seeing on social media, Yankees fans. That's when I made my decision. They disgust me. I don't want them to win a World Series.
Yeah, there are certain times where you're not sure about who you're going to root against, and
except AJ and Big Justice. Those are the 2 good ones.
And to be clear, you okay? Sure.
They bring the boom.
That's
what they do.
Heard. There's a song even.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Nah, unnecessary.
Oh no, I can just play it.
I'm aware of the song. Yeah, you don't have to send it to me. You have the ability to torture me with it on the air. Yeah, there are times where you go, I don't want to root for this team. I would love to root against both, but something clicks. And while I will not be locked in on the World Series, there ain't no way in hell I'm rooting for the Yankees. I'm not rooting for the Dodgers. It's just a byproduct of my hope that the Yankees lose, that the Dodgers have to win. And that's just how it is. And some people feel differently. They may go in reverse, but that's where I am.
I'm rooting against the Yankees.
Yes. I want bad things to happen to them on the field, but unfortunately, the Dodgers have to be the ones to do it. That's where I am.
Wait, you said you want bad things to happen to the Yankees?
On the field.
Oh.
I cleaned it up. I said on the field.
You're a better man than me. No, I'm just.
Why would you limit it to on the field?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? You going soft. So,
I don't, or you don't root for injuries.
I'm not,
on the other hand, no.
I know. I'm not. Oh, speaking of that, Pena called in. I know we just talked about Chris Godwin losing his year. He's over here talking about Chris Godwin sold him. The man got carted off with an air cast. What are we doing? I know we don't.
Sold Pena.
We don't care.
Pena could have been 4-3 in his fantasy league.
And
now he's
never mind that Chris
3-4.
Godwin is done for an entire year. Hey, he's got his money. What is he complaining about? Right?
That could have been a big win for Pena. Actually, it might have been. You know what? It could have been a prize picks deal. It could have been.
Pena.
It could have been he took more on the receiving yards.
Pena, I understand that Chris Godwin cost you, but maybe a little self-awareness. Maybe understand.
You sold him.
Maybe wait a day. Yeah, or maybe say this. Yeah, I know he got hurt, and I feel bad for him. He didn't even do that.
No, he sold him, and then he kind of victim blamed Mike Evans getting hurt.
I will say this though. If you're limping in pregame, maybe don't go out there and play. If you're limping around, I didn't see pregame, so I can't speak to what Pena saw. But if that was the case, and Evans entered the week with a hamstring problem, maybe don't play. And I don't know if he's selfish or not. Maybe he wanted to catch his 100th touchdown on Monday Night Football. I don't know if that was his motivation.
Maybe he was so selfless that he wanted to be out there.
Yeah, maybe it was just about being out there with the guys. But as Pena did say correctly, while I don't agree with his Chris Godwin stuff, what he did say correctly is maybe take some time. Hamstrings just don't get better by playing through them.
Yes.
You can't walk off a hamstring or run off a hamstring. You can rest it or take a chance and hope that something serious doesn't happen. In this case, it did, and it kind of just changed the complexion of that entire game. He gets hurt after dropping a touchdown. Ravens make the pick. They take off and go blow out the Bucks. Okay, we alluded to Cam Rising and Sean maybe being the guy who's quarterbacking Utah if we look really, really closely. Well, Sean won't have to go too far to make another appearance as Cam Rising because the Utes are in town. They play the Cougs on Saturday. It is homecoming for the Cougs. It'll be 6 p.m. on Saturday at TDECU. If you want tickets, they just start at $15. You can go to uscougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. That's the regular way. But we're giving away tickets right now to caller 5 right now, 713-780-3776. You win a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs versus Sean Mapes' Utah Utes. To be fair, Sean won't be available. He may be on the sidelines. You may be able to see him. But who will be playing for the Utes is Zach Wilson's younger brother. So if you want to watch Zach Wilson's younger brother against the Cougs,
Isaac, he has a name.
Not until
I've been helping Isaac a lot this week.
I feel like you're more of an Aaron Rodgers type. I'm not sure you're helping the young quarterback get better. So 713-780-3776. Be caller 5. I believe that's what I said. But it's caller 5 now. Caller 5 now, 713-780-3776. You win a couple of tickets to watch the Cougs versus the Utes at TDECU. They want you to come early, be loud, and wear red, and pack the stadium for homecoming. The Cougs need you. Had a rough one against the now 2-5 Kansas Jayhawks. The Jayhawks put it on them early and kind of ran away with it. The Cougs need to bounce back against a vulnerable Utah team. They've got a shot there because quarterback play is very important, and I'm not sure the Utes are going to get a good show of it on Saturday, no matter what Sean is doing to help Isaac Wilson. Only so much you can do, right, Sean? You can only teach. I can't do.
I can just be there for him, and it's a lot of it's psychological, just don't get too high, don't get too low.
Understand. Take what they give you.
It's what I've learned in my 17 years of
college quarterback. Yeah. The team around you is good enough. You don't have to take it all on your shoulders. Just make the plays out of there.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you can't go broke taking a profit,
That's right.
That check down's open.
You saw me against the Sun Devils. I was terrible. You can't do much worse than I can. I did.
My body failed me. Okay?
No pressure, man. You saw me.
Somehow I got washed before Joe Flacco did.
Well, you've played college football as long as he's played in the NFL.
That is true.
So we got one more segment to go. It looks like we've given those tickets away. We'll be giving away tickets on Wednesday and Friday. The entire station will be giving away tickets throughout the week. So if you want to see the Cougs in action, stay tuned. We'll give you the opportunity. One more segment to go. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on that final sequence, particularly the last play on offense that led to a field goal. Bobby Slowick's probably going to have to answer for what D'Amico Ryans said when he has his weekly availability on Thursday. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We were talking about SEC scenarios, but Bill Bender, not that you should know this name, unless you follow the sporting news and read him there. He covers college football for them. He has this scenario for the Big Ten. You could have 5 11-1 Big Ten teams, each with one loss in conference. Here is how it could possibly play out. We talked about Indiana, and they're missing their quarterback for a little bit. He had thumb surgery. They could go 11-1, currently undefeated, and lose to Ohio State. 8-1 in conference. Oregon, their one loss could be to Illinois. Ohio State already has their one loss. They would just have to win out. Penn State, their one loss would be to Ohio State. Illinois, their one loss would be to Penn State. So however unlikely that may be, there's a shot that you could have 5 11-1 Big Ten teams, 8-1 in conference. And I don't know how the tiebreakers work there when there are no divisions and you're just trying to get 2 teams into Indianapolis.
I have a feeling it'll be Oregon and Ohio State.
That feels likely.
I just have a feeling.
Oh, you mean they'll rig it?
Just have a feeling. From the people that brought you have to be 6-0 to make the Big Ten title game in the COVID year.
Back in the COVID year,
I
yes.
guess it was 5-0.
Yeah. Well, we can't blame them for that. Go ahead, Ohio State.
There you go.
We'd like a representative in the title game, in the playoff.
So, this is very Doctor Strange, saying all the million ways and there's one. Like I don't. When you just list them off, it seems much more likely than in reality. In reality,
Sure.
like Indiana's probably going to lose 2 games, or Penn State is going to lose 2 more games, or Ohio State is going to lose 2 more games. Like there's just a chance.
Yes, because they're not robots; that they are young men who play college football, and things happen.
I wish they were robots.
You rather have
If
robots play?
If every game just followed the Vegas spread, man, it'd be so much.
Yeah,
easier.
you'd make a lot of money.
Texas
doing
would have
that.
won.
Yeah, if you are a team who's never an underdog, it'd be great for you. Yes, it would be.
If it just 5.
If it just played out the way it should.
35-30. Oh.
Wait, did you have the over?
No. Oh, I guess they would have to play to number 2. I forgot what the number was. So.
Yeah. But unfortunately for you, Sean, in a season where you were going to be the favorite team in all your games, they are not robots, and you dropped one. But it's not over for you, thankfully. You do have to go face the dream killer in Diego Pavia this Saturday. A ranked matchup, you and Vandy. Now, Alabama had more fans than Vandy fans. Can Texas pull off the same feat? Will Texas people travel to Nashville? Nashville's not a bad city. Will Texas people go to Nashville,
you mean
pack that place out?
The city where people just casually wear cowboy hats while they're drinking?
Yeah, that sounds foreign.
I don't know. I don't know if Texas.
How will Texas people adapt? Who knows?
I don't know if that seems like their speed.
Yeah. Live music, drinking, and cowboy hats. How can Texas people survive Nashville?
I don't know if they'll quite take it over like Alabama does, just because Alabama is closer, more used to it, that kind of thing. So, but I'm sure there'll be contention.
Yeah, I don't imagine Texas people thought going to Vandy could be a
big game.
In
No,
their
this
season.
is probably
No.
they were like, yeah, this was cheapest tickets we can get all year is to go make a weekend out of it in Nashville.
Not a bad trip if you can afford it.
Play at 2:30, so you can go out
Enjoy
after
the nightlife.
Yeah,
have
it's perfect.
A Sunday morning flight wherever you need to get back to. And it's a major city, so it shouldn't be that big of a problem. Okay, D'Amico Ryans, we played some sound from him earlier in the day. Or at least we played the sound early in the show. It was from yesterday. That was about the O-line and everything being on the table. Sean and I discussed it. We don't believe everything is on the table. There are probably a couple things they will consider. The other things won't be considered seriously. It would be a major shakeup. But the point of contention for a lot of people was how they approached that final set of downs as they were trying to maybe put the Packers away. Instead, it led to a Kaimi Fairbairn field goal, and then the Packers came down and won the game with Brandon McManus. Here is D'Amico Ryans on that final play and what went into it.
On the 3rd and 15, the final offensive play, now that you've looked at it, are you still pleased with the decision and the play call there?
Yeah, we had a one-on-one opportunity right there, and we had to win that one-on-one opportunity, which, we put Tank and CJ in that spot to win the one-on-one opportunity, and we didn't make the play, didn't get it done.
There though, because it was short of the sticks and it was near the sidelines.
Yeah, the goal is to complete the pass. The goal is to complete the pass.
A little testy. I don't know who asked that question. A little testy. We'll see.
The last one. And get out of bounds, though?
Yeah. D'Amico's like, you heard me.
Yeah.
You heard what I said. Cut it
Not
out.
get too familiar, all right?
Hey. Well, yeah, I know I'm good old D'Amico, but watch it.
I still played linebacker in the NFL in the 2000s, all right?
Yeah,
I still have a...
You see me in this hoodie, right? You want to play with me? So...
Does he need to wear a collared shirt on the sideline?
Lose one more game. Then we can have a conversation about putting on the collared shirt. So Bobby Sloak will answer questions on Thursday about that call. D'Amico said they just need to make the play. But get out of bounds, though.
I do kind of agree with the question asker. I was not enthused.
So not run a
with
play near the side. Not run if that's your
An
primary route.
outbreaking-
If that's your number one receiver, don't run it. Don't have him running near the sideline.
It
Where
also was short of the sticks. I don't know what they're doing.
So they're going to get out of bounds and still have to kick a field goal. So no matter what Tank Dell does, unless he breaks a tackle and miraculously stays in bounds,
turns it upfield.
Yeah, you are kicking a field goal and he's out of bounds.
And the yardage doesn't really matter because it was what, a 30-something yarder?
Kymie's not missing a field goal from where they were unless it's blocked. So, but get out of bounds though.
We've had a good week of reporter
10 toes down
interactions. Yeah, I guess 10 toes down was a question. No, was it a question? I don't know if it was a question.
No, 10 toes down. Well, it was like it was like a confirmation of what
10 toes
Stephon
down
Diggs was
right.
saying. Yeah, that's what it was. And today's the day I need to find out. DJ Bieneme is in studio, right?
Oh no, he's not. He's sick. Had to push back.
I got to find out if that was Aaron Wilson. KJ said
Thank you for reminding me.
KJ said that sounded like Aaron Wilson. We'll find out at some point who asked that question. They're 5-2.
10 toes down though.
That wasn't so contentious, but look at the reporters pushing back a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not Dallas media with Jerry Jones.
Yeah, D'Amico's not threatening to get that guy fired. I don't know where
Not
that guy.
yet.
I don't know where that guy works. He better not be part of Texans radio. He better watch himself if he is. All right, we're done. Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I hope to be here before 7, but I hope to be here to start the show tomorrow
at 7.
by 7. The next couple hours will determine that, I think. Probably will go fine, but we'll see. And if not, more of Lance on the board. That's awesome, right? You guys like that, right? Some of our clients probably didn't. Some of their spots didn't play. But never mind. It was a great day. Great job by John and Lance.
You know what John and Lance did today?
Exactly.
We did it!
They did do it, Jason Tatum. You start your season tonight. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
The main focus is, the season ahead of me, with the plans that we have and, getting to the playoffs and getting as far as we can and just, building that team camaraderie of who we are. So that's the main focus right now. Everything going to work itself out.
That man got paid. That was Rockets guard Jalen Green this offseason. He's all about the team. He's all about winning. And now he's all about money, at least for the next 3 years. Yesterday, as we were wrapping up our show, he signed a 3-year, $106 million extension. And Alperen Şengün, hours later, signed a 5-year, $185 million extension. Here's what those deals tell me. They are 100% committed to Alperen Şengün, and they are intrigued by Jalen Green, but they still need to see a little bit more.
And they're trying to keep him happy throughout the season because they could have very easily not done this. We saw the 76ers just do this with Tyrese Maxey, where they let him play out his last year. They waited until this offseason where they first acquired Paul George, so they had more cap flexibility, and then they paid Tyrese Maxey immediately. I think even it might have been the same day. So they could have waited. So they also were like, hey, Jalen, don't be upset this year. We're going to put pen to paper and give you $33.75 million a year a little bit.
Do you think he would have been upset? He is somebody that's been, in the past, publicly frustrated with criticism that he's received. We could just go back to this past basketball season where it seemed that he and certain reporters who covered the team maybe didn't get along. I'm curious if that would have been something that would have bothered him all season long. Whatever the case, not an issue the Rockets have to worry about right now. And I'm very intrigued by this season. I think most people are intrigued by what the Rockets can do this year. There's no hype attached to them like the Houston Texans had going into this season. I think most people are like, all right, possibly a playoff team. Let's see what happens.
I agree with you. It does make me feel a little bit different today, I'll be honest, that they signed these contracts, because the Rockets they didn't have to do this, and they invested in financially in 2 players. You can easily get rid of Jalen Green next offseason if you want. You can trade him for a superstar if one becomes readily available. You can move him for Giannis or someone like that if you wanted to, or as now the new rumor floating around from Kevin O'Connor is that both make me want to puke, but James Harden and Kevin Durant are eyeing Houston. That makes me sick to my stomach. I don't like the idea.
Ime Udoka's here.
I don't like the idea of that.
He's not going to want some flabby shell of himself in James Harden to come back. God, basketball season's back. I'm so excited. I get to jump on James Harden again.
I know Kevin O'Connor just switched jobs, but did that report come from 2016?
I don't know.
Was that a time capsule? Because that was the rumor in 2016.
But basketball's back because it's like you got all these new contracts, and then all of a sudden I start getting push notifications for Paul George out, Joel Embiid out, Kawhi Leonard out. Well, what a first couple games of the season we got here.
And I'm just glad a couple minutes into the season, which tips off tonight, that I got to take a shot at James Harden. Yeah, Udoka's not going to let that happen. I'm not concerned about that in the slightest. They might want to come here. I don't think Udoka wants them.
I hope Udoka does not want
that was he picked Fred VanVleet over James Harden.
That's true.
2 years ago.
But I was surprised by this. I just didn't think the Rockets were going to do it.
I hear you say you're surprised, and there's a part of me that feels that you didn't want to do it.
No. Well, Jalen's contract, when I saw it, I was like, when it first broke on the air, I was like, ugh. But then when you really think about it, it's easy to move on from. He's got the player option going to the 3rd year, where even if he doesn't play his best basketball, he's going to want to opt out of that contract, because we all know the salary cap goes up. Some, Charlotte Hornet, Detroit Piston team will pay him $45 to $50 million a year at the end of that contract. I love the Alpi deal, but we haven't seen them play basketball together a ton effectively.
Yeah.
They play their best basketball when they're not on the court together. So I wasn't sure that going into this season, they were going to say, okay, we're giving both these guys a contract without giving them both another year in Udoka's system.
I think the plan's this. They're riding with Şengün because they look at him and they see Jokic. Is that realistic? No. But, hey, he does have that size. He has incredible passing ability. I remember Sean and I, the first game we saw together watching a Rockets game, we were like, whoa, geez. It was against the Raptors. And the two things that stood out to us most were this insufferable little bleep Raptors fan who sucked, and his family should be ashamed of him, and what we saw from Alperen Şengün. So they're committed to him. And Green, I think they want Green to convince them that he can do this for a full year and that he won't be, best case scenario, a future Charlotte Hornet who's getting paid $200 million to score all the points, but be rather inconsequential in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I think the extensions really do line up to what like you feel like watching the games, where you see the talent with Jalen Green, but you're not 100% ready to buy in, and that's why he got a 2+1 deal as opposed to a 4+1 like Alperen Şengün got, or at 4 years like so many of these other young guys that all got paid around the same time yesterday did. Where it's a lot of like, I guess Jalen Johnson's now making $30 million a year. Sweet, cool. That there is a little bit of we'll see on Jalen Green, and
for sure.
And honestly, the most surprising part might have been that Jalen Green signed it, because in the Tyrese Maxey example that Joe laid out, Tyrese Maxey knew that he was going to get a max contract at the end of playing out his contract. He knew that he was going to get the max after one more year. And he even stepped up his game and really deserved to where you're happy to sign him at the max. If Jalen Green thought that, he wouldn't have signed this deal. If Jalen Green and his representatives were confident that he was going to put together a Tyrese Maxey-like year and jump into all, borderline all-star consideration and have a year like that, he would have just waited and signed the full max at the end of the season. So that to me is also interesting.
So you don't buy the spin that Shams Charania put in his tweet yesterday, where he tried to say it as what did he say? It was an unprecedented contract. It's the first ever, because it is right?
Unprecedented.
But like the way he is spinning that is that Jalen Green is going to opt out of this contract after 2 years, and be able to get to his next max even sooner, when in reality, I think it's more what Sean's laying out, which is maybe they know that there was just no contract coming, so it was this or that.
And his next max will be after his 6th year, and so his max will be 25% of the cap, whereas if you wait until after your 7th year, it's now 30% of the cap. So even he is getting to market faster, it is still not, he would make more if he just waited one more year. So there is a lot of minutia that goes into this. Maybe we don't need to get into all of the nitty gritty with Jalen Green's contract, but on its face, the fact that Shams Charania is saying that it's a unprecedented kind of deal, that is actually, and he's spinning it as a positive for Jalen Green's camp. It actually isn't, because you know who didn't sign an unprecedented deal? Cade Cunningham, Evan Mobley, Franz Wagner, even somehow. Those guys all just got full maxes.
And I'll give Rafael Stone credit for not giving Jalen Green that full max.
Or Şengün. Şengün didn't get the full max either.
That's true. That was a little bit surprising, but I guess it's because of the injuries, his size, or something like that. But they played this safe, and these players played safe with them.
Yeah.
It's a win for Rafael Stone. I'm not the biggest Rafael Stone fan, but I will tip my hat to this. And now we see what happens this year. I don't know what we need to see out of Jalen Green to be convincing him going forward. The problem is that month that he had in March, it's unfair to ask him to be that for a full season, but you want some percentage of that. And what's a realistic percentage of that? Can he be that 85% of that, 90% of that for a full year for the most part? And I'm still skeptical about that. I like that he actually answered all of the criticism. It's a rather soft market here, so it wasn't like it's that much. But hey, a lot of people were looking at him like, I don't know. I don't know, Jim. I don't know if I want to keep Jalen Green. So to that, he answered things the way that he did in March when they went on that incredible winning streak. That is a good sign. But how does he take that from the end of a basketball season where everything's a little bit fishy to an entire 82-game slate?
Yeah, and I also just don't think that that's who he is. I don't know. I think he can get close to that, but like To ask him to be who he was in March for 80% of the season,
The best basketball player of all time.
it's a high bar.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, you can't ask for that, but what percentage of that is actually realistic to ask for?
70%?
Yeah.
What is 70% is what is 70% of that? Is 70% of that like just a very good player, right? Because I think that's what everybody is a little bit, I guess, paused when it comes to going all in with this guy. You're holding and you're waiting for not another month of that because that is ridiculous and it's probably never going to happen again. That's Jalen sanity. Good job, Paul.
Got it.
This though is someone that has potential and can do things sort of like this. So I don't know. I think it's 85% of that, which is again asking a lot for 82 games.
For reference, in the month of March, it was 27.7 points per game, six rebounds, 4 assists, and really the most unsustainable part for me is 40.8% 3-point shooting.
Whew.
That's the one where if you knock that down, even just to like 30, his numbers post All-Star break, 36.8. That's where it's like, okay, that's good. Just his post All-Star break numbers, honestly, if he puts that in, 23 points per game, 36% 3-point shooting, 44 overall, 6 rebounds, 4 assists again. Like that, I think just 23 points per game around there and average to above average 3-point shooting in.
I think I'm in on that too. The thing with Jalen Green that's also interesting is sometimes it's not just the numbers. It's like playing great team basketball. It doesn't have to show up in the stat sheet. I know there was some stuff floating around about how much better his defense has gotten under Ime Udoka, which that's great too. But
low bar.
It's still exactly low bar.
As long as he's getting a little bit better.
Can he give me those numbers with Alperen Şengün on the court? Like, can he give me 35%, 3-point shooting, 23 to 25 points per game? Can he be that effective when him and Şengün are together?
Yes.
That's the real question.
Because you brought it up, and it was one of my pet peeves last year with the Jalen Green and Şengün can't play well at the same time. For 95% of the year, it was actually Jalen Green can't play well with Alperen Şengün on the court. Alperen Şengün played fine with Jalen Green on the court. It was Jalen Green couldn't play well. So that's really the situation is can Jalen Green figure it out? Because when Şengün was out, the ball was in Jalen Green's hands. They're playing 5 out, and that's really what the kind of the engine of that run was again against like the Wizards and the Trailblazers and stuff like that.
Here's how that happens. He shoots 38% from outside, and honestly, forget the points per game, forget all of that. I'm going to be focusing on what this guy does as a 3-point shooter. Mm-hmm. To what you're saying, Joe, yeah, I want to see a little bit more of the team stuff. I felt like he actually was better as a passer down the stretch for what it's worth, but he was making the offense basically all on his own at times too. And he will definitely, given that he had a month where he shot 40% from outside, feel unable to shoot a million times. And this is where me watching it and not getting angry at the TV for bad 3-point shots. I have flashbacks to James Harden, who was not nearly as good of a 3-point shooter as he thought he was. You got to be somewhat north of where Harden was, which was what, like 37, 38%, if you're going to be putting up that volume. And I think that volume is coming. So that's what I need to see from him.
Yeah, that post All-Star break, he was shooting 9 3-pointers per game. Pre All-Star break, 6.5. So he's shooting 6.5 at 30%. And then after the All-Star break, 9 per game at 36, almost 37%.
Oof. All right, I need a little bit higher. I need a little bit higher.
I mean, only a handful of guys shoot 40%.
I know, but if you're going to look, I feel like this is how it works. This is how it unclogs, is if Green actually becomes, I'm not saying Steph Curry, I'm just saying good to very good. As opposed to being in that, 30%, Jesus. I didn't know it was that bad.
30%, thank God he was only shooting, even 6.5 per game.
30 is awful, That's like Russell Westbrook numbers.
Honestly, I think we're going to get more annoyed with Jalen at times this year, especially with the player I'm most excited about this year is Reece Shepherd. And if he's out there just like
so racist,
silky smooth 3-pointer, just like knocking him down, and then Jalen's just yanking up bad threes all the time, I'm gonna get so annoyed watching.
By the way, Steph Curry the entire season shot the exact same percentage from 3 that Jalen did in March. They both shot 40.8.
my gosh.
So Steph was 40.8 all year.
Steph is so good.
And he was shooting 12 per game.
There's something else, and maybe I'll bring this up tomorrow that I want the Rockets to be open to doing. But the two big moves that happened yesterday, they extend Jalen Green, they extend Alperen Şengün. Green is a 3-year deal for $106 million with a player option the third where he can opt out. Şengün, 5 years, $185 million. If you want to weigh in on that, how about that? We let off the show talking about the Houston Rockets. 713-780-3776 to call in or text, and you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We heard from D'Amico Ryans yesterday. Are you feeling better about where the Texans are in terms of being able to fix their massive problems on offense after what he said yesterday? You'll hear from him. Stick around.
Let's talk about O Athletic. OAthletic.com. O Athletic on Instagram. You can find them 767 North Shepherd over in the Heights. They offer over 100 classes per week. They've got the full recovery system for you. So the endless pool, the sauna, the steam room, got even a nice little coffee shop and area to get protein shakes on your way out of the gym as well. There's even a cool meal service plan that you can sign up for so you can get food on your way out from the gym as well. I love going there. It's a great environment. It's always a good time. And look, it's close by work. That's why I work out there instead of back out in League City. It's nice. Go to the gym, come to the station, get my day going the right way. Don't wait till 2025 to start your goals and start, whether it's losing weight or cutting on muscle. Get to it now and check it out and do it at O Athletic and OAthletic.com.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
We've had multiple weeks where the same things have hurt us multiple times, so we have to get it fixed, starting with the coaches and down to the players of finishing and executing it.
Same things like the personnel changes or just schematic, is it just as simple as execution, or if it's been the same thing for a few weeks, do you think changes?
Yeah, for me, everything is on the table when it comes to it has to get fixed.
That's Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans yesterday at his press conference. Landry Locker asking the follow-up question there. I wonder what that means. What is everything on the table?
Does it mean a change at offensive line coach? I believe Chris Strausser, the head offensive line coach, but they do have 3. Does it mean benching a player?
They have 3 offensive line coaches for that product.
I looked at their website, and yes, Joe, it seems that they have 3 offensive line coaches, one of whom is the son of Greg Popovich.
Yes, that one I knew. I knew Cole Popovich was a Texans coach. I just don't understand how you have 3 coaches and it's that bad.
Well, maybe
what are
they
these
need a
guys
fourth.
doing?
Get a 4th coach, you know?
Maybe it's the players. I guess, might not just be the coaching.
We could get Lance Zierlein, his brother, right? He's a coach locally. We could get maybe Lance Zierlein.
I would love to see Lance out there, just to see how it would go. I was curious. Like,
Doesn't give me coach vibes.
I don't think that's why. Like, I don't know if I don't see Coach Lance. Like, I don't think he's out there. I know he's grinding the tape. I don't know if he's barking the orders at the same time. Yeah, I mean, you got to think it starts with Titus Howard moving to left guard, as at least as an option. Or Kenyon Green being replaced. It should start there, because if you want to use Pro Football Focus as a reference point, like Laremy Tunsil's good. Shaq Mason was one of the best graded players this weekend. Titus Howard, when he's not tripping over Dalton Schultz, is pretty solid. But your interior guys, they're struggling even with the non-stunt issues. Like, the whole offensive line struggling with stunts, clearly, because guys are just free attacking CJ Stroud all the time. But you got to think it starts with left guard and center. And whether it's Jared Patterson at center, and then Juice Scruggs moving to left guard, or Kendrick Green or Titus Howard moving to left guard, you got at this point, you got to cover all your bases.
Something's got to happen. I'm curious what it is. I am sure something will look different on Sunday. I feel very confident about that, but they're probably not going to tell us. The 3 offensive line coaches for the Texans: Chris Strausser, he is the official offensive line coach; Cole Popovich, assistant offensive line coach; and Zach Yenzer, an assistant offensive line coach who joined them for this year. So they have 3 guys, and it's not working, and they're paying that unit $188 million. And I'm talking about not the entirety of the unit. I'm talking about the starters, their total salaries, 5 contracts for Laremy Tunsil, for Kenyon Green, for Juice Scruggs, and then at right guard, Shaq Mason, Titus Howard. It's $188 million. And that doesn't even include Blake Fisher's contract, because he's a former 2nd-round pick. It is a lot of money that is going to waste on a team that has 3 offensive line coaches.
Yeah, it's just not. And it really, I saw someone tweet out today 2025 salary cap numbers, and the Texans were at 19 million. Oh boy. So some of these issues might be
19 million what, over the cap?
For in total salary cap for next season.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So
not a lot of money to spend. Like this last offseason.
Okay.
You would say. So
free cap space is what you're saying.
Yeah, free caps. Yeah. So that's where I'm just even adding guys and fixing it down the road seems more complicated than it is right now. You're going to have to probably go through the draft again, which has been hit or miss at the offensive line spot. I do think the easiest solution right now, even though he's a much better right tackle than a left guard, is to just move Titus Howard to left guard and put Blake Fisher at right tackle. That's the change I would make. I don't think Kendrick Green's. I can't imagine he's any good. Like, honestly, if you're losing a position battle, Kenyon Green, then you probably really suck.
Well, it might be that he's losing it because Kenyon Green's a 1st-round pick.
That's true.
There's always that element. You want to put the 1st-round pick out there because he's more talented. I feel like you can generally get away with lesser talent on the interior offensive line, assuming that they know what they're doing out there. But we'll see what happens on that front. More from D'Amico Ryans yesterday. He was asked about Chris Strausser, their offensive line coach, and his future, and he said that it's not all on one guy. These issues on offense.
It's not showing up on the tape, so it's not just one person. It's the entire thing. So it's just the entire offense from the top to the bottom. We have to get it cleaned up. Not one person or one thing, but multiple things, multiple issues that we have to get collectively. We have to get it fixed.
Collectively, we have to get it fixed.
So no one's getting fired.
It doesn't seem like that's happening now.
Yeah.
I wonder at what point they open that door. Being 5-2 allows you to say everything's fine. And I think ultimately, is D'Amico Ryans going to push for that? He doesn't strike me as someone who would do that. Would a meddlesome owner push for someone on the chopping block? Maybe, but that's not Cal McNair. That's not Hannah McNair. That's not what they're about.
Yeah, I don't think we have to deal with that anymore. Like a lot of that was Jack, and I know I did go back and listen to you guys reading Jack Easterby's LinkedIn profile. Very much enjoyed that.
Oh my god!
Very much enjoyed that.
He was born for LinkedIn.
Yes, he was. But yeah, that was Easterby who was the one, bringing in Josh McCown and doing all that stuff and trying to meddle with it. And then you had to have your GM meddle with your head coach because he was incompetent, because David Culley couldn't handle challenge flags. So Nick Cassera was telling him when to do it.
D'Amico Ryans might not be able to. He's 2 for 5 thus far, and he totally whiffed on what should have been a challenge on Sunday. We'll hear from that later on in the show.
Yeah, he definitely needs some help in that one for sure. I'm not surprised. I don't think it's hard to fire a coach at 5-2. Like it's really challenging to say that like we are winning all these football games. And yes, there's a glaring weakness on your team, but to say that you're going to make a big change, and I don't know.
I don't think D'Amico would want to do it.
Yeah, I don't think that doesn't seem like a D'Amico thing. He's
Exactly.
too rah-rah.
It's literally not on one person, because
That's what he said.
They have 3 offensive line coaches.
That's
really can't point the finger at one offensive line coach. I mean, really, it's on at least 5, the 5 that are out there, and then the Strausser, Popovich, and the other guy whose name I forgot, because my brain can't hold 3 offensive line coaches' names in my head all at once. So, yeah, the suspect list is at least at 8. So he is right. It's not on one person. It's on at least 8.
But if there is one person, it's as pointed out on YouTube by Houston Sports State of the Union podcast, Kenyon Green. If it's anyone person, it's Kenyon Green.
If we had a power rank,
he would be off this episode of Survivor.
Power rank, especially the anything's on the table as far as changes to the offensive line. I think he is the most likely change if there will be one, because everything's on the table doesn't actually mean that they're going to pick anything off the table. I don't know that they're actually going to do anything. Just everything's on the table. But if there was one move, I would assume that's Green getting benched.
Would you be surprised if they didn't make a change this week?
Yeah, I think they're going to do something.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but if I were to bet money, it would be on Kenyon Green getting benched.
Yeah, I think worst case, like you'll see more of a rotation
of some sort.
Yeah, we're like, because like you do see a lot of teams do that. Like maybe we see, it might be hard to keep track of in the moment if they're both their last names are Green. We might see Kenyon and Kendrick just like rotating.
Green comes out, Green goes in.
That's gonna be tough, guys.
Two Ken Greens is pretty difficult. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, like the Rockets with Jeff and Jalen Green, where they have to go to the second letter. This one, they have to go to like the 4th letter before you get a different.
At least Jeff Green is 100 years old. It's a little bit different. Where
they're not playing the same.
With offensive linemen, this is just sorry, offensive linemen out there. You're generally the most boring position out there. A lot of people are like, well, I don't know much about Kendrick Green's background. All I know is he used to play for the Steelers. You got Kenyon Green. We'll see what happens. The question for you, what would you change if you are the Houston Texans? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. More from D'Amico Ryans. He said he is confident the Texans can figure this offensive slump out.
Guys have done it multiple games. We've had a lot of great games where we have protected very well, and we've done a great job of protecting and allowing CJ to throw for over 300 yards in games. So it's not something we can't get done. It's just a matter of us executing and finishing and being on the details. Every single time we go out, it'll always be about us and us executing. We didn't execute well. They made some plays on us. And, they unfortunately there, we gave up some plays that kind of knocked us out of field goal range to take points off the board.
Yes, that blindside sack that took him out of field goal range. My God. The worst thing. To what you were saying a moment ago, Joe, there's the rah-rah.
He doesn't ever want to give the other team credit. It's always
about us.
It's always about us. And I mean, yeah, it is. It is like not knowing what's going on, like whether it's the quarterback or the center who's calling out the protections, and then the guys just getting their ass kicked on a pretty regular basis as offensive linemen. Like, it is on you guys, but maybe put in different guys and see if it's the same problem.
As a narcissist, I am a narcissist, in case you guys don't know. I like believing that it's all in my control. And if you tell that to your team, that also makes it seem like, hey, you can't make any excuses here. This is all on you. So I feel like in this situation, D'Amico's saying that, yeah, this is us screwing up, it does make you feel like he believes that these players are capable of more. And if you are one of these players, how do you respond to that when nothing has changed?
Just keep saying it's going to change. Just keep saying it till it happens.
See, yeah, that's why I wonder about the approach, because there's a lot of optimism here, but it's borderline naivete, right? If you're just thinking that you can get it done. Is a trade on the table? I mean,
it should be.
Yeah, I feel like let's be a little more extreme here. I just saw on Twitter that Cooper Kupp, I guess, is a potential trading block person for any player, or any team in the league that's looking for a wide receiver. Kupp might be on the block. So, I mean, why not? I'm not. No, stop.
Trade
nodding.
for Cooper Kupp.
No,
Here
stop,
we go.
Stop,
To be honest with you, that's what I heard too.
Stop. But I mean, if guys like Cooper Kupp are on the trading block,
yeah,
and we see some of the absolute bums in the league right now. I mean, there's 7 or 8 teams that are completely without hope or without a point for the rest of the year, and we're only 7 weeks in. One of those teams has got to have some sort of interior offensive line help that you can get for a 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th round pick.
Yeah, you got like what 6, 7 teams right now that have 2 wins or less on the season. They're dead. Like they're the only one that thinks they're not is probably the Jets still. But like from
I would if I'm the Jets.
I also would, but
yeah,
they're probably not thinking that way.
They're just listening to Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams.
I mean, ayahuasca enthusiast, as it says on the TV screen right now for Aaron Rodgers. I can't believe they actually put that up there. Maybe the Cleveland Browns will have a new sense of life with Jameis Winston at quarterback, but there's going to be guards and tackles available.
Yeah, I would think
you
so.
have to make a move. If it's going to be this bad and you don't want to move Titus to left guard, then the most reasonable thing to do is to make a trade. We've seen Nick Caserio be aggressive with trades in the offseason, in the draft. Now you have a glaring, weakness. And if you think you're going to be a legitimate Super Bowl contender this year, does it really matter if you trade the 62nd pick because you lose in the second round of the playoffs for a starting left guard that helps you get to the AFC Championship game? No. So make the trade. Like there's no hesitation.
But the hesitation is because look at the salary cap. They're paying $188 million to the offensive line. Do you really want to invest more in the offensive line only for the results to not show? And this is where I wonder if it is about the coaching, because I think a lot of people believe in the talent level of Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason, and Titus Howard. Maybe less so with Howard. Do you really want to invest more money into a unit that's just not getting better? That's the tricky thing here, because you have a finite amount of resources that you're supposed to be giving out to the entirety of the team. It's one of the reasons why I looked at the wide receiver position going into this year and thought to myself, I don't know if they need another one. Although without Nico Collins, and I can understand why some people are beating that drum.
They might need another one.
No, don't do it. I'm not allowing people to do it, but you get what I'm saying here. I mean, they got a lot of money put into this offensive line and it's not working. So to me, that seems it's more on the coaching than it actually is on the players.
Yeah.
From the 936, could have had Tyler Linderbaum. This is a generic sounding offensive line name. Another texter says, wish we drafted Jackson Powers over Lassiter. Both of those names could be made up, to be perfectly honest to me, because I pay so little attention to the pre-draft process. I'm assuming they're both offensive linemen that are playing for specific teams.
Yeah. I mean, I strongly disagree with the Lassiter thing, because very quickly off of the offensive line, one thing I could change is I would call Steven Nelson and see if he wants to play for the Milk Dud Man again.
After saying Milk Dud Man?
D'Angelo Ross was getting his ass kicked up and down the field.
I really thought there was only the one play where he struggled.
I felt like he just it looked like to me every single time that Jordan Love was moving the ball, he was the cornerback near it. So if Lassiter's out for the next is it a scapula
injury, right?
Scapula injury.
It's a shoulder.
So he's out for probably the next 3 weeks. I guess they don't think he's injured reserve worthy.
They said last week it's going to be 1 to 2 more weeks. So I think you go with what you got at corner. Is Steven Nelson really going to make much of a difference? And why does Steven Nelson choose to walk away from the game? Is he in game shape right now? Is he ready to go?
That's good.
Or is he in ABP mode, always be podcasting mode?
I don't feel like I see a lot of his podcast stuff, so I'm not even sure he's doing that.
I'm with you there.
I'm not sure he is at always be podcast.
A little bit bummed out by that. He did seem like he had always be podcasting potential. He could have been football's Patrick Beverly.
That would have been nice.
Same level of player.
I feel like it's a little disrespectful to Pat Bev. I think Pat Bev was a little bit better than that.
I don't know. I feel like they're about in the same place. I mean, they've been on a bunch of different teams and they talk a lot. And are they great? No, but they're good.
Are you a tiebreaker here, Mabes?
That's tough because I think they're on the same level. I do think that they're on.
Okay.
I love Beverly, so I'd put him above. But
yeah,
I mean, Beverly's podcasting in Israel right now. Who else in the NBA could say that? Versatility.
He won't stop. I give him credit for
I
that.
want him to talk more about what's going on.
That was my first reaction was when you compared him to Beverly. I initially was like, well, Paul thinks Beverly is like a top 10 player of all time.
But I sarcastically say that about with the Rockets because I just hated James Harden so much. Man, I'm on the NBA's basketball's back. Yeah, basketball's back. I'm just taking drive-bys on Harden over and over again.
I don't know. Steven Nelson had a pretty good career.
Yeah, he played for 3 different teams, right?
Four different.
4 different. Okay.
Kansas City,
the Steelers, the Texans. Eagles was the other.
He does have Pat Bev there because I'm guessing Pat Bev's basketball reference page is about 10 teams deep.
It probably takes a while for it to load. Yeah,
Beverly's played in multiple countries.
Yeah.
Russia, Israel.
Yep.
Huh.
United States.
Interesting. And now he's a podcaster spreading information. Huh. 13 career interceptions in 9 years for good old Steven Nelson.
Okay, Beverly's better then.
But yeah, I would I would trade for a guard. If you worry about next year, find an expiring contract. Like find a guy that you can trade a 4th or a 5th round pick for. Someone that it's going to mean you can't do anything. Well, what else are you going to do in the regular season besides trade for a guard right now? Like you're not going to go sign another wide receiver or another corner.
Yeah.
If you can bring in some salary, so make a trade and see if it helps. And if it doesn't help, then that sucks. But go for it.
Go for it.
What an inspiring message. Wow, D'Amico Ryan should really use that for the next
well, he's just
going
to say it's just on us.
Yeah, or he won't say he'll stop before and if it doesn't work, he'll stop before that sentence. Yeah. But that's the best part. And if it doesn't work, then it sucks.
It sucks.
Cornerback is definitely something that they should have in the back of their mind right now. I do think they can get away with who they're going up against the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, look, this sounds like I'm making excuses for D'Angelo Ross. And Captain Fish pointed out on the Twitch, he had a perfect passer rating. Jordan Love did against Ross or something like that. Okay. I feel like the Packers have a million good receivers. I look at the Colts next week, and I feel like Anthony Richardson can't hit the broadside of a barn. He was 10-24 last week, and we saw that Texans-Colts game. I mean, Colts win if Anthony Richardson hits 5 or 6 open passes. Or was that Trevor Lawrence? I don't know.
That was both of them.
Okay,
luckily for the Texans, they play them each another time.
So it's definitely something in the back of my mind. But yeah, is this guy Aaron Rodgers with all of his weapons in Green Bay all of a sudden scaring me too? No, I actually am like, screw it. Leave D'Angelo Ross out there against Aaron Rodgers.
That's fair.
That's perhaps too cocky.
Yeah.
I mean, Devontae Adams might be on watch. So.
Whoa.
Just saying.
Wow. All right. Watch Wednesday.
I haven't decided yet.
He's on the watch list.
Yes.
So many W's. It's very scary. All right, it is Gallant and George. You got Sean Mapes behind the glass. You got Joe to my right. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 to call or text if you have a suggestion on what the Houston Texans should do. Up next, our college football 6-pack. More fallout from Georgia and Texas, including a case of disinformation and an impassioned plea from Texas fan numero uno. I'm not talking about Ted Cruz. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. So you can bet on all sorts of different things. You can bet on the presidential election. My microphone keeps on hitting me in the face. This is interesting. You can also bet on the NFL. There were 2 Monday Night Football games last night. You could have bet on Cardinals and Chargers. Jonathan Gannon and the Cardinals pulling off an upset. You could bet on what you saw last night. Oh, man, Ravens, holy crap. Lamar Jackson, 5 touchdown passes against the Bucs, with Todd Bowles getting Mike Evans injured potentially, and on top of that, Chris Godwin injured potentially. A lot of people getting mad about that. You could also bet on Thursday Night Football, because on Thursdays, there's a weekly free boost. You can bet without a sweat. If your bet hits, you win big. If it doesn't, MyBookie will refund your wager. Vikings 3-point favorites against the LA Rams. Man, that feels like a very light line. We'll see what happens there. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. I would put money on the Vikings right now to win that game. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag. Man, Texas. They lost 30-15 to Georgia. That was their welcome to the SEC moment. All you can do, turn the page and move on to the next game. So we'll see how the Horns respond to that. It was impressive to see Georgia win, where Carson Beck threw 3 interceptions. Their defense, very impressive. And perhaps we shouldn't have forgotten about Georgia's defense or the fact that Georgia only loses to Alabama.
Yeah, especially when you look at it's still weird looking at the box score, like you just said, the 3 interceptions from the winning quarterback.
Beck sucked.
Like
Beck was worse than both Arch and Quinn. Quinn was so bad in the first half.
That's why
I think Quinn was worse, but
you do okay.
Because it was just so concentrated in the first half where he was just so awful. That's why Georgia could get the Beck performance that they got and still win. But that's semantics.
Ted Cruz was there.
Yeah,
he was.
I don't know what's going to happen in this election. I'm not informed enough on what's going on between he and Colin Allred. But I wonder if all of Ted Cruz's ill-fated trips to Texas sporting events have any role in him not getting reelected.
Wait, how are you not informed on the nature of the race? We saw 275 ads for it.
I've seen all the negative political ads.
So many.
Yeah, I feel like I'm very informed.
I kind of enjoy the negative political ads. I think they're
like
too.
This year they're so
but there's so many.
They're just so over the top now.
I like the one where they're like, he's for you, not they, them.
Yeah.
So stupid. I love it though.
There's also one where the like veteran that they have.
Oh yeah, the guy.
But he also says like
I don't have legs, but I got 2 eyes.
Yeah, well, and that's
Jeez,
like
dude.
he's for like transgender surgeries to our kids in the military. Like he doesn't say "and the military." He says "kids in the military."
I heard that exact same thing
Like,
yesterday.
what?
Well, kids need to be in the military, but kids just they can't be, swapping their
Tony
parts out.
2012.
But let's just bring it back.
Sorry.
Do you think Ted Cruz possibly doesn't get reelected because people don't want him to go to their sporting events? That's got to be a factor for at least some
I was gonna
voters
say,
out there.
if he loses by 1%, you can't say it's not a factor.
Yeah. And isn't it? It's supposed to be like within like 2% right now. I think it is. So, I'm gonna say he loses because of it.
Wait, did Kirby Smart win the election for Colin Allred?
Oh, that's it. That's interference. That's Georgia interference with the governorship and the state of Texas.
I'm throwing water bottles.
Are we sure the curse goes away if he loses?
Yeah, no. Now he has more free time.
So that might be worse.
Now he can get season tickets.
Yeah, like he might be at every UT may never
Just
win
go
again.
to Cancun, buddy.
Yeah.
Just go to Mexico.
No, it's not a hurricane.
No. Also, he has a trip to College Station this weekend.
It is funny. I mean, like, just forget the politics side of it. He does seem very unliked by everybody, regardless of party, whatever the case. Let's shift on to more from this game. Referees changed a call in the game after Texas fans threw bottles on the field, and it led to an impassioned statement from Matthew McConaughey. You want me to read it?
Please do.
Yes.
Longhorn Nation, and specifically our DKR student section, MOC McConaughey coming at you here. First off, you were electric Saturday night when we hosted Georgia. Bravo. Let's continue to bring it. Even though our Horns didn't get the W, you created a measurable home field advantage. But let's get real about the bottle bombing, the field glitch we had. Not cool. Bogey move. Yeah, that call was BS, but we're better than that. Longhorn Nation knows how to show up, show out like no other, and still keep our class. So going forward, let's clean that kind of BS up and leave that behind us for good. We have to shake hands on that. Next up, November 9th, when the Gators come to town, let's make sure they feel the heat, can't hear the play calls, and burn their timeouts. But remember, nothing hits our field except that Texas fight. Till then, root hard and hook 'em. McConaughey.
You said bogey mode?
You said bogey move.
Bogey move. That's a great line.
I actually like
that. That's a good line.
I'll be honest. I think I need a definition here.
It's a bogey move.
Bogey's bad.
Okay.
Like
never
golf?
heard it.
Bogey.
I've never heard anyone say that.
Bogey bad
neither
in
have I,
golf.
but I know what it means.
And also in aviation for military combat, a bogey is generally an enemy fighter.
The I do quibble a little bit with the thing where he says Texas fans had a measurable impact on the game.
Yeah, they did. They changed the call to that.
That's the impact.
Right. That's just you want that.
No
maybe
other
going
team
forward.
you can have a measurable impact. That is measurable.
There was a dumb sequence, by the way, sticking with this Texas-Georgia game. We'll get to the other games quickly. But there was a dumb sequence involving Quinn Ewers yesterday where people thought that Quinn Ewers, since he didn't show up for his media availability, was potentially going to sit out the rest of the year. It turns out that 24/7 Sports had been hacked and that Quinn Ewers is still a student at the University of Texas and is still a player for the Texas Fighting Longhorns.
They tweeted out that like with the graphic and everything that
it's a good hack.
Quinn Ewers has elected to like sit out the rest of the season to prepare for the NFL draft. That was the last part is the part
like
where
if
I'm
he was
like
he's gonna sit out and then transfer.
Yeah. Everyone watched him on Saturday. And it's like that guy's not sitting out to prepare for the draft.
XFL,
the military draft. Oh, you're being nicer.
One last one with Texas and Georgia. Kill Tony was there for College game day before Texas and Georgia, and as this poor bumpkin went out to go try and kick a field goal, he biffed it twice. Tony Hinchcliffe, roaster extraordinaire, roasted him and made all of the ESPN personalities on set chuckle uncomfortably.
What's your major here? Kinesiology. I'm pre-med. Okay, Tony. That's all you, Tony.
I didn't realize that we had prepubescent lesbians kicking today. It's very exciting.
I don't know if that's how Max talk, man. Max, you got these boots on.
I mean, it's an incredible look. He's like Brokeback Bob the Builder.
Herb Street laughed very hard while holding the ball before that kick at the last line. Brokeback Bob the Builder.
Yeah, like you could tell like Herbstreit and Mack, like that's right up their alley. Like they're good with Kill Tony.
Yes, but ESPN probably not.
Yeah, they probably regret that one.
Yeah, hey, maybe less jokes about the sexual orientation of these kids kicking field goals.
Yeah, it's very not
like maybe one per kid.
Yeah.
More in the college football six pack. Tennessee beat Alabama 24-17. Alabama's looked rough the last 2.5 weeks. Alabama went into the game smoking cigars, or at least showing like they were smoking cigars while walking in.
They had the cigar, like the victory cigar, already like in one of the coach's mouth.
Right, like it's Independence Day or something like that. They are clearly not the Nick Saban Alabama Crimson Tide anymore. Also on a 4th and short play, they had their players to both sides of this 4th and short quarterback sneak, which I believe was stopped, jumping up in the air, doing basketball motions, like pretending to shoot
like
a jump shot.
Yeah.
Jalen Green, Kobe.
Probably the second one.
Okay. Well, hey.
Although the generation,
they might
different.
say Paul George. That's one thing we've learned about basketball players.
It's annoying.
Ryan Williams is probably like, "Who's Paul George?" I'm too young to understand.
Like, LaMelo Ball.
Here's Bama offensive coordinator Nick Sherrigan talking about those jump shot attempts by the wide receivers.
TV broadcast showed Ryan and Jeremy pretending to shoot a basketball on the other side of the field. Is that part of the design of the play or just something spontaneous?
Yeah, you're talking about the quarterback sneak. Yeah, I don't. There's nothing on the field that we're not coaching. So that's how I answer that.
So they're coaching that.
Okay, they're working on their jump shot.
They're saying do a fade. Maybe they're saying like get wacky with it. Like when you're taking group pictures and they're like, okay, now a silly one.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe that's what they're saying. Like, all right, now do a silly one.
I remember when like Tavon, I think it was like Tavon Austin in the NFL. Like as soon as the play started, he put his arms across his chest and just
and like fainted on like a fake punt or something.
That was very funny. But like this is stupid.
Or like when Jay Cutler would go out wide when they would run Wildcat and stand like completely straight up.
Yeah.
Texas A&M beat Mississippi State 34-24. I thought they looked pretty sloppy in this game, A&M. So maybe the hype for the Aggies as the second best team in the SEC, which there was enough of it.
Second best. They're undefeated.
That they bring that up a lot.
The most wins.
They do bring that up a lot. But I watched that game with a bunch of Aggies. They were annoyed the whole way through. So we'll see what happens next time around for the Aggies. Miami beat Louisville 52-45. Scotty Scheffler was a guest picker on College Game Day. And for those who don't remember, he had an incident in Louisville this offseason, and he had a funny when predicting this game.
That you're talking about. Give me Miami. There's no way I'm picking Louisville at this particular time where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah, not to bring anything personal into this with Louisville, a great city, love the people, but I think Miami's going to smoke it.
He wanted that. It did not happen. It was 52-45 final score, but Miami did have it rather in hand late.
Yeah, Miami is such a fascinating team.
Yeah.
They are a roller coaster watching them play college football games.
The ACC is a weird conference, too. I mean, I guess Clemson's the best team again. After losing to Georgia, everything has been pretty easy for them. Miami, I'm not there with them.
Getting blown out by Georgia, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world.
Definitely not.
Because now they have two, top 10?
They do.
Absolute slaughterings on their resume.
Right, and I mean, they almost came back and beat Bama, too.
Yeah, they basically spotted Bama 28 points and almost won. So,
Still took the lead again. Some scores around Texas. South Carolina beat Oklahoma 35-9. I know that's not in Texas, but Oklahoma,
it's around Texas.
It's around Texas. My God. They fired their offensive coordinator, right?
Yeah,
yes, and they're going back to Jackson Arnold.
About time, although.
Yeah, he burned his red shirt to come into this game. And so I imagine that was part of it of like, hey, if you're going to burn my red shirt, like, I'm not coming in just to take a couple snaps.
Yeah.
Jackson Arnold actually said that in the postgame.
Oh, he did? Interesting.
Good for him.
Baylor won the Butt Bowl 59-35 over Texas Tech.
Nice.
Big loss for Texas
They
Tech.
call it the butt ball?
Yeah, because BU and TT. When you see on the screen?
On the screen, BU and TT.
I'm stupid today.
Why are you stupid? No, it's only an online thing.
Yeah, it's no one like on.
But it makes
on the game day stuff.
I know it makes so much sense when you lay it out.
I watched a bungalow in the Heights. I was surprised. I guess this is the new Griffs where all the Tech fans were at. They were very excited in this game, and then they got eerily quiet.
Tech fans, interesting group always feels.
Oh, they're the most fun. They're the most fun by far. TCU beat Utah 13-17. Kansas smoked our beloved Cougs 42-14. Old Dominion beat Texas State 24-14. UTSA beat FAU 38-24. And Tulane beat Rice 24-10. How about that? We got you all the Texas scores.
Boom.
And guess what? Army and Navy both top 25 in a combined 13-0.
All right.
Salute.
Let's get Notre Dame into the college football playoff. They play both of them.
Oh, that's good for you guys. I didn't know that.
They play.
Hell yeah, dude.
Is it good?
Which one do they play this weekend? Navy.
They play Navy.
They play Navy.
Damn. So you're going to support Notre Dame over our troops?
Yep.
Honestly, I feel like right now with how well Army and Navy are doing, there's a part of me that wonders if there's any oil anywhere. We ready? You guys ready? Because they're ready.
Last time they're this good, stuff was popping off.
This is the most ready our military's been since pre-World War II at football. And look what happened there. Just saying.
Be ready.
That's the last time Army and Navy were good, the 40s. All right. It's Gallant George. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Up next. Okay, we're going to do this every single Tuesday at 1 o'clock. I'm going to do a tier system to power rank the NFL. And given that we've seen one of the most colossal flops in movie history over the past months, in Joker Part 2, which is an effing musical, we're going to use the many different Jokers to tier the National Football League. Where did the Texans rank there? Some people are going to be pissed about where I put the Texans. How about that? Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Stay put. NBA tips off tonight, and the Rockets made a couple of moves yesterday if you want to talk about it. Jalen Green, a 3-year, $106 million extension. Alperen Şengün, a 5-year, $185 million extension. With Green, there's a player option for the third year. We also heard from D'Amico Ryans yesterday, and we'll play more of what he had to say yesterday. But I want to start doing something Tuesdays at 1 o'clock. We're going to call them Pauler rankings. What we're going to do here is I'm going to tier the National Football League using some sort of random pop culture scenario. It could be a movie, could be a TV show, could be something happening to tier the entire NFL and wherever the Houston Texans actually stand. So I have not seen Joker Part 2. Joe, you have not seen Joker Part 2.
I have not yet.
Sean Mapes, you have seen Joker Part 2. Very quick, give a review.
Not good. There are good parts into it, but then they start singing.
Got it. Okay. It's an all-time flop. A lot of money was put into it, and no one is going to see it. I do want to eventually watch the car crash, but I am not going to pay to see the car crash. I want a rubberneck on the side of the road. I don't want to go pay $25 to go see it.
Yeah,
plus concessions.
Once it's on Max or whatever it's going to be, probably watch it like that day. Maybe it's on the illegal streaming sites, and I know
it probably is. There's a lot of empty theaters showing it, so you can really you can put out the tripod.
Well, if I'm going to suffer through it, I want to make sure I at least watch it in good quality.
Oh, the way the artist intended. Yeah, got it. I can co-sign the don't pay to watch this movie take.
There's been a lot of Jokers, both in movies and in cartoons, and people have a lot of different opinions about the Joker, arguably the biggest name among all comic book villains, right? Is anybody even close?
No.
There's not really a Spider-Man one. There's not really a Superman one. Lex Luthor, I guess, is the closest.
Yeah, he'd be on in the others receiving votes there.
Yeah.
Joker's number one.
I thought you were just going to say
baddies.
villains, like movie villains.
He'd be up there too for that.
Different segment though.
Correct. But there's been a lot of Jokers, and I thought I'm going to tier the NFL based off of the very many Jokers that we have seen in film and in one case a cartoon. So the worst Joker of all time, I don't think there's any ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's Jared Leto, who played the Joker in Suicide Squad and the Harley Quinn movie.
Yes.
I think that's it. This was Jared Leto's attempt at laughing while the Joker. Say that one more time.
Sounds like Kawhi Leonard.
Kawhi Leonard after ingesting helium, maybe? Kawhi Leonard leaving the dentist's?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So Jared Leto Joker was the worst. He was a method actor. He was apparently an insufferable on set. And I got to say, Jared Leto, it's a good thing that he found a calling as a musician. What's the band that he's in? 60 Seconds to Midnight or something?
30 Seconds to Mars?
Something like that. Whatever. I don't care. Here's all you need to know is he did a movie called Morbius, one of an all-time superhero flops. But Jared Leto Joker's the worst Joker. Everyone agrees on this. And these are teams that no one should pay any attention to. They all suck. Browns, Patriots, Panthers, Titans, Giants, Jaguars, Jets, Raiders, and Saints. You are the Jared Leto Jokers. Get the F out of my life. I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear about you.
Okay.
Unless it's going up against the World Series game. Then I'll watch.
I think I'm with that list. The only one I'm curious about is the Jets.
You're curious about them?
If they don't belong in the next category.
Okay. Well, the next category, I think because of how poorly Joker Part 2 has been received, I think that Walking Phoenix Joker has to be the next tier up in these NFL power rankings I'm doing. They are massive disappointments. That's the 49ers, who have dealt with a lot of injuries. That's the Bengals, who have at least been winning some games of late. That's the Cowboys, who are 3-3. That's the Dolphins, who are 2-4. That's the Joaquin Phoenix Joker in Joker Part 1, which was good.
I love that movie.
He won an Oscar for it.
He did.
I watched it like last week.
That's what makes 2 even funnier.
But Joker Part 2 was a effing disaster by all accounts, no matter how good Joaquin Phoenix is. And these teams have been disappointment. Would you put the Jets in that conversation?
That's why, I think at least the national expectation for them was to be much better than this. You have Aaron Rodgers. You have a really talented roster, guys like Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall. So I would probably slide the Jets into that one as massive disappointments instead of just in the worst, but it's pretty close.
Okay. Continuing my pop culture themed Paula rankings. Did you know that the original Joker was played by Cesar Romero? We're talking about the Adam West Batman movies way back in the day where things were rather campy. And look, he was probably very good for his time. But I think we all could say that just given how long ago he was doing it, he's just not up with the top guy. So perfectly competent, but somewhat forgettable unless you were somebody who grew up watching those movies. This is a tier for teams that are, hey, they're doing okay. Maybe they're a playoff team by the end of the year. By the way, this is how Cesar Romero's Joker laugh sounded.
Oh, how delicious it is.
A little 1960s talk there. Competent but forgettable teams. Steelers, Eagles, Colts, Cardinals, Rams, Seahawks, Falcons, Bucks, and Chargers. I think the Steelers, Eagles, and Colts are a tier above those other teams. Hey, look, Jonathan Gannon and the Cardinals got a big win last night. Jim Harbaugh has been getting the Chargers to overachieve. The Bucks, I think, are about to head downhill after losing both Mike Evans to some sort of hamstring injury and Chris Godwin. The Falcons, hey, I like what they're doing with Kirk Cousins, but it's Kirk Cousins. Seahawks, it's Geno Smith. All of these teams are watchable, but none of these teams are playing for anything other than maybe to be the 7-6 seeds in the playoffs.
Yeah, and probably go home in the first round, even if they make it. Like, even if the Eagles get higher than the 7 or 6 seed somehow, they're one and done at most. I feel bad for the Bucks, though. That's tough, losing Godwin and Mike Evans. Because they're kind of fun to watch.
Are you someone who, like Jeremy Branham, believes that they should not have been playing Chris Godwin at the end of that game?
No, they were within 10, weren't they?
Thank you. I saw that yesterday. He was trying to do the same thing that he was doing with Tank Dell. It's understandable with Tank Dell.
You were losing 34-7. Like, this is a 10-point game in which you already had recovered an onside kick at that point. So you keep playing.
He's still doing a bit that goes back to Tank Dell being on the goal line package from last year and Dell getting hurt with the chest injury playing late in the game against the Vikings. He wasn't a fan of that. I'm the big believer that you play the guys as long as you can. It's a game. They want to stay out there. I bet Chris Godwin wants to get his stats. These guys all want their numbers. And look, also, they were still technically in the game. So, yeah, I think that was a little bit overstated by many out there. But that is the Cesar Romero Joker class of the NFL. Competent and yet forgettable. This is an interesting group. I think I like it, but I need to see more. This is the Barry Keoghan Joker. For those who don't know, Barry Keoghan was in The Batman playing the Joker. You don't actually see his face. You just hear his voice, his laughter. There was a deleted scene, but they got rid of it from the movie because they thought that the Joker would be too distracting, where he and the Paul Dano Riddler are chatting it up at the very end. I'm intrigued by him as the Joker, but I do need to see more. I don't know what he's going to be. I think that bare minimum, he will be better than Jared Leto. It's a very low bar to clear. I have the Bears, Commanders, and Broncos in this tier.
I don't feel that way about the Broncos personally. I'm not really intrigued by them.
I like their defense a lot.
But I
Bo
do
Nix
really like this category.
Bo Nix is a mess.
Especially because I really like the Bears and I really like the Commanders. And if Barry Keoghan, if his Joker is what the Batman and then what the Penguin have been like, he's going to be an elite Joker because those movies and TV shows are awesome. So hopefully the Bears and Commanders are awesome.
I think it's Keoghan.
I
think
I like Keoghan better.
There's so many articles about this, and they're all a little bit different. And the first one is nowhere close.
Yeah, one day he'll tell us.
Just like we don't know how to pronounce his name, we don't know what to make of those teams. They got young quarterbacks, and they're fun, and they're frisky, but Still need to see a little bit more. We'll see where they are a couple of months from now. Continuing these pop culture themed NFL power rankings. This is my most controversial opinion. I believe that the Jack Nicholson Joker from the Michael Keaton Batman in 1989 is incredibly overrated. And look, Jack Nicholson, great actor. But this is not the Joker. This is Jack Nicholson playing Jack Nicholson. This is Jack Nicholson playing Jack Nicholson. You can't tell me otherwise. Everyone always says this is the best Joker. No, it's not. I'm sorry. It's not. I understand that when that Batman movie came out, it was iconic because you hadn't really had a superhero movie like that outside of the Superman movies with Christopher Reeve. But I feel like the Jack Nicholson Joker, while respectable, is overrated.
He's third. I feel comfortable saying he's third. I don't know how I feel about overrated. I understand where you're coming from. Because Ledger is better, and so is the other person on this list that I don't want to spoil yet. Because I'm glad it's on your list. But I confidently put him third. So I don't know if I'd go overrated, but
I think he's overrated. And I want to say that he's overrated because there's only one team that is in this tier, and it is the Houston Texans. They're overrated. I'll say it right now. They are overrated. We put a lot of hype into them going into the year. We're 7 weeks into the season right now. Offense continuously gets in its own way. Whether that's coaching, the offensive line, the weapons, or CJ Stroud, it is a thing. They're 5-2. We have half the city that's not all the way in. They are 1-2 against good teams this year. One of the good teams that they beat, they barely beat. That's the Buffalo Bills. Right now, October 22nd, 2024, much like Jack Nicholson Joker, the Houston Texans are overrated.
I do think the even if I don't view it, Jack Nicholson is overrated, I think it's perfect. Because just like the teams that will be on the rest of your list, the Texans are very clearly behind them, but they're very clearly also in front of the rest of the league.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are in like this really Texans only zone. The only team I thought about maybe I want to see what Minnesota looks like in a couple weeks. I'm still not a total believer in Sam Darnold, but for now, the Houston Texans are overrated. They are not a Super Bowl contender.
The Vikings beat you. They got to be above you.
That's true.
While the Buffalo Bills beat you, or you beat the Buffalo Bills, the Bills added Amari Cooper. I think they're better now with Amari Cooper aboard. So now we have the second best Joker. This is the just outside the top of the NFL tier. And I really wish we could have seen him do this in film, because if you've watched the Batman cartoons, the voice of the Joker played by Mark Hamill is iconic. Maybe the best voice acting job that we've had by anybody in a cartoon. For those who have not heard the Mark Hamill Joker laugh, I honestly think it's the best Joker laugh. Here it is. It's the best.
He's so good.
It's incredible that Luke Skywalker went on to be better as a voice actor than he was as a real actor.
Mm-hmm. And it really is such a great cartoon character. Of all of them, it's my favorite. I like Spider-Man the most growing up, but watching Batman, then when they did Mark Hamill's Joker, so good. So good.
So good. I actually rewatched that series not that long ago, the Batman animated series. It's on HBO Max.
I might have to.
It's not bad. I mean, it's 20 minutes. It's for kids, obviously, but it's enjoyable. It's an enjoyable watch to have on in the background. I have three teams in this category because they're not quite at the top, but man, I respect them, and I wish that I had seen Mark Hamill actually play this role. It's the Vikings, who killed the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Bills, who the Texans beat but have Amari Cooper. And it's the Packers. And, I mean, look, the Packers have some questions going forward, too, right now. It's mainly, hey, is Jordan Love going to take care of the football? But their defense is incredible. And as someone who picked the Packers as my NFC champion going into the year, you did too, right?
Yep.
I feel right now very confident that their defense is going to be able to get them where they need to go. It's really a matter of, can Jordan Love, who is very good, cut down some of the mistakes of which he had a few too many on Sunday?
No, I think this tier is the perfect grouping of the team that's just above the Texans, but not the full legit Super Bowl contenders. I'm with you. I think the Packers are the one that I would be the closest one to put in the top tier, though. Because even though Jordan Love makes a lot of mistakes, he still makes throws that just wow you. Like, he is. And I'm curious, like, what the role of Josh Jacobs becomes eventually. Because we didn't mention this yesterday when we played the highlight, and they pointed out that Josh Jacobs, that was his first receiving touchdown in his career. Like, it still like blows my mind that that's a thing. If they find a way to use Josh Jacobs the way that they used Aaron Jones, they're going to be so deadly. And the wide receiver core is so young. Most of those guys are within, I think at most are in their third year in the NFL.
Yeah.
Maybe they're fourth. And Christian Watson's in his third year in the NFL. They're really, really young. So they should keep getting better and better. I do view them as a legit, they're really borderline legit Super Bowl contender for me.
Okay. And now we got the top class. I mean, you know where we were going eventually. The guy went crazy playing the role and sadly killed himself. Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger Joker in The Dark Knight is one of the best performances I've seen by any actor in film. Because you don't even really think about it being Heath Ledger, right? Brokeback Mountain, Heath Ledger.
He's just the Joker.
Heath Ledger from The Patriot. Heath Ledger from 10 Things I Hate About You. I would have never guessed, if going into that movie completely blind, it would have, not knowing it was Heath Ledger, because Heath Ledger, of course, died before that movie was released. I truly don't think I would have recognized him in the same way that I never recognized Gary Oldman.
Oh, yes. Also same. But favorite scene, I still love the first one. It pops up on Twitter all the time. The bank robbing scene is still the moment he takes off the mask for the first time before he puts the smoke grenade in the banker's mouth. It's so much fun. I love that scene.
I like the meeting with all the
meeting's great.
Mafiosos in the restaurant.
That's the thing. There's so many moments in that movie that are great, and he's around all of them.
I'm gonna make a pencil disappear.
There
you go. Here is the iconic Heath Ledger Joker laugh. Notice how he took liberties with that compared to all the other Jokers, and it worked.
That's as he's walking out of the restaurant.
Walking in. That was right at the very beginning.
walking in. Yeah.
And you think my jokes are bad. I've watched that movie too many times.
Yeah.
I watch it, I feel like at least every other month. Maybe every 3 months.
Every 3 months? There are 3 teams in this category. The Ravens, Lamar Jacksoned their way into that last night. Lamar Jackson had 5 touchdown passes last night. Damn, dog.
I know he keeps losing in the playoffs and that people probably won't vote for him. I think he's got to be the MVP right now.
He's the MVP frontrunner, in my opinion, unless you want to give it to Jared Goff with the Detroit Lions.
I'm open to that.
Who is also in this conversation. And I would say that given that Lamar Jackson just won the MVP, that Jared Goff is probably the MVP frontrunner, though there will be many who push for Lamar Jackson over Jared Goff because they think that Lamar Jackson is a more fun player.
I'm definitely open to the idea of Jared Goff MVP. It took a while. It's kind of like the Sam Darnold and Vikings and Baker Mayfield stuff. But between last year and then what he's done so far this season, it's hard not to believe that he's just a much better quarterback than we all thought.
Yeah.
That's the team I know I had them going to the Super Bowl to face the Chiefs. It was Lions Chiefs for me.
Oh, you had Lions? Okay, I thought you had the Packers.
I think I had Packers Lions in the NFC Championship game.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, the Lions, the conference championship hangover that I thought might happen hasn't happened. And of course, at the top, it's the Chiefs. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes is doing shady stuff. I finally saw that. Oh my God, that was awful.
And he's just not playing well, but this doesn't matter because their defense
is incredible. And I mean, they're making it happen despite many injuries. And, you know, for those who will make excuses for the Texans and the injuries they're dealing with right now, I mean, it's not a problem for the Chiefs. It has been a problem for the 49ers, who did make it out of the NFC last year, but has not been one for the Chiefs. That's Andy Reid. And yeah, Mahomes is not playing that great, but still Mahomes. Their defense is so good thanks to Chris Jones.
That feels like the Cooper Kupp team.
The Chiefs will trade for Cooper Kupp?
Yeah. Like if Cooper Kupp's really available for trade, the Chiefs didn't get Amari Cooper. They didn't get Devontae Adams. They desperately needed a wide receiver. I mean, maybe the 49ers now that Ayuk's out for the season, but
in division trade with the Rams and 49ers.
Yeah, that doesn't seem possible. So yeah, Cooper Kupp to the Chiefs.
Send it in.
Book it.
Super Bowl number 3.
Damn, dog. So there you go. If you enjoyed this segment, we'll keep doing versions of this. This is a pop culture themed power rankings. And the Houston Texans, they are in the overrated category. Overrated as in Jack Nicholson Joker, because the Jack Nicholson Joker is overrated, and you're wrong if you think otherwise. No embrace debate. You're just wrong. Let that marinate. Think about that. He's just Jack Nicholson.
He's always Jack Nicholson.
Right.
But that I recently, I think, I don't know, maybe a couple months ago, watched that Batman movie for the first time, and that was my takeaway. Was like, I can't believe that Jack Nicholson was the like go-to best Joker, not Heath Ledger category. I was like, it was fine. It was a goofy movie overall, and he was pretty goofy in it. But yeah, I wasn't blown away.
Well, but it was so bad. I mean, superhero movies for so long were just so atrocious.
Yeah, that was one of the good ones.
Yes.
And that's like, all right. Yeah, that was pretty good. Danny DeVito is better as the Penguin.
Ooh, than Colin Farrell?
No, than Jack Nicholson as the Joker.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
No,
Gotcha.
well,
Okay.
let's see how the season plays out. How about that?
I've been enjoying the Penguin. I watched that last
Danny
night.
DeVito better.
Sophia Falcone, sup?
Gigante.
See. The Dark Knight is just heat with superheroes from the 346. You know what? I like that text. That's not a bad thing.
You know what's an awesome movie? Thing. You know what's an awesome movie? Heat. That's also one of my favorites.
She's got a great ass on your head all the way in it. Give or take. I think I might have effed that one up. Hey, it is Gallant George. He is Joe. I am Paul. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Stick around. Ravens beat the Bucks 41-31 in the first game of Monday Night Football action. It is really interesting to see this riveting conversation taking place on ESPN, the mothership right now. Lamar Jackson, MVP favorite, but Derrick Henry, Ravens' most valuable player. I love it. I love to see it. This is the kind of speak for your pizza debate that is why all these shows on TV are on mute at the gym.
And I love how they pick this topic and it's like they're doing like an underreaction or overreaction. They both say overreaction. If you're not going to disagree, why are you doing that on TV?
The producers.
It's also the day after Lamar Jackson throws for 5 touchdowns.
I mean, Derrick Henry's been incredible.
Yes, but it's the day after Lamar Jackson threw for 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, he's going to be Offensive Player of the Year, but it's a quarterback award.
Ooh, is Derrick Henry?
Yeah.
Yeah, now that Nico Collins got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
How much does a producer at ESPN
Not a lot.
make a year?
Not a lot.
$85,000 to $186,000 a year.
That's a lie.
That's what artificial intelligence says.
Maybe after being there for like 10 years. But that's
That's
not what I got offered.
Average yearly salary for a producer at ESPN is around $102,684. 69% higher than the national average. Nice. Man, I mean, I could do better than this.
I got offered like $40K to move to Bristol.
Oh, boy.
It was like, so that might be like down the road. They also have like a bunch of different titles. So
Okay. Well, this is what they're providing. So that's awesome. The Ravens in this game, Derrick Henry played well again. He's on pace to break Eric Dickerson's rushing record for yards in the season. It's incredible that Dickerson did. I think Dickerson did it in a 14-game season. Could be wrong on that one. Meanwhile, Lamar Jackson has thrown a lot of touchdown passes this year and does seem like he is a front runner along with Jared Goff for the MVP award right now. Eric Dickerson, by the way, 84, 16-game season, 2,105 yards.
O.J. Simpson was the 14-game season.
That's it.
He was
right.
2014.
Impressive.
yeah, Goff right now is
Okay.
4th in MVP odds.
4th?
Yeah, it's Jackson, Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jared Goff.
I mean,
Jackson, Mahomes.
Allen.
That was just funny when you say Jackson, Mahomes.
And then Jordan Love. And then CJ Stroud.
Jordan Love leading the... Oh, I don't know if he's still leading the league.
I mean, I would bet on Goff right now if I had to bet between them because Goff's never won it and Mahomes has been unimpressive. Jackson just won it and Jordan Love's throwing too many interceptions.
And you're getting good odds, Joe.
Yeah.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 850.
ESPN bet.
Let's go.
I'm driving to LaBerge right now.
MyBookie.ag, promo code bet975.
You just got to go to the border.
Oh, yeah.
You don't got to go all the way.
Yeah, I'll just stop on.
People are mad at Todd Bowles in this game for seemingly being like Buddy Kilmer in the movie Varsity Blues and putting Mike Evans out there with a hamstring injury. Evans wanted to play. He did catch his 100th touchdown pass in the game, but later in the game dropped a touchdown pass, seemingly injuring his hamstring, the one that was injured going into the game. And then late in the game, Chris Godwin dislocated his ankle. Ow. And he's going to be out for the rest of the year. So the Baker Mayfield Bucks, a fun story, especially leading up to that Mike Evans interception, where it looked like they were going to win rather convincingly. A couple plays later, they throw an interception to Marlon Humphrey. Man, you are going a very long way from point A to point B last night.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, the only time for taking the players out of the game, I would say at the very, very end when we all just wanted the game to end, and they kept throwing incompletions with like 20 seconds left. At that point, I was like, can we just run out the clock here and get this thing over with? I have no problem with them being on the field. They should have been out there, and the Bucks are probably screwed.
They are in the NFC South, but yeah, I would pick the Falcons over the Bucks right now. MyBookie.ag, promo code bet975 for whatever divisional odds you want. You can bet on anything there, even the election. Continuing with Monday Night Football action, there was a second game. I believe that this game was only on ESPN Plus.
Yeah.
And it was worthy of ESPN Plus because neither team scored 20 points. The Cardinals beat the Chargers 17-15. Shoom, shoom, shoom. James Conner for the Cardinals had 19 carries for 101 yards, 2 catches for 51, which set up the game-winning field goal. And on top of that, he helped the Cardinals force a fumble on an interception by a Chargers defensive tackle. Big game for him. And this is the last game before Call of Duty 2 comes out.
Yes.
Or 3 or whatever. Call of Duty The Phantom
600.
Menace. Call of Duty The Legend of Curly's Gold. It's out, and Kyler Murray, you can expect a dip probably after this.
Well, he didn't have a great game, I would say. So maybe he got it early. He only threw for 145 yards.
I could totally see Kyler Murray being gifted an early copy.
He has a deal with them.
Yeah,
he
got a deal,
Yeah.
and he made the joke of like, "Thanks for memeing this into
Existence?
into my bank account." Yeah.
My favorite thing about the Cardinals, though, and I didn't watch the game, but is that they're so protective of him that when they want their quarterback to run like a 4th and 1 tush push thing, they bring in Houston Cougar legend Clayton Tune.
Nice.
Let's go.
He had 3 carries yesterday.
Let's
For
go.
4 yards, 2 yards.
So one didn't work out. Okay.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Good for Clayton Tune getting in there.
2 quarterback system.
Yeah.
You got the pocket passer with Kyler Murray and the legs with Clayton Tune.
Mm-hmm.
Tua Tagovailoa is not going to wear a Guardian cap. That's the latest update for the Dolphins. Do we embrace debate here? Does anyone feel like he should wear the Guardian cap? I feel like if I were in his shoes, I would wear the Guardian cap, but at the same time, they do look stupid. And I think, much like many people who ride bicycles without a helmet, I'd rather look cool while playing in the National Football League. If you have one bad game and you have the Guardian cap on, we're talking about getting memed to death. You're gonna get memed to death.
Yeah, and then it's like Kyle Tucker, who like he does the gloves on, gloves off thing. So Tua would be like mid game taking the Guardian cap off, like Superman running out of the tunnel though.
I don't know if he'd take it off in the middle of the game because he's struggling. I'm just saying I think he thinks he would look dumb and he would get memed if he had a bad interception where he has a blank stare and he's wearing that stupid helmet. It would be unfortunate.
It's tough. It's a tough look.
They don't look good yet.
Yeah, because we haven't seen a quarterback wear one yet.
Yeah,
it's like I think that's gonna be where. What do you think about this quote? He said, "How much risk do we take when we get up in the morning and drive to work?"
A lot. I drive on Westheimer to work every single day, there and back.
You can get in a car accident. Everything takes risk.
We could get attacked.
That sounds like a man who has had a million concussions
Yes,
justifying still playing football. That's exactly what that sounds like.
I don't know how many people watched the Manning cast, but Ed Reed was on with Peyton and Eli, and apparently he had some thoughts on the Guardian caps, and it was straight gibberish.
Was Ed Reed pro or against?
Against.
I like my ally. I like my ally.
Yeah, it was all over
I
the
figured
place.
he would be against, but I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, he was talking about like the cranial lobe. He was talking about lobes, and Peyton and Eli clearly wanted no part of the conversation. And Peyton's just trying to transition to a play that's happening.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Peyton's just like, get me out of here.
Yeah.
We might have to play that in garbage time.
Okay, yeah, I can find that.
Last up, the San Francisco 49ers are going to be without Brandon Ayuk the rest of the year. He's got a torn ACL. So they are very shorthanded at wide receiver. Deebo Samuel's sick. At least Ricky Pearsall, who got shot in the chest, was back. But
legend.
The 49ers are exploring all options at wide receiver in a game after a game in which Brock Purdy, who at one point was an MVP candidate, had a severe speaking to from Kyle Shanahan, at least per Grant Cohn, noted the Skip Bayless of San Francisco 49ers reporting.
Yeah, they said that he like they sat down in his locker at Brock Purdy's locker for like 5 minutes after the game. He was just like lecturing him.
I saw that. Yeah,
that's strange.
I mean, Brock Purdy did not play well.
At least, and Grant Cohn is the reporter that many 49ers players accused of meat watching.
Alleged meat watcher, Grant Cohn.
So he was upset that Kyle Shanahan was taking away from his time.
Grant Cohn is 100% the number one provocateur beat writer in the NFL. He's what Skip Bayless used to be with the Cowboys.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I only know the Texans beat like in and out like that, and there's no one close on the Texans beat.
No.
So like antagonistic, kind of
antagonistic.
I think
not but like a bleepster kind of.
I'd put Landry Locker in there.
He's the closest we got.
I put Landry Locker.
I say, yeah, he can
Especially
serve
after
that.
yesterday. Locker was going after D'Amico yesterday. I liked it.
He's not afraid to ask actual questions.
What about the other side of Grant Cohn's game? The only other thing I know about Grant Cohn.
The meat watching?
You want us to identify the meat watchers?
Hey, Kyle Juszczyk didn't have any problem doing it. I'm just
not
kidding.
doing
You
that.
don't have to.
I haven't been in the locker room.
Well,
Yeah, that's your out, Paul.
I basically stare up at the ceiling and away from players while I'm waiting for them to step in front of their locker.
So
And
not you.
I don't even look at the other reporters in there. You know, I'm just looking straight up at the sky the whole time.
That's so funny to picture.
It is, but that's how I feel in there. It is weird. Like there should be a better system, but this is the best system for getting to talk to players, maybe off the record, and getting something from them like I did last year. Like, these are the worst refs I've ever seen. Blah 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 blah. You know, stuff like that.
Sean, do you have an opinion
on who the biggest meat watcher is? I'm not in the locker room, and I can't.
Who do you think would be the biggest meat watcher, though?
I think he protests too much.
Damn.
That
hurts my feelings.
We need to get DJ in here to verify that you're looking at the ceiling.
Well, I guess we'll talk to DJ tomorrow about that.
Does Paul look at the
I have two questions for DJ
DJ,
tomorrow.
are you a meat watcher, DJ?
Yeah, the meat watching question, and also the was Aaron Wilson the one to ask Stephon Diggs if he was 10 toes down? Those are my two questions.
I'm pretty confident it was.
Okay. I just want I want confirmation.
It's Gallant George, Sean Mapes by the glass, Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Coming up next, the NBA season tips off tonight. The Houston Rockets gave Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün some new deals. But I'm already tired of what will be easily the worst storyline in basketball this year. It's already annoying, and we haven't even made it to the first games. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Is that the mindset among the entire team? Like playoffs or bust?
For sure. If we don't make the playoffs, we let ourselves down. I think the way we ended last year and what we built, from the beginning to now, I think playoffs.
I will give my everything this year to make the playoffs, make our team is better. I will do everything for it.
That is Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün with Rockets TV sideline reporter Vanessa Richardson, formerly of here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Both Jalen and Alperen Şengün got big extensions yesterday. Green, a 3-year, $106 million extension with a player option for year 3. Şengün, a 5-year, $185 million extension. They're going to be here for the foreseeable future. I think the Rockets are committed fully to Alperen Şengün, what he theoretically could be. And I think with Jalen Green, Joe, they're not quite there, but they feel pretty damn good after what he was able to do in March when the Rockets had that long winning streak.
And it's the right approach. I do think this conversation is a little bit different if they both signed the same contract. If they both signed the 4 years plus one, potentially be here for the next 5 seasons, I would have questions about how they're evaluating Jalen Green if they gave him that contract. So I think they crushed this.
Crushed it.
Yeah. You don't want to see guys. You asked this earlier, like, would Jalen Green be a guy to be upset he didn't get a contract? I think the answer to that is yes, if Alpy got one. If Alpy got one and Jalen didn't, I don't even love the idea. Like, is there any, like, he got a better contract than me?
I'm sure there's a little bit of that.
It's human nature.
Especially since the contract came right after Green got the contract.
Yeah.
So sure.
But
he's a human.
If Alperen would have got this contract and then they were like, Jalen, we're not negotiating with you, that would have been a tough spot to put him in.
Tough is extreme. I say that because I feel like NBA players are so spoiled. I really do. But to what you're saying, the possibility that is something that maybe seeps out into the locker room and affects relationships. Sure. I could see that being on the table. Now it's not. And we'll see what Green is able to do. I think if Green is capable of improving from outside, then this could potentially work. He shot 6% in March last year, but he shot 30% for the season. He is definitely not a 40% three-point shooter. But if he's in that 37, 38, 39 range, I feel like he and Şengün will be compatible with one another. If not, he's a guy who shoots too many threes and is Russell Westbrooking up a storm from outside, and Şengün is clogging things up so that Green can't go north and south. That's where you wonder about potentially moving Green for a better piece, which this contract allows them to do. But I'm with you. I like what they did yesterday, considering where Rafael Stone was not too long ago with the Kevin Porter Jr. story. And then on top of that, how much faith he clearly had in Kevin Porter Jr., despite the many red flags for that guy. He has come a long way, and I will give a tip of my hat.
And you have to remember, too, the March run did start with Alperen Şengün. He got hurt in March. So part of the Jalen turnaround did start to happen while I was there. We talk about, we've talked about all this coaching stuff with the Texans offensive line. At some point, it has to be on Ime Udoka to also figure out how to get these guys to play better together. Like, if the problem is that having Şengün out there is clogging up the lane for Jalen Green, well, then what are you going to do when Steven Adams and Şengün are out there and Jalen Green's on the court? Like you have to find a way to unclog the lane or a way to get Jalen Green to make this work without him.
I wonder how much Steven Adams we're going to see this year.
Apparently he's questionable for tomorrow, and they didn't give a reason why. And I heard very negative things about Steven Adams from people that met him for the first time.
Didn't leave a good first impression?
Yes, he did not leave a good first impression.
Okay. Interesting.
Of all the players. And, sometimes people in our business think they're more important than they are. But I was surprised that so publicly people were talking negatively about Steven Adams at an Astros game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, we'll see how Steven Adams handles his new role in this team. It is crazy. We're going to see 9 to 10 players a game on a nightly basis. And I think for the first couple of months, we're going to be asking, how long should some of these guys be playing? What should the minute, I guess, division be? But look, the NBA tips off tonight. My Celtics are playing the New York Knicks, but you wouldn't know it if you go to ESPN.com.
They got more important things to talk about. Derrick Henry, right?
Well, I mean, that would be more important. Or Lamar Jackson. That would be more important. These are 2 headlines I saw on ESPN.com today. And I can't believe it. There were 2 football games last night. Bettors backing Bronny as long shot rookie of the year pick.
Okay.
Bronny James, by the way, for those who don't know.
What a waste of money.
The son of LeBron James, who seemingly only was drafted by the Lakers after a very underwhelming college career to make LeBron happy. And here's the stupider one. Griffey's in LA for potential LeBron Bronny debut. Oh my God.
At least the first one. Like there's people are betting on Bronny to win.
It's a front page headline. It's a front page story.
It should not be. But it's better than the Griffey one. Like there's so little going on in the NBA, which is impossible. Think about what happened yesterday. Like my phone was going off constantly for 2 hours yesterday.
Push notifications
from Sean Sharania because I'm subscribed to his Twitter account. He kept tweeting all these contracts of players who every single time I just laughed and said that guy's overpaid. And then you have all that going on. You have massive contracts being handed out after that. You've got star players being hurt, but the Griffeys will be in LA.
This is beneath the Griffeys. Ken Griffey Sr. was a good baseball player. Ken Griffey Jr. is one of the best baseball players ever. Will Bronny ever be more than an 11th man?
No.
He shouldn't be. I'm saying that right now. There is not one person that thinks that guy who was undersized, who has health issues, and who wasn't very good at college should be in the NBA.
How early into the game does he get on the court tonight? Second quarter?
Watch him start.
Oh, that would be...
Look, they are a loser organization.
Awesome.
The Lakers are losers again. I mean, this is the sideshow BS that they're trying to bring to the table so that people will actually go watch them. They suck.
This is from Arash Markazi, LA reporter. I think he has a radio show there. LeBron and Bronny will share the court at some point during the season opener. They're going to get their photo op together. There'll be another one with Ken Griffey Jr. and Sr. who will be there. They'll talk about it post game, and then maybe we'll move on to the season.
No, you won't. This is going to be a thing the entire season. Because at some point,
like the 5th time that they play together, will that I don't think the Griffeys need to be there for that.
No. But when they start losing, because they will, the ESPN shows and Fox shows will turn it into should Bronny be playing more because they have no idea what they're talking about and they've never watched him actually play basketball and he couldn't get on the court for a bad basketball team in the Pac-12 and USC. If they send him down to the G League, it's going to be a huge story because they're going to try to do the whole disrespecting LeBron and his wishes thing. It's going to be a story all season.
I feel like it'll get old.
Yeah, I don't know.
I hope
I don't know. Like the Lakers are on a 3-game losing streak. We should play Bronny more. I actually don't think that'll happen. Because the thing is, Lakers fans, they actually do watch these games and they have riots after every single one of the losses. But it's because they notice when guys aren't playing well. And if Bronny sees the court, he's not going to play well.
I mean, he has the worst odds of all the rookies on the board to win Rookie of the Year.
So that's why people are betting on him.
There's 25 guys on this list.
It's a name that they recognize and they say, "Oh, okay," because they're casuals.
I'll put $5. It's also a joke of I'll put $5.
And here's the thing. Cool. Does this need to be a front page story on ESPN?
No.
Does
Ken Griffey Sr. and Jr. being at this opener to see LeBron and Bronny James need to be a front page story on ESPN. This is what bothers me about it. Hey, go do you, Lakers. Second-rate franchise with not a lot of money at this point. Of course, all time. Yes, we know. But where you are right now is you're in that tier of, well, we could make the play-in games. Yeah. We could. And they have LeBron.
They're projected to win the same amount of games as the Houston Rockets.
You're a circus act. And so lean into the circus act. But I hate that the people that cover this game nationally are presenting this to us as if we should be interested. The more that they tell me about it, the more angry I get. I can't be the only one that feels that way.
It's gotta be. They've got to be seeing like massive clicks on these.
Yeah,
stories.
That's what it is. Is that like?
But that's
Bronny James. Like Bronny James stories get clicks.
That's like, is it anger?
It doesn't matter. It's,
like the
it's
Athletic,
interest.
like the Athletic is basically funded by angry Astros fans, and every time you put out a cheating article, because they all rage read it and rage click on it. Like, is that what people are doing with Bronny? Like, does anyone actually care about this story?
I don't think we're taking into account the amount of people that only follow basketball through TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah.
And Bronny James is probably like a top 10, top 20, like famous basketball player to those people. Because it's just a name they know. I mean, it's a little bit like the Arch Manning thing, where like the only reason Arch Manning is as big of a star is just because of his last name.
At least he's good.
Yeah, at least he's good. But like
good in high school.
But there's a lot of good high school quarterbacks that don't have all the attention on them that Arch does.
No, I mean literally the entire Team USA like under 17 basketball team is like Bronny. It's filled with both Boozer boys, Carlos Boozer's kids, Gilbert Arenas' son, Carmelo Anthony's son. Like half the team is guys that we grew up watching, their children. But none of them are going to get the attention that Bronny got. Because it's LeBron.
Yeah, because none of those guys are LeBron.
Yeah. But like Marcus didn't get this. Marcus Jordan didn't get this when he was playing at like UCF.
They got a little bit of it.
There was a buzz enough where they would make mentions of it on Sports Center.
They would like show the highlights.
And it is a different era where the internet wasn't showing as much. But also, I don't think any of us really looked at Marcus Jordan as if he was ever going to be Michael Jordan. And for whatever reason with Bronny, there was a moment in time where people were like, huh?
Because LeBron said last year he could be starting on half these teams.
That's definitely part of it.
And it's because like we saw clips of it. Like he had a highlight tape when he's 8 years old on Instagram.
Yeah.
That's where all this comes from. Is on Instagram, everyone looks like an awesome basketball player for 15 seconds.
Sean Mapes behind the glass. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant, and I'm already just tired of Bronny James. I caught myself yawning in the middle of that because I hate him. I hate this. I don't hate Bronny. I don't hate LeBron. I hate that this is being made into a thing. And it's because the Lakers are a small mom and pop sideshow circus at this point that they're doing it.
Yeah, they're not a serious team. This is where I was like 2 years ago with the Lakers. Like they're just not. It's cool. They're gonna sell a lot of jerseys. It's all whatever. But they're not like when you're talking about winning a championship. Like they're not anywhere close to winning a championship. But Paul, you don't have to worry about that. Where you're gonna have to worry about is watching the New York Love Fest that's gonna happen during the Celtics game.
Oh yeah,
you're gonna get all the Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns.
I think we're gonna
the Nova Knicks.
We're gonna get Angry Paul tomorrow for sure.
That's gonna be the story. But you know what?
Angry Paul?
You know what? It's just more disrespect.
Angry about the Knicks, Paul.
No. I'm Angry Paul. Do we want to do a segment? Is Paul mad today?
Oh yeah.
Is water wet?
Does this make Paul mad? And it's just us reading stories.
Yeah, it could be that. God.
Us reading fantasy football headlines.
I probably will. I'll probably watch this game tonight on mute, to be perfectly honest, because you're right. You are right. I totally forgot about the Karl Anthony Towns trade. Like, hey, the Knicks traded for one of the softest players in recent NBA history. This will make them go over the top for the first time ever.
For a coach who didn't like him when he coached in Minnesota.
A team 2 years ago traded 5 first-round picks so this guy wouldn't play center for them. Now the Knicks need him to play center.
Yep.
The worst is going to be if the Celtics lose this game tonight.
Oh, bing bong.
The Knicks fans will be throwing a effing parade for this one. Anyway, Gallant and George. He's Joe and Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Actual pushback for D'Amico Ryans at his press conference yesterday. I enjoyed it. You'll hear it next. was interesting seeing D'Amico Ryans at the podium yesterday for his Monday press conference. D'Amico, I think, has received a rather, what am I trying to say here? I think that D'Amico, since he has taken over as Texans head coach, has been very well received. And there have been very few moments where people have been extremely critical of him. I think people are hesitant to be critical of him because they like him. Part of that's because he played here. The other part is his demeanor is one where it's easy to get along with him. But considering that the Texans have, while still winning games, been doing a lot of the same things that bother us for all 7 games this year, people are finally starting to ask some questions of him. And yesterday, we both agreed that Texans coaching cost them in their game against the Packers. There were several game management decisions that didn't make a lot of sense. D'Amico should have called a timeout when he was jumping up and down on the sideline right before Jordan Love throws a touchdown down the left sideline pass to Wicks. You had a moment where late in the game, knocking on the Packers side of the field, potentially about to score a touchdown or field goal to go ahead, where you run the ball, and then you throw the ball on a pass that goes out of bounds. And it seemed weird. It seemed like there was no plan there. There's another moment we'll talk about in a moment, but here's D'Amico Ryans being asked about that 3rd and 15 situation.
Yeah, we had a one-on-one opportunity right there. We had to win that one-on-one opportunity, which, we put Tank and CJ in that spot to win a one-on-one opportunity, and we didn't make the play, didn't get it done.
There though, because it was short of the sticks and it was near the sidelines.
Yeah, the goal is to complete the pass.
Landry Locker's the one asking him those questions, getting combative with him in a fair way, a measured way. D'Amico's answer doesn't make a whole lot of sense there.
No, it doesn't, because, and this is where maybe we'll get a better answer on what is it, Thursday, when Slowick speaks to the media. And since he's the actual offensive coordinator for the team, I doubt it. But maybe, because he's wrong. You gave him a one-on-one opportunity to try to get the first down. The pass was short of the sticks, and then he was going to go out of bounds, even if you completed it. So either the play call sucked, he didn't actually know what was going on, or something went terribly wrong, and he's just not admitting it. And that is where, with D'Amico, I understand his mentality. And I'm not saying he has to be critical, but it's just so much rah, got to complete the pass, goals to complete the pass. Coach starts with the coaching. So we're hearing the same thing over and over again. I think he's a great coach, but I'm glad that there's finally some. Yeah, he's a good coach. Yeah. He's doing a really good job for the most part. I'm glad he's finally getting some pushback though, because people don't want to push back against coaches in this town.
They don't want to do it against Stroud either right now. And Stroud is next up. I feel like there are some legitimate excuses for Stroud in this game against the Packers, but Stroud is next up. But I think that D'Amico Ryans cost the Texans on Sunday, and I don't know what he was trying to say there. I really don't. We had a one-on-one opportunity. Didn't look like it was a one-on-one opportunity that was going to score you a touchdown on 3rd and 15 or get you a first down on 3rd and 15. And considering it was 3rd and 15, wouldn't you want to be throwing the football towards the middle of the field at the very least, so you can keep the clock running if you don't get the first down and force the Packers to call another timeout? Because that play was going towards the sidelines, short of the sticks, well short of the sticks, and Tank Dell was not winning that one-on-one to the degree that he would have been able to get a first down there.
Yeah, like that's where you miss Nico, because if that's what their goal is, that to me sounds like they're not adjusting what their game plan would be without Nico Collins. That you run that play with Nico 10 out of 10 times, I guess, but you actually go for a first down. It's like they wanted to run something similar, but with Tank, but they just didn't.
I don't know what they were trying to do.
Yeah, because like what they're saying and what they did on the field are not the same thing. Like that's why it's weird.
We're always trying to score. Well, you weren't really on that play, and then on top of that, you weren't staying on the field. You run a play where if Dell catches that, unless he does something miraculous and jukes a guy or goes backwards and then forward, He's not getting the first down there. And with the way he was playing in that game, that wouldn't have been the guy that you should have targeted anyway. Anyway, let's keep talking about D'Amico Ryans getting asked some tough questions here. D'Amico was also asked about a play where Jordan Love looked like he might have thrown the ball backwards to I want to say it was Josh Jacobs. Upon further review, the pass went backwards. D'Amico did not challenge it. I can understand maybe not throwing the challenge flag out there. You want to have all your timeouts. It's a close game. But he was asked about not challenging the play yesterday when, with the benefit of hindsight, a lot of people said, hey, that was a lateral. That was a fumble. And the Texans picked it up. Here's what D'Amico had to say.
From the guys upstairs, it wasn't, and they thought it was forward. So, I mean, looking back at it, should I have challenged it? Yes, it's always, you look back, hindsight is always 2020. So you're looking back, like, should I throw the challenge? Maybe throw it there. So I look at myself too, like, wish I would have thrown it there just to force them to make a decision.
2 for 5 in challenges in his career. That's a challenge he should have made.
Yeah, I mean, whoever's up there, as he said, talking to him, probably should also be on the hot seat, like the offensive line coach, because I thought it was pretty clear even when you saw it happen. I mean, I know they're saying maybe it's because we know like that you see the replay, so maybe it like messes with your mind or whatever. But it was at least worth the challenge. There was no reason not to challenge it, and instead of doing that, things just led to a disaster. I mean, it's so clear. I'm watching it right now. Like
in the moment, I wasn't 100% sure, but if it's your job to be watching the game on the off chance that something happens where maybe D'Amico is going to need a heads up to throw the flag out there, you got to be on top of it. So whoever that guy is, maybe he let D'Amico Ryans down there, but it is another thing that you can pile on when it comes to D'Amico and poor game management that we saw on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, he's jumping up and down, I think, to get Bullock's attention to shift the coverage around. At the very least, you should probably just call a timeout there. And I'm not even saying to review it, just to get your defense lined up, because what happens, was that the Wicks touchdown? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the Wicks touchdown where where Bullock wasn't on the sideline enough. So it's like, I'm not even saying you need to challenge the play. Even if you're challenging the previous play off the board, just call a timeout there.
But that's what's crazy. We're talking about 2 different situations, Like, we're talking about that situation.
Well, that was the next play.
Well, wait, hang on a second. The lateral, I thought the lateral was at like the 40-yard line or something like that.
And then they ran hurry up to before they could review it to make it hard to review.
Okay. On the Wicks touchdown. Okay.
It might be Dobbs. It might be another one of these Packers receivers.
There's too many very good receivers, but none are great.
Just as good as each other,
indistinguishable.
Yeah, and all pretty good. But yeah, it was. I think it was a situation where they're hurrying up to the line to not get the challenge off.
I mean, it's not the Texans' ball anyways, most likely in this situation, because the referees don't know how to do their job in a moment like this where it's potentially a backward pass. You can see the referee waving incomplete pass. So it would not have been the Texans' ball anyways. It just would have been the next play. What happened? But at least you set your defense.
Call a timeout. Just again, no, don't even review. Just call a timeout.
Like the ball is at minimum going to move backwards. It might not be the Texans' ball, but just call the timeout, reset instead. I mean, maybe it is just trying to get Bullock's attention because he was so in the wrong spot, but someone's got to do a better job of telling D'Amico when and when not to challenge things, because 2 for 5 is not good.
No, it's not good. I mean, it's not bad. We've seen worse numbers out there.
Should Nick Cassero be on the headset?
Ooh.
Just to help him out?
Damn, dude.
I don't think we're there yet.
It's offensive to suggest that.
David Culley, I think I don't know if he made it to the first game without Nick Cassero doing that. I don't know the whole timeline of events.
It was fuzzy.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Who can remember?
Who really wants to remember?
Who cares?
To be honest, those were the worst.
Man, unfortunate sequence right there. And look, the Texans are 5-2, and I think a lot of it has to do with, on Sunday at least, D'Amico Ryans' poor game management decisions. Joe George to my right, Sean Mapes behind the glass. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We heard from both Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green with the NBA tipping off tonight about their new contracts. You'll hear from them next. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Two big moves by the Houston Rockets yesterday before they tip off the season tomorrow. First, they gave Jalen Green a 3-year extension worth $106 million, player option for the last year. And then after that, they gave Alperen Sengun a new deal. Sengun gets 5 years, $185 million. I'm going to break this stupid mic stand. I'm going to break this mic stand. I'm going to break it. Can Lance stop breaking things in the effing studio, for God's sakes? Jesus. Anyway, look at this thing. Look at this thing. Just flopping around.
I was just worried about your knuckle or whatever that was. That sounded like a hard collision.
Stop breaking it, Lance. God. Anyway, I'm holding the microphone because our stands don't work because Lance keeps breaking them. Alperen Sengun, 5 years, $185 million. Now I'm just pissed. I can't even effing read. These are two very good moves for the Rockets in terms of they're committed to Sengun, but they're not giving him the supermax. And on top of that, with Jalen Green, you're not totally committed to him, Right now, you're still in a wait and see kind of mode. So I like it. Today, we heard from Alperen Şengün, who wants to be a Houston Rocket for life.
I mean, I hope I've been here like for a long time, end of my career. That's what I want. I love Houston. I love Rockets, the organization, everything. They treat us well, and, just want to be here forever. Thank you for Rockets.
Be here forever.
Forever.
Forever's a long time, Paul.
It is.
He did only sign a 4-year contract. He did not sign a forever contract.
Oh, this means he's going to get another one.
Well, it's 4 with an option for a 5th. So
I
assume he's picking up that 5th year option.
Are the notoriously sensitive people of Turkey going to be upset hearing that Alperen Şengün wants to stay in Houston, not a country run by a dictator, for life?
Yes.
How are they going to feel about that?
They're going to be upset.
Are we not a country run by a dictator?
Ooh.
Some would disagree.
Damn, dude. Well, they sure would, because Erdogan, or whatever the hell that guy's name is.
I forgot that the Turks might be coming after the people who don't like the Şengün contract.
Oh, they will 100% because they're the worst. They're
Pray
the
for the
effing
killer
worst.
bees. I don't know.
I think they don't like the Jalen Green contract.
Oh, okay.
Or at least one of them does.
Okay.
They definitely don't like it, and I'm sure that they have said all the racist things about Jalen Green, because these Turkish people who are so sensitive that they get pissed off when Dell calls Alperen Şengün, obviously sarcastically. They have no grasp of that. They live in a dictatorship. When he says that he's the big Turkish stiff, these idiots who deny the Holocaust happened, these people are sensitive about being called the big Turkish stiff when their country is truly founded on the idea of, guess what? Xenophobia. Hey, let's kill Kurds. Hey, let's do that. Let's deny the Holocaust ever happened, even though we were sending people to Germany. I'll stop ranting. I cannot stand the people who are such psychotic Alperen Şengün fans who are from Turkey. Can't stand them. F yourself, okay? Coming after us for that was absolutely ridiculous with your poorly edited supercut that you put up there. NBA's back, folks. NBA's back.
NBA's back.
Wait, Joe, did we accidentally just do the Angry Paul segment?
Yes.
It's all from the microphone. It's all from the microphone right there.
So, Paul, I heard you're back on the dating apps.
Just keep it going, huh?
Well, I don't know.
Are you staying up to watch Bronny James?
Forever Alone with Paul Gallant is the new segment. And, guess what? Sometimes when you're on these apps, you find yourself getting into interesting exchanges. And I have one from today. So a lot of the people on these apps are very uncreative and don't have anything to say. And they'll just give you a high when they see you and they like what they see. So there was somebody named Kalu who sent me a message.
Caillou?
Not Caillou. No, It's not a bald Canadian child. I'm not Drake, right? Does that joke work? Kalu just gave me a high.
She started it, though.
She did start it.
Positive.
So, look, guys, Halloween's a big holiday for me. The guy dresses in a lot of costumes, and I like it. Do you know why I like Halloween?
Because you get to...
Because I'm a perv, and I like to see people dressed up like, let's be honest, sluts. I like to be slutty myself. It's okay. It's okay, right?
Yeah, you're a slutty Batman last year.
Exactly. It's my favorite holiday of the year, okay? I'm all about it. So I just asked this as a kind of icebreaker question. Yo, what are your thoughts on Halloween as a holiday? This answer is a lot.
Yes.
I can't wait for this.
Does it have the word pagan in it?
It does not.
Okay.
Well, isn't big for me, but I guess it's good for children to wear costumes, but need constant protection of adults. There are many crazy and bad people waiting around. This person follows it up by saying, this is a really weird question to ask a person. And I just told her, weirder answer. And she unmatched me. That is a very weird answer, no?
Okay.
Do you like Halloween?
The adults part is like, you can like or not, like you can say that it's for kids, whatever.
Yeah, like not for me. I really stopped
when
I
you
was a
start
kid.
going into like, there's weird people going.
Like, yeah, not for me. What's your favorite holiday? Like, simple follow-up question.
Yeah.
The adults thing, I'm glad she unmatched you.
That was going
a
in
very
a
weird
bizarre
response. There are many crazy and bad people waiting around. I'm just asking, do you like dressing up for Halloween?
Like how paranoid are you as a person if in your sum up for how you feel about Halloween, you sneak in, there's weird people lurking around every corner.
Paul's just trying to figure out like if they go out next Thursday, like if he's gonna get like a scary monster or like a Playboy bunny. Like that's all he's trying to figure out here. And this is the response you got.
Imagine if you just asked about any, like you could have asked her about any. What do you think about Chipotle? Not for me. Whatever. Also, you have to be careful. There's a lot of crazy people out. Like there's always crazy people out everywhere.
Yeah, I think maybe this is the test. Like we just move from what holiday was the best icebreaker. Start with Halloween. Maybe then if it doesn't go so well, we move to Christmas.
Well, if you talk about Christmas these days, I mean, Christmas is definitely a battleground. There's a war on Christmas. Yeah.
Do you say Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays?
Depends on what they look like.
If they say Happy Holidays, unmatched.
Wow, damn, Joe.
Wow,
that's intolerant.
Principal stance.
Listen, if the person's hot enough, I don't care what their stances are in a lot of things. I'll be honest about that.
Yeah.
I'm a shallow man. That's why this Calu person, I wouldn't let it keep going. But instead, I said that is a weird answer. That was a very weird answer. Anyway, sorry, we kind of got off here. Mount Gallant just went nuclear. The people that were so pissy about us talking about Şengün last year are the worst.
So dumb.
This is the worst part about Şengün being here long term, and Şengün saying he wants to be in Houston for life. Are you going to get mad at him for that? You're going to stay consistent. You're going to keep that same energy, you losers. God,
I
sucks to suck. USA.
Didn't we give him Boban? That's like a trade.
Well, he's
To the
Serbian,
Turks?
and he's playing. I forgot where he's playing.
I thought he went to Turkey.
I thought it was Greece, but
Guess I was wrong.
Eric, the driver, says Paul's going to start another war in the Balkans. Nope, Turkey is impotent and no longer the Ottoman Empire, so they can't do that anymore. Hey, guess who may have caused all the issues in, by the way, Israel? If you take a look at history, Turkey, because of the Ottoman Empire. Who would have thought? Anyway,
Boban is playing in Turkey, so fair trade.
he is playing.
He's in Turkey.
They get Boban, we get Alfie.
Here's more Alperin Şengün talking about signing an extension with the Rockets.
I can focus on the basketball now only, just go over there and hoop and give my best for the team. And, I want to be championship with the Rockets one day. So that's my next goal now. And that's what we're going to do.
Hell yeah. Guaranteed a championship.
Mm-hmm.
Said that's what we're going to do.
And he wants to stay here for life. Not Turkey. Is he going to have his passport revoked?
I kind of like the fact that we're going to get another year of at least one more year of the Civil War in Rockets
Twitter for sure. Yeah.
Oh, it'll just change. As soon as Alfie wins the Civil War versus Jalen.
Oh, they'll go
Green,
after somebody else.
It'll
Right.
be Amen Thompson or
Reed Shepherd.
Reed Shepherd.
The Reed Shepherd hive is going to be.
I think there's going to be a lot of Civil Wars this year. Amen Thompson playing time versus Fred VanVleet playing time. That's going to be a big one.
But there's not going to be a fervent Fred VanVleet hive. No disrespect, the man's a champion. At times, the best player on the team last year. I just don't know. I don't know if people are going to live and die with Fred VanVleet the way they live and die with Jalen and Şengün. But I think Reed Shepherd could grow a fan base stronger than his mustache, which is praise because he has a strong mustache.
He does.
For considering he's like 18.
Yeah,
He
honestly,
has a very 18-year-old mustache.
Did not expect that. Did not expect.
You forgot
that
he was that young.
Yeah. Well, no,
Until
I
you
mean,
saw the evidence on his face?
I mean, did not expect the capability of that mustache.
I thought it was going to be a summer goofy, preseason look, but I think he's rolling with it for the season. So that's interesting.
Up next, in case you missed it, I'm sorry for derailing this segment. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Big event in baseball coming up, the Savannah Banana Invitational. 2 amateur teams, one from New York, one from LA. They play in a best-of-7 for the right to play the Savannah Bananas. I don't know much more about it other than that. I also do not plan on watching a second of the Savannah Banana Invitational. I do know that one of the fan bases for this big matchup, I guess, has pulled on somebody that we were trying to get on the Houston Texans bandwagon last week. The Costco guys are back with a anthem for New York's amateur baseball team.
The Yankees are back in the World Series. They're still bringing it. Still bringing it. Still bringing it. Who said one hit wonder would bring the boom? We're back bringing it strong, so turn up the volume.
Gotta bring the boom strong, bring the boom in no fear. Bring the boom was the song of the summer this year.
Put them on the boom meter, we're gonna rate it. Put the fries in the bag now, already ate it.
Boom and doom in the restaurants, making some noise. Taking the field with the Boca Beach boys.
Bustin' on the rap scene like Slim Shady. Throwing with the raw just like Tom Brady.
Throwing up weight that others can't budge. Smashing home runs like Aaron Judge.
Cross the world, cross the nation, keep on seeing it. The boom's still here and we're still bringing it. Now bring the boom. Now bring the boom. Still bringing it. Now bring the
Guitar's good. It's good guitar work.
I mean, it's a good beat. Like I like the beat.
I'd rather watch those guys
I mean,
with my eyes pulled open by pliers than watch the World Series.
I mean, they don't need to be pulled open for me. The video, you're missing out on. If you're just
It's some great
listening,
dancing.
You're missing out on the video.
My gosh.
Double chocolate cookie.
Their videos do like hundreds of thousands.
I mean, it makes me want to kill myself that
Yes,
like they can
yeah.
go viral for this very sweet, not mean,
It's wholesome.
wholesome
No,
content.
You know what?
It's
Okay.
wholesome family entertainment.
Justice, pick Justice. Everything you guys just said. AJ, the dad, loser.
No, he's a winner.
Oh, no.
He's famous now.
He's been trying, like, people are finding, like, trying to be viral videos that, like, he was probably sending into, like, America's Funniest Home Video.
Yeah.
7 to 10 years ago.
And now he's famous.
He did it.
One shining moment.
Yeah.
He made it. He's all the way to the
He's
top.
he's not an overnight celebrity.
True underdog story.
I would enjoy a sit down. I have so many questions.
I don't even have questions. I'm just going to let them cook. I'm just going to just milk them for content and just sit back and do nothing.
Maybe we can get them to, like, make us, like, a new show intro song.
I just want them on the Houston Texans bandwagon.
Gallant George, bring the boom. Come on, guys.
Bringing the boom since 2024.
That sounds fun. That sounds fun. So anyway, yeah, the Savannah Banana Invitational, the team from New York, the team from LA.
The most famous fans, most famous Yankee fans, probably.
The serious story, serious note. The Costco guys are more famous than Major League Baseball. Like they matter more.
Look up their TikTok followers.
Costco
versus
guys
the MLB
are
TikTok
more
account.
relevant than Major League Baseball. They are.
Do we
They
know
bring
what,
the
like,
boom.
their TikTok is?
Don't give it out. They're fine. They don't. We've given.
No,
them
I want to see. I want to see if they have more followers than Major League Baseball.
Let's continue with in case you missed it. So we didn't get to hear from all of the fallout for the Cleveland Browns after Deshaun Watson ruptured his Achilles on Sunday. Myles Garrett had this to say about the reaction to said injury, which involved some cheering after he was booed while taking the field to open the game.
No one deserves that. I've seen him work his ass off to, get back here and put a smile on his face and, try to put everything that's outside the facility behind him. Death threats, people come to his house, people, going after his family. No, like I said, no one deserves that. And I hate using the word deserves. I'm usually, pretty consistent saying earned. He hadn't earned it and he doesn't deserve it. Man does pretty much everything right. He's been a model citizen through college and most of the pros. He plays the game as hard as anyone I've seen. Puts everything on the line, willing to throw his body out there, and he plays the game at 100 miles per hour. And there's a risk of being injured, and he took that risk. But we have to be there for him as a team, as an organization. We can't look down on the guy because of any mistakes on the field or anything off the field. We don't have anything. We don't have any more high ground to look down on the guy.
He says pretty much. He says most. So he's pretty much done everything right for most of the pros.
Most of the pros.
I mean,
let's just focus on the field. I mean, he's been in the league since 17. The last 3 to 4 years. Most of his time in the pros, he's sucked.
17,
or been
18,
hurt.
19, 20. That's 4. That's crazy. That was only 4 years he was on the Texans. And then 21, 22, 23, 24. So we're 4 to 4 on doing most things right for being good for most of the time he's a pro.
And really, like his first year, he got hurt. 5 games in?
Yeah, 6. Yeah.
Like, Myles Garrett started strong. Like it started off okay. Like, but then when he started didn't deserve and using that word and all that stuff, he started losing me quick.
Did Mason Rudolph deserve a helmet to the head? Yes, he did. No one wanted to watch Mason Rudolph play quarterback.
By the standards of Browns fans cheering or booing Deshaun Watson, he was bad, so he deserves whatever he gets. Because that is something, and I am definitely not the first person to point this out, but we all remember when the Browns first traded for Deshaun Watson, and Browns fans 100% supported him. The Browns fans, they were making the towel jokes. They're laughing at everyone that they get Deshaun Watson. It's only because he stinks. This is not a moral high ground at all. For honestly, these guys bringing up the off the field stuff, that's not even what the fans are doing. The fans are only mad at him. The Browns fans are only mad at him because he stinks.
And
they do not care otherwise.
And they're not benching him. Speaking of Jameis Winston, third string quarterback for the Browns. We'll see if Dorian Thompson-Robinson's finger is okay. That's another weird story from this game that we don't even have time for. Here's Jameis Winston doing his best Ray Lewis impersonation, talking about Deshaun Watson.
The way I was raised, I was taught to love no matter the circumstances, especially for people who do right by you. I'm grateful that I had a chance to serve Deshaun, but I am very upset with the reaction to a man that has had the world against him for the past 4 years, and he put his body and life on the line for this city every single day, regardless of your perception, regardless of what you thought should happen with him. He committed every single day that I've been here to be the best that he can be for this team. And I know I come from the deep South, Birmingham, Alabama, Belsham, Alabama. So I know the standard that hungry fans want. But the way I was raised, I will never pull on a man when he's down. But I will be the person to lift him up.
Pause for a second. Pull on a man when he's down. Interesting choice of words. Talking about Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, that's exactly what he wanted, really. Allegedly.
Thank you for clarifying there. More Jameis. He keeps going.
Never pull on a man when he's down, but I will be the person to lift him up. And that all of us have unique experiences. All of us have circumstances, conditions, and facts that we face every single day. And I pride myself in being a man of increase and being a man that wants the best out of everybody. I tell myself every morning what I want for myself, I want for everyone. And I do not want the treatment that Deshaun Watson has received from these passionate fans. I know you love this game. When I first got here, I knew these were some amazing fans. But Deshaun was treated badly. And now he has to overcome another obstacle. So I'm going to support him. I'm going to lift him up. And I'm going to be there for him. Because I see the way he fights. I see the way that he works. And I know who he is as a person and as an NFL quarterback. And that's all I have to say to address him. I'm sending up my prayers. I already prayed for his leg. And I will continue.
Did he say anything?
Yeah, you guys stand up for your brother in arms. The guys that also commit sexual assault against women. James Winston.
Allegedly.
Also settled federal lawsuits. That's a fact. Both the guys have settled lawsuits.
Yep.
In sexual assault cases.
You're not wrong.
Oh, this is why the media shouldn't be in the locker room sometimes. Keep these morons from talking.
No. I like it. I want Jameis to talk to me.
My God.
The person I wanted to hear from most there was Jameis Winston.
Did he deliver?
He did. Gosh.
Never pull on a man when he's down.
Oh man, I didn't know he said that.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
These guys are so stupid.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay to just be like, hey man, don't boo. That's your quarterback.
That's the thing.
And then be done.
That's the thing. With, like,
both of them, for both Garrett and Winston.
Trying to speak on his character is like, again, that is actually not the issue. Like, Browns fans are not booing of him because of his character or cheering that he got hurt because of his character. But it's also like, that's where you lose like any credibility or any like shred of it. Like, because I do understand that if you're in the same locker room as a guy, like, and he tears his Achilles, like, you're not going to be like, yeah, good. Get him out of here. Like, I get that they all know that at any given moment that could be them on the ground. But don't sit here and talk to me about how great of a guy he is. You just don't have to do it.
Or pulling him up from the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely don't bring that up.
Yeah, don't do that.
It opens the door for a lot of jokes.
Man.
All right. Well,
shout out to the Browns.
Jameis.
Do you think this is the last time we'll ever talk about Deshaun Watson?
No, when he gets cut.
Because he'll get cut and he'll try to play.
Yeah, there'll be some story next training camp or whatever where he's on track to come back in whatever month. And yeah, that'll be.
Yeah, I don't think the Watson story will go away. I think he'll try to play for a while.
Will he?
San Antonio Brahmas?
Yeah, because I think eventually there'll be a
Houston Roughnecks?
Get him out of my city.
Arlington Desperados?
There we go. There we go.
I think eventually like he'll try to make like they are stopping me. Like if he gets cut and then no one signs him, I could just like see a Deshaun Watson suing the NFL.
Being blackballed. But Paul just
someone's gonna take a knee.
Yeah.
I wasn't Tebowing, I was Kaepernicking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Clarification.
I see that in Deshaun Watson's future.
I don't know. I mean, he would get signed by like the Miami Dolphins when Tua goes out, right? Like they like there's gonna be a team that like that will sniff around him as like the oh my god, all of our quarterbacks are hurt. I imagine maybe, although he might get he's a distraction, so never mind. Which is code for he sucks, so we don't want him. Because remember, he was just as big a distraction when the Browns traded 3 first-round picks and gave him a fully guaranteed contract. Like he was gonna be a distraction when that happened. Now he just sucks.
We got some garbage time coming up next. Speaking of things that suck, this doesn't suck. Yet another possibility for the Houston Astros to bring back Alex Bregman. I feel like we continue to take baby steps in the right direction, perhaps for all the wrong reasons. You'll hear what this one is next.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I think the chances of Alex Bregman returning to the Astros increased a little bit today because somebody that I think has access to the Varsity Letterman Jackets Skull and Bone Society, chaired by Jim Crane, Jeff Bagwell, Craig Biggio, Reggie Jackson, Roy Oswalt, tweeted this in all caps this afternoon. Bring Bregman back.
Oh, it's done. Done. He's back. It's over. They're gonna listen to Roy Oswalt, right? That's how the Astros operate.
It has to help.
Altuve and Oswalt. I mean, what else do you need?
It has to help.
There's no way it hurts. Like, there's absolutely no way it has no effect.
I also think it's just very random.
It is random because that was at like 2:30.
Yeah, it was like 2 hours. It was like an hour ago.
Oh, okay. So just randomly in the middle of the afternoon, pay Alex Bregman.
Well, he was before that. He was tweeting about their new third base coach.
Oh, okay. So he was just at third base, and he was like, "While I'm here,
yeah. Let's talk about Bregman.
We paid the third base coach, now the third base man."
Yeah. Don't ask me how to say his last name.
How do you say the last name of the new Astros first third base coach?
Perez Chica.
Okay.
Perez Chica.
You sounded more confident that time.
There we go.
Say it another time. More confident.
Perez Chica. Tony.
Tony?
Tony's first name.
Okay. Tony.
I was gonna call him Tony.
Tony Perez Chica.
Tony P.
When something goes
Tony
wrong,
P.
we're just gonna be yelling at Tony.
Yeah. Tony P at third base.
Yep.
Real quickly, some garbage time before we get out of here. WNBA season came to a wrap Sunday night. Bad calls in Game 5 of the game between the teams. And now they're about to lock out.
All right.
Interestingly, the WNBA is, I guess, they did have a lot of interest this year to opt out of their collective bargaining agreement after a year where they lost $50 million as a league.
So they'll play next season, but then maybe the lockout would be after that.
Sounds like it.
All right. Well, good luck. Good luck with that.
I mean,
I don't
there
know what
was
you're
more
negotiating.
interest, but there still wasn't enough interest to get people to really care.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way that they made less money than they did in years previous.
I do feel like it's gonna be nasty though, because like they're gonna try to argue all these things are going up, and the owners are gonna have to look the players in the face and be like, no, actually, none of you really matter besides Caitlin Clark. Like that's gonna go over super well.
Oh yeah, because everybody in that league loves Caitlin.
Yeah,
they all love her.
Yeah. It's the only reason we ever talk about this. That is funny. Like, I was thinking about this on the drive back. We have a WNBA segment on the show. We never talk about Caitlin Clark in the WNBA segment. It's always people reacting to Caitlin Clark.
Pretty much.
Like, that's where I'm like, wait, is Caitlin Clark not even the draw? It's the fact that she exists as the draw. Like, we never have the segment and go, Caitlin Clark was awesome last night. Nope.
Because we don't actually watch it.
We don't watch it. We don't watch it.
I did try.
Anyway, I feel like a hypocrite because the last couple of days I've been getting mad about turning around, driving around town, flipping around, see what people are talking about and hearing WNBA talk. Here I am doing it. But that's garbage time, everybody. That's going to wrap up today's edition of the Gallant and George radio program. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, for Joe George, for the hooligans on Twitch, for our YouTubers, texters, and tweeters, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He is Blankers. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass. And it is a Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Busy show. Still the ramifications, the impact of falling to the Green Bay Packers. 2 Monday Night Football games, but if one was on a streaming network of the company that is airing a real game live on normal cable television, was anybody around to see it? Cash him or trash him a little bit later at 4:30. And who's in your doghouse? We'll get to all of that a little bit later. Texans losing this game. It was a close game, a field goal game, right? Green Bay makes the field goal to win it at the end. Great hold by the punter, by the way. Underrated play of the game. The best play of the game was the hold by the punter for the Green Bay Packers. It was behind him. It was low. Makes a nice little pickup on a one-hop, tees it up. And then McManus, who does bad things on airplanes, was able to knock the field goal through and give Green Bay the win. But the Sunday's game of the Texans losing, does it change your expectations for the Texans going forward? 713-780-ESPN. What about you? Does it change your expectations for the Texans going forward the rest of the year?
I don't think so. I think because you had a built-in excuse with the defense, with the 5 guys that were out. Now, we know it's been an ongoing problem with the offensive line, but I also believe that you're going to get Nico Collins back, that you're going to have more times than not when CJ's not going to have a game like he had, to the point where, and Mixon looks fantastic, to the point where it doesn't change my long-term expectations. My expectations are this team is still going to win the division. This team is still going to be a playoff team. Now, how far it goes, and if you truly consider them a Super Bowl contender or just one of the better teams in the AFC, will be determined from now through the end of the regular season as they continue to play. But it doesn't change my expectations. I expect this team to be one of the top 3 to 4 teams in the AFC. And I expect them to be a playoff team, and I expect them to win the division.
So where did you have them prior to losing at Green Bay when it comes to their run in the playoffs?
Before I saw what I saw with the offensive line, I think going into that game, I probably had them more like top 3. They could compete with the Ravens and the Chiefs. They had a legit chance against either team, that they were going to be a team that was going to be upper echelon of not just the team, but the league. And now I have them as legit. I think they'll win the division, be a playoff team. And at a certain point, I think they can compete for the AFC. But right now, I'm not there.
I would argue that changed your expectations then. Because if you had them as a divisional round team, would have a fighter's chance, maybe not quite a coin flip chance, but a fighter's chance to beat the Ravens or the Chiefs to get to the AFC Championship game, and now you're more distant from that after what you saw at Lambeau, I think that's a changing of expectations.
I think I'm slightly, I'm more either pessimistic or apprehensive, but I think that I still believe they can get where I had them. I just from the short-term ramification standpoint, it left a bad taste in my mouth to see what I saw on Sunday.
Yeah, I think that I'm about there, but I would say that, yes, it does change the expectation some, because I do feel like they're further. I think that the distance between them, the Ravens, and the Chiefs, I think the gap grew in terms of what I think of those 3 teams, what my expectations are. Because I haven't had the Houston Texans as an AFC Championship caliber team. I've had them as a team that has a chance to get there, but would need something pretty fortuitous to happen. Like Pat Mahomes gets destroyed and has his ankle shattered like Chris Godwin did yesterday, or Lamar Jackson's unavailable to play, or one of those teams are upset and you don't have to face them in the divisional round. Kind of like, well, I guess it wouldn't be like what happened that year where you almost hosted an AFC Championship game because you were the team that almost upset Kansas City. So for me, I've always had them as a distant third, but where my expectations have changed, I feel like that gap has grown. Or maybe they're still on the podium in the AFC, although I think you could potentially debate that. They're still on the podium of the AFC, but the gap between third and second in my mind grew a lot this past weekend. So I do think that my expectations have changed. I still have them as a divisional round team, just like they were last year, but my chances of them getting to the AFC Championship, for me, have diminished because the glowing holes that we've seen, the glaring holes rather, that we've seen with this team, they've continued to grow. When they play good teams, they lose. They lose, quite frankly. When they play the Minnesota Vikings, they got hammered. Yes, they were a field goal away from beating Green Bay this past Sunday, but it took 3 turnovers for them to be in the game. C.J. Stroud had less than 100 yards in this game. It was a minor miracle that this was a one-possession game. And if it weren't for the 3 turnovers, it wouldn't have been. It would have been a lot closer towards like the Minnesota game. So anytime the Texans have played someone that I think are good, like I don't think the Colts are all that good. Yes, they have a winning record. I don't think the Bears are great. Yes, they have a winning record. The Bills are the best team that they beat. That was a game in which their game plan was fantastic. Home game, you hold Josh Allen to 9 for 30. But Green Bay, Minnesota, when you went on the road against a good team, you have looked bad. You've looked poor.
Yeah, my expectations is certainly changed. I mean, preseason, I had them at 11 wins and making a run to the AFC title game before getting knocked out. And I can't look at the Texans versus the upper tier of the AFC and still say they belong in that conversation. Not that I was picking them to beat the Chiefs or the Ravens because I had them losing in the AFC title game, but I thought, like Joel said, I thought they had a puncher's chance.
Sure.
I thought they were in the conversation. But after seeing them be exposed for a second time, because I really thought that game without the turnovers looks like the Vikings game. I mean, it's week 7. It's not like it's not something you can dismiss as a fluke or a one-off or, oh, it was just a bad matchup or, hey, quote unquote, it's baseball. They had a bad week. This is now happening multiple times. We're getting close to the halfway part of the season, and they still haven't fixed a very, very glaring issue. So when they run up against teams like the Chiefs and the Ravens specifically, who not only have, well, I can't say good offenses in case of the Chiefs because they're struggling on offense, but they have great quarterbacks and defenses that can hurt you. I don't see how that we could honestly say with a straight face that the Texans can compete against those teams right now. So it's knock them down from AFC title game in the same conversation as those two teams to a tier below those two teams.
I think they're closer to 4th or 5th in the AFC than they are 2nd.
I would agree.
Yeah, well, especially what you saw last night, too. And look, Baltimore showed weakness.
That was Tampa Bay. Like, their defense is awful.
But Baltimore showed weakness in the fact that they still were allowing Tampa Bay to do a lot of things offensively to where your defense, if a Ravens fan tells you their defense, it's normally pretty suffocating. But overall, their offense is loaded. And the fact that, what they've added with Derrick Henry and even the odd way that they used him and didn't use him last night worked out. They've got a lot of weapons. They are extremely talented team. I think the Chiefs, they've got deficiencies because of injuries offensively, but they still have Patrick Mahomes, as you mentioned. Their defense is still really, really good. And when you look at the Texans, you're like, to your point, I think that the defense is good. I don't think it's really, really good. And I think that from an offensive standpoint, what happened this last weekend kind of told you, as much as you thought that identity was going to grow and they were going to be and continue to be a dominant offensive team, took a huge step back.
Yeah, I think their defense is ahead of their offense. I think their defense is closer to really good than their offense is to really good. And there's still some pieces that, you expect to get back. You're not going to play Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen. Hopefully not. Knock on wood. Like, you expect to have Azeez Al-Shire back sooner rather than later. Henry To'oTo'o was on, I saw it on Reddit today, where he's still wearing sunglasses to watch this game this past weekend. If Henry To'oTo'o was using sunglasses to watch the Houston Texans play this past weekend, I don't think he's playing this weekend against the Colts. No, I would say that he's still, I'd say at least 1, maybe 2 more games he still might miss.
That sounds, normally when you're kind of on the road to recovery, you're doing light workouts and they're allowing you to maybe get on a treadmill. Yeah, you're not still wearing sunglasses.
You're wearing sunglasses inside the house. You got a little bit of a way to go before you're clearing the concussion protocol and are game ready. But, Azeez Al-Shire and like Hewitt, to me, still formidable. But you're expecting to get Christian Harris back. Lassiter's spatula injury, to me, is it's a mystery to me, quite frankly. Not just because it's a kitchen utensil, but because Aaron Wilson reported that it was a break. He reported it was a broken spatula. Like, if you have a broken bone, that's going to take 4 to 6 weeks. Now, they haven't placed him on the IR, so is the report right? I don't know. Like, I'm kind of curious. Aaron Wilson usually is a very good reporter. He's usually right. He's not always right, but he's usually right. So is it broken? Like, is he going to be out 4 to 6 weeks? Because D'Angelo Ross being out D'Angelo Ross having to play for Kamari Lassiter because he's out 4 to 6 weeks is something that's going to hurt your defense. And then the offense really, quite frankly, relies on the offensive line. Like, even if you bring back Nico Collins, you're restricted with how your offensive line is performing. I don't think that the Texans are anywhere near the category. And yes, like to BMAC's point, the Chiefs have been boring offensively. They have not been good offensively. It seems like they're sleepwalking through another regular season offensively, much like they did last year. And even in the playoffs last year, they weren't like this, track meet offense that was lighting up the scoreboard. They were doing enough, and they were relying on a really good defense, and they had elite quarterback play, and Travis Kelce kind of found the fountain of youth. I expect them to do the same thing this year. Like, they have a mediocre defense, and they're undefeated. Baltimore is racking up 500 yards per game with what looks like the best running attack in NFL history. So, no, I don't think that the Texans are anywhere close to the class of the AFC. This past week, because it's set in my mind, just like the Minnesota game. I should have put more stock in that, more value in that. It showed me how big the gap is between second. And look, some people might not even have the Texans third. They still might say Buffalo's third, even though you beat them at home by 3 points. Maybe some people really like the Pittsburgh Steelers defense. Maybe they think the Steelers are better than the Texans. But the Texans are nowhere near a top 2 team in the AFC.
No, and I think that now you're going to have to deal with the fact that there's a blueprint out there for what teams are going to want to do going forward, too. They know you had success running the football against an above-average defense. So what they're going to do is they're going to focus more on the run, but they're going to give you all kinds of different, pre-snap looks, and they're going to come at you with a bunch of different stunts and twists and things to try and emulate what Green Bay did until you prove you can beat that. So it's coming at you from a different way. You're going to see what you saw again Sunday, and that now that Joe Mixon looks like he's capable still of doing it offensively and carrying a ton of the load when the rest of the offense sucks is going to be the focal point.
The pushback I would have to that, though, is that every team has done that. Every team has done that to you defensively. It's just that some teams are better than others at doing it. Like playing Green Bay, who has a good defense. They're going to be better at it than the Colts are, who don't have a good defense. The Minnesota Vikings, who have one of the best defenses in the NFL, are going to be better than the Buffalo Bills without Ed Oliver, who didn't play in that game. So I think that the recipe's been out there since week 1. I don't think that they're seeing new things. Sure, there's a wrinkle here or there.
Yeah, the Bears
but
did it
fundamentally, defensively, what the Houston Texans are seeing, they've seen since week 1 of the year. We were talking about how stunts have been killing them all year.
But they obviously they mixed it up. They brought it from different angles, different formations. But the main thing is with Mixon, after week 1, the running game was totally different. Now that he's proven, hey, look, this is going to be for the long haul, what they do well, that they're going to focus even harder on the fact that.
What does that mean, though? Because I can't imagine, especially when Nico's back, teams put 8 in the box against Stroud and a full complement of Texans receivers.
Not necessarily 8 in the box, but they're going to focus more on like right at the initial snap, like what they're going to do in terms of how they're going to bring pressure in the middle, because the pressure comes from the middle. It also works both ways. They've shown that they're like a sieve in the middle, and guys are getting right through the middle, right on either side of the center. And also the majority of the runs are going right in those 2 gaps, to where if you bring everybody that way, you probably have a better chance of stopping or slowing down a lot of what they tried to do with Mixon.
You're right. They do try to run up the middle, but obviously Mixon was great in this last game, but I wish I had the play chart in front of me. It seemed like, though, the outside runs had more success than the between the guards runs.
He had a lot of jump
Mixon.
cuts.
So
sure.
that's kind of like I see your point with you'd want to focus on Mixon, but I mean you can't stack the box against Stroud, and like maybe you try to bring extra guys up the middle like they're doing, because they're walking on 6 guys and putting 2 guys over the A gap a lot. That 6-man front, but a lot of the runs have gone to the outside for Mixon, especially the explosive runs. So I don't even know if that is something a defense necessarily would try to do in taking the run up the middle, because they've kind of already done that, in my opinion.
Yeah, but it is a different looking offense whenever you have Mixon. Like the Texans are 10th in the NFL in passing yards, or 15th in rushing. Well, Joe Mixon missed a few games. They would look a lot different if Joe Mixon was available in all of those games. But I don't think it really changes the defensive strategy a whole lot. We're still seeing pretty similar things. I went back today and looked at my all 22 recaps of the Colts, the Bears, the Vikings early in the year, because I remember we've been talking about the stunts since week 1.
Since week 1, yeah.
They're doing the same old stuff.
Doesn't it kind of feel like sometimes, like you see this in the NBA, we're like, okay, we'll let this guy get his, but we're taking away everyone else. It kind of feels like teams are going to start doing that for the Texans. Hey, if Mixon goes for 115, cool. But we're going to keep, the 6-man fronts, the double A gap, the stunts, the twist, and we're going to make sure we take away the Texans' passing game. And if we can live with Joe Mixon run for 115 in that situation.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Did Sunday's game change your expectations for the Texans? I think I said after the Buffalo game that they belong in the upper echelon of the NFL. What an idiot I am. Why would you ever listen to this more on a microphone? Because I do not think that they belong on the upper echelon.
I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect.
That was
and
mean.
I'm a knucklehead at times.
That was mean of you, Brian. But yeah, I don't think that they belong on the upper echelon. I think I had the Texans swarm goggles on. I don't think they belong on the upper echelon. Do you think that they belong on the upper echelon? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Busy show. It's a Tuesday, a Taco Tuesday. We'll cash them or trash them a little bit later. We'll take a look at this Monday Night Football games that took place yesterday. Some controversy around one specific head coach and his usage of a receiver, which is kind of rich coming from some people now after they were totally okay with DeMeco Ryans doing it against Minnesota. But 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN97.5, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian attacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Do the Texans belong on the upper echelon of NFL teams? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
0303, y'all need to talk about how the Cowboys are ending the 49ers season this Sunday. What do you want to say about that pillow fight of a game between the 49ers and the Cowboys on Sunday?
like how uneventful can it be? It's a Niners team that's going to probably be without both of their receivers.
I certainly done.
Yeah,
You are saying
and
way too much than I wanted y'all to say about this game.
And Debo's got pneumonia against a grossly underachieving Dallas Cowboy team. Okay, great.
There you go. 0-3-0-3. We talked about the Cowboys 49er pillow fight that's coming up on Sunday.
By the way, we've been receiving corrections. People think you don't know the difference between scapula and spatula.
I know. It's awesome.
It's amazing. I phoned.
Goal achieved.
I fielded 2 phone calls. I love the show. The lineup's great, but you don't have a spatula. You have a scapula. It's like, all right.
No, that's a spatula. They don't know what they're talking about.
Thank you, sir.
Right there in the
Dr.
right there
Branham.
on the back of the shoulder blade is where the spatula is. Yeah, people on Twitter have been losing their mind about that. Texans have made a move, by the way. Everybody likes to make news
Should
and
I hit the
transactions.
breaking news sounder? Is this worthy?
No, but you can hit it anyways. Yeah, hit it anyways. We need a mocking one for times like this.
Yeah.
The Texans have added a running back to their practice squad. Jawar Jordan is back. Jawar Jordan, I mean, routine
Guess
move,
who's
right?
back?
They traded Cam
Back
Akers.
again.
You probably need some running back depth. But yeah, this is not. Hopefully, you never see Jawar Jordan. If Jawar Jordan's playing, there are issues. There are problems.
Yeah,
you don't want Jawar
Jordan
Jordan
doesn't
to
belong
play.
on a team that's upper echelon.
No.
Or at least not receiving carries on a team that's upper echelon.
Well, there's the debate. The debate we're having now, 713-780-ESPN. Do you think the Texans are upper echelon? 713-780-3776. Don't worry about it, Twitch. I know what you think about this. 4952, haven't felt good about this team all year. Exposed when they play teams that are talented, except for the Bills, at home. A worst division in football, king of the poop hill. Okay. I think that the reasons that you feel good about the Texans, like why do we feel good about the Texans at some point this year? It's certainly not right now, Tuesday after you get beat at Lambeau in a 2-point game in which you were +3 in the turnover battle. By the way, the record, I can't remember it off the the exact record, but I was listening to Green Bay press conference yesterday, and some reporter just randomly told LaFleur, do you know what the record is? And LaFleur's like, no, and he gave him the record, and LaFleur's like, do you have a question? And the reporter's like, no. I just thought it was a cool stat. But since like 2000, something like that, 2000, I think it was 2000, teams that have turned it over 3 times that are +3 have won like 1,000 times. The amount of times that a team has won -3 in turnovers, 90. The win percentage is less than 10%, which I thought it'd actually be less than that. I thought it'd be far less than that. But the Texans did something that less than 10% of teams do. Win the turnover battle by 3 and lose the game. Like I was listening to D'Amico with the coffee with the coaches, which they posted a day later. I wonder why. I was listening to Nick Caserio, who always does his thing with John Harris and rock and roll. And they were like overly positive. They're like, oh, we were a field goal away. I'm so excited about the opportunity this week, which from a D'Amico point, I kind of understand. And I can really understand it from both point of views. But I also, who's yelling out there? But I also understand the hyperbole of it as well, too, though, is like, yeah, it was close. Yeah, you were 1 play away from winning the game, but you were also 3 turnovers away from getting blown out of Lambeau.
There's no doubt about it. That's what I would say. And that's why BMAC was right about saying this could have been close to the Minnesota game. You got 16, should have been 17. They went for 2, but you got 16 of those points if you're the Texans because of the fact that you were gift wrapped, not only turnovers, but turnovers that put the ball in the red zone immediately. And in 2 of those cases, inside the 10, I believe, to where all you had to do was just matriculate a couple of plays and boom, touchdown, boom, field goal, boom, touchdown. And it's like, okay, take all that away. That was not a close game. That was not one you should feel good about. That was not one you say, ooh, if that field goal missed or if you did this or that. There were far more mistakes than just, ooh, that play there or that play there.
Yeah, and you scored 17 points. You scored 2 touchdowns and a field goal off the 3 turnovers. So it wasn't one of those games where you get 3 turnovers and score 3 points. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you scored 17 of your 22 points. It might have been 16.
It was
they
16.
Went for 2.
That's what I was saying. It was 16 because they went for 2.
16 of your 22 points came off of turnovers.
Yeah. It's just without
they kept you in the game.
Without that, your quarterback threw for less than 100 yards, which is unheard of in the NFL. Thank God for your running back that basically carried you the entire game and even in those touchdowns. And your defense was okay.
I thought they played well.
It was okay.
Give credit to the defense.
But you put too much pressure on them because of the fact that you couldn't do anything offensively.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought the defense played better than you made it sound there, especially with the limitations that you had and some of the players that were hurt. But the question, I kind of got a sidetrack there, my bad. When you have felt positive about the Texans, when has it come and why is the reason? I think that feeling positive about the Texans, with the exception of the Buffalo game, like the Buffalo game, you have all the reason in the world to be like really excited about the Texans. But most of the excitement that you've had with the Texans, most of the reason that you've been bullish about the Texans this year at one point of time or another, whether it was preseason, anywhere to now, is usually because of the expectations you have for them, is because of the potential that you have for them. It hasn't too often been their play. It hasn't too often been, you know what, the Texans played so stinking good today. This is an upper echelon team. The only exception is the Buffalo game. But other than that, it's been like, okay, we think this offense is going to be really good because of the skill. But the offensive line has been really bad pass protect. They've been good in run protection, but they've been really bad in pass protection all season long. The defense has played pretty well, but even the defense has given up a bunch of shot plays that haven't materialized for the opposition. With the exception of the Buffalo game, every time that fans have been bullish about the Texans is more about the expectation than the actual production.
That's true because of the ifs, buts, candies, and nuts that go with it. You're right. Aside from the Buffalo game where you did beat a good team with a good quarterback, with a good defense, with a team that had been rolling. Other than that, everything was, well, you crushed the Patriots. Will Anderson had a hell of a game, but it was the Patriots, right? Yeah. You beat the Bears, but Caleb is a rookie, and there was some. They weren't a team that you should really consider to be upper echelon.
And you only scored 19 points in that game.
The Colts looked great in week one,
yeah.
But a couple of weeks later, their D-line looks like it sucks. It wasn't as good as we thought they were, and you were supposed to do that to a bad defense now. So there's always been that caveat that says, yes, so you're right, because you look at it and say, well, the expectation is we got one of the best quarterbacks in the league. The expectation is we got one of the best duos in the league with Nico when he's healthy. The expectation is Will Anderson along with Danielle Hunter, and when you get Autry back, that pass rush is going to be all world. But those are expectations. Autry was a no-show. You could go, Nico's hurt. You didn't do what you thought you could do offensively when we said the full complement. When you get the passing game connected with when Mixon's rolling, passing game wasn't there. So, yeah, when expectations are high, there's still always been a caveat with the exception of Buffalo.
Even the Jacksonville game. Like, you led. You trailed for 14 and a half minutes of the fourth quarter. Actually, longer than that. Jacksonville took the lead with 6:16 to go in the third. You didn't regain the lead until 18 seconds in the fourth quarter. Yep. You were this far away. You were a chin hair away from losing to a winless Jacksonville team at the time at home. At home, they have not been impressive in the production. Why do you think that with Buffalo?
Well, because think about the chain of events that had to happen at the end of the game for them to make that game-winning field goal. Where Buffalo gets the ball back, they go 3 and out with 3 quick passes. They have to punt from the
tied at the time, though.
Tied at the time, but still, that's a game that in most cases, if you're looking at the odds and the probability, goes into overtime in most cases because you have to have the quick 3 and out. They punt it from with their punter's heel on the back of the line. You get a decent return from Woods to give you just enough yardage to get in the field goal range, and Kaimi nails one from 50 plus. In most cases that game goes to overtime, and so you obviously can't say they should have lost, but you can't say they should have won. You never know what happens in overtime.
Coin flip at that point.
Yeah, it's a coin flip,
literally and figuratively. Now,
so I don't even know if that's. It's impressive.
But the thing that I would argue about that game is that you let them in that game. Like the Texans were the better team in that game. Sure, it is. No, it is. But like we're looking at the Green Bay game and Green Bay should have blown you out of Lambeau, but they let you in the game.
Right.
Like you look at who was the better game between Green Bay and Houston. Green Bay.
Yeah,
Green Bay.
Clearly.
They let you stay in the game. And yes, you did some things defensively that earned it. If you look back at the Houston Buffalo game, they were up 2 possessions, even 3 possessions in the third quarter.
Yeah, it was 20-3 at one point.
It was 20-3 early third quarter. They led by 2 possessions for a majority of the third quarter. But then why did Buffalo get back? You kind of let them back in the game. Why did it get a little bit dicey there at the end? Because you threw the ball on third down that led to an intentional grounding. So now it is part of it. It is part of it. But I look at that game as Houston was the better team that day. And they did some things that allowed Buffalo to make it close and then almost escape Houston with a victory.
Yeah, no, I think that's the tale of 2 completely different games from the standpoint of every single time you were looking at the Buffalo game, it seemed like this is the Texans game to lose. Unless they do something to throw up all over themselves, they were in control of the game.
And they almost did.
Right, which is again, the scary part of the fact that that's why you have to be so apprehensive right now of having too much confidence in the long-term goals of this team and where they can go. From the Buffalo standpoint, I felt like they were in control. I felt like they were in control of the game I did not feel that way in the Green Bay game. I felt like that was Green Bay's game to lose, even with the turnovers, because the Texans were just so inept on offense that even with the 2 mistakes that Love gave you passing the football, they were running the football. It seemed like when they needed to make plays, they could make plays as good as the defense played. But overall, the fact that you didn't have to worry about a Texans offense that was, built to be explosive, regardless of whether if Nico's in there or not, you didn't have to worry about that.
713-780-ESPN. Do the Texans belong on the upper echelon? People are asking us questions on what it takes for them to get to the upper echelon. We'll answer those on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, 7230. What do the Texans need to improve expectations? Or at this point, is there no chance for an increase in those? No, I think that they can still increase their expectations. I think that some of the areas that they're weak are fixable. I think they're correctable, whether it's in-house or whether you look out of house. But to catch up to Kansas City and Baltimore, I don't see it this year.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the year, I was apprehensive simply because I thought the schedule was just loaded. And we looked at the quarterbacks, we looked at the teams, and I thought that this was going to be kind of the precursor to what would be then the window really fully being open for them to run for the next several. But then you start the season the way you did, and everybody was looking at them like, hey, maybe they're ready now. But I think that the deficiencies that they have, it's not as easy as going out and, so many teams right now between now and the deadline looking to add one player. That offensive line is not one player away from changing the kind of habits that they have, the kind of continuity that they lack, and their inability to block for in the pass game. And I think that's something that as a work in progress, can it get better? Yes. But I mean, I don't know how long it's going to take, and I don't know where you're going to sit by the time that it gets better.
Yeah, I think. I mean, there's a lot of issues with that offensive line right now, and to point fingers and where does the blame reside? I think, like you said, there's a lot of fingers to be pointed. 0002 Herd Hierarchy. I don't know who Hierarchy is. Did not have the Texans in the top 15, but he mentioned that they are about a year away from Super Bowl contention. No idea what he's talking about.
Is it the Colin Cowherd deal?
Is he talking about? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, that's the only thing I can guess.
Yeah, that could be true. Like, I think that they're top 15 in the NFL, but I have no problem saying that they're not Super Bowl contending good. 4488, does the Texans defense stunt? Thinking about when the Texans offense practice against. Yeah, I mean, you have scout teams during the week, though. Like, your ones really aren't going up against your ones during the week. I would be shocked if that ever happens. Usually your defense is facing a scout team offense. Your offense is facing a scout team defense. The Texans will stunt a little bit, but not nearly as much as their opponents are doing. And the reason the Texans don't really do that a whole lot is because they usually create pass rush without having to do that.
Yeah, and from the scout team perspective, look, they're trying to emulate what Green Bay is going to do, but Green Bay has one of the better secondaries in football. Their pass rush has been less than, but the fact that I don't think you knew or expected that they were going to run some of the exotic stunts that they were running that got home, and the fact that there was basically a 2-lane highway right down the middle of the offensive line where guys could just at free will come in and chase CJ.
Yeah, it's been ugly. 5798 until the Texans prove they can beat the Chiefs and the Ravens. They're a B-tier team. With Stroud and D'Amico, I do believe they have A-tier potential now and in the years to come. I think it's probably the fairest way to put that, 5798. I think that's a good call. Now, do I think that they can reach A-tier status this season? No, I just don't. Now, if Kansas City has an injury at a critical position, if Baltimore has an injury at a critical position, if somebody gets upset, then you can open up an avenue for you. But I just don't see how the Texans are better than Kansas City at this point or at the end of the year.
Yeah, and you look at it and said, look, a lot of things fell your way. The Bengals fell early. They don't look like they're going to be able to get up. The Jets aren't what people thought they were going to be. There were opportunities. But the Chiefs, like you mentioned, I mean, a year ago, they were struggling, and record-wise, it showed. This year, they're struggling. But record-wise, it doesn't show. Their defense, I think, still doesn't get enough credit. And if they go out and get a receiver between now and the trade deadline that can give them Mahomes another weapon to throw to, he's still Patrick Mahomes with Andy Reid, and their line is just fine. And if they get Pacheco back or their running game gets in order, their ceiling can get better, and it could take just one ad here. There are a few subtleties. Mm-hmm. Your offensive line, it's not subtle. It's going to take some serious work and probably multiple moves.
Respectfully, I think you're sleeping on Kansas City's regular season last year. I mean, they still won the division. They won 11
but they
games.
had a lull.
They started 6-1. They started 7-2. Like, I mean, they won a bunch of games last year.
Okay, fine, but they had a lull, and then people were like, they're the same Chiefs team, and Kelsey wasn't really a big factor. Second half, Kelsey became a big factor. Playoffs, he was huge. They can flip a switch better than anybody in the league. From a Baltimore perspective, like you said, the fact that you added Henry to what was already a prolific running game. And Lamar looks like, he's getting better and better in terms of they got more weapons for him, but he can pass the football enough that they have a potent offense, and their defense is staunch for the most part.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776, 7230. Can the Texans put together more than a consecutive half of football? I think it's their limitations on the offensive line that leads their offense to be inconsistent. But, yeah, that's what they're searching for right now. 4488, is this the sophomore slump for CJ? What's the biggest difference from last year's offense and this year? Pass protection. It's that simple. Like, their skill position players are better. Nico Collins is better than he was a year ago. Stephon Diggs is a better wide receiver, too, than Tank Dell was a year ago. Tank Dell is the same player, and now he's your third wide receiver. You still have Dalton Schultz. Joe Mixon's a major upgrade to Devin Singletary. What is the difference this year? It's offensive line.
And think about in this game in particular, and going back and watching it multiple times. The fact is that the reason why CJ was so good to this point in the season before the Green Bay game was his ability to go off script, his ability to move and slide out of the pocket and find Nico Collins. when Nico Collins isn't there, that was a game where Nico Collins probably could have done a whole hell of a lot of good for this offense, because that's where that chemistry, where he found the open spots and would lay down in them or move to the area where CJ needed him.
Yeah, those were open.
Would have been a big help. And
they were open. They were there.
But okay, maybe, but I'm saying whether it's the chemistry that he has with Nico to know where he is and then trust the throws more.
I think it was because he was rattled. I think it's because Green Bay made their presence known.
That's fine.
And he was rattled.
But also
I think it can be both, though, because in a situation where Stroud is rattled, like to Joel's point, even if you're rattled, if you have Nico there, maybe you're more willing to throw the ball up to jump balls, thinking, okay, my guy Nico, 6'3" beast, he's a power forward out there. He can come down with it. You're not throwing that same ball to Tank.
Yeah. Nico doesn't really. I mean, Stroud doesn't throw many jump balls unless it's unless it's a designed go route and it's one-on-one coverage. Like, how often do you see Nico Collins go up over two dudes in traffic and catch a ball? That's not really with Stroud's game.
You're not
Stroud's
wrong.
careful with the ball.
He threw some balls poorly too, but at the same time, it's a twofold thing, because there's that comfort level of knowing that it's the guy that seems to always come down with it for you. And then the fact that instead of Tank or Diggs or guys like that you've got that big physicality in Nico too, to where he is going to kind of use his body. He could jump if he has to. He's got a very, very big target range that helps him.
Yeah, maybe that's where you're right, is where it's like, okay, eyes immediately looking for Nico, whereas not Nico on the field. Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's more, okay, whatever pops free, maybe I'm running. Because he did have, there was a 3rd and 1 in that game Sunday, where he scrambles out of the pocket. He rolls the pocket right, 3rd and 1. So I understand, like, I need to get the first down. But Tank Dell does the scramble drill, wide open. Would have been an easy 6. Would have been an easy touchdown. The first one that Tank dropped, then maybe it had something to do with the confidence of not looking at Tank. Maybe, I don't know. But the first one was a scramble drill. The one that Tank Dell dropped in the end zone was a scramble drill. CJ Stroud rolled the pocket right. Tank Dell recognized that, sprinted towards the sideline that CJ Stroud was rolling out to. Was wide open. Stroud did make a great throw. Tank Dell missed a ball that he catches 9 out of 10 times. Like, they have chemistry too. Like, it was apparent. Well, it was apparent on that first drive, and then maybe that's what caused the chemistry to go away, or the confidence in it to go away. That was another one.
That was a good one, and that's one where you feel like, okay, that's what we're used to seeing. We've gotten so accustomed to seeing when he goes off script a little bit, when he gets forced out of the pocket. That's the kind of plays you look to and say, whoa, and then all of a sudden I was like, oh wow, there's a Hutchinson sighting, and look, it was a big play. But it just didn't seem to feel the same, like when he rolled out, that he had the confidence, and at the other end that the guys were going to come through with those plays.
I'm with you that it didn't show up, like in terms of the actual result, in terms of the actual production. But if Stroud, if Tank Dell catches the opening drive, well, there's a scramble drill that the chemistry's great, and the Texans scored a touchdown. So it was there. It just was dropped. It wasn't executed. And then the same thing with the rollout later on in that first quarter, where CJ Stroud rolls out, has Tank Dell wide open, never looks his way. Maybe it was because he lost his trust with the drop. Very well could have been. But it was there. It was there. It just didn't happen. And then, well, what is the common denominator between what was happening in that game versus what was happening in other games? Maybe it's Nico. Maybe it's the lack of Nico. Maybe it's the fact that Green Bay's defense was good, whereas some of these other teams, the defenses were not good. And CJ Stroud was a little bit of uncharacteristically rattled. Like he did not play to the standard that we've seen from CJ Stroud. 9117 defenses are better this year. Maybe the teams on the schedule this year, the league has tape on them this year. Texans O-line and CJ can get much better with their pre-snap reads. See, I think people are trying to reinvent the wheel here. I think they're trying to overcomplicate things. Oh, CJ Stroud sophomore slump. Tank Dell isn't the same guy that he was. The offense is atrocious. Bobby Slowick's not a good play. All of these things that people are trying to make believe into reality, when it is very simply the offensive line stinks. If you had Detroit's offensive line, the Texans would have a top 5 offense in the NFL. The reason that everything else looks disappointing is because the offensive line has played atrociously. That is the issue, not anything else. Why is the Texans offense not living up to expectation? Why are individual players not hitting their fantasy goals or whatever you're going to say? Because the offensive line stinks, and it has a domino effect on everything. Now, pass protection specifically, because in run protection, they've actually been pretty good. When Joe Mixon's been in the line, they've actually ran the football pretty good, but they cannot pass protect. And if you can't pass protect, the quarterback doesn't have as much time to throw. His numbers aren't going to look as good. If the quarterback's numbers aren't as good, the receiver's numbers aren't as good, which thus the offense isn't going to look as good. The fundamental problem with the Houston Texans offensively is that their offensive line is atrocious.
No, it absolutely is. And I think that the misconception that a lot of people out there that watch the games and are more casual fans, well, you can run the football, which means your offensive line doesn't suck. But it's two totally different things. It's the fact that, yes, and Joe Mixon helps a lot in the running game because a lot of times it's not just the initial hole. It's the fact that he can take opportunities and create something out of nothing, too. But he's been extremely, extremely good at changing directions and doing what he needs to do to make positive yardage. But overall, the fact that we saw it individually with a player last year in Kenyon Green, now it's the whole offensive line to where, yes, you maybe have some success running the football with your run blocking, but your pass protection and your pass blocking has been dog snot.
Yeah. I mean, yes, it has been really,
and then
really
when
bad.
you throw an injury like Nico into it and with how dominant he's been, it just all steamrolls even worse.
4488 Brandon Nico is CJ security blanket when the play breaks down. Yes, he is. Like, he's had other security blankets too. Go watch the games that Nico Collins missed last year. Tank Dell was a security blanket on the opening drive and had a touchdown if Tank Dell didn't drop the ball. 2706 Diggs was one of the top 3 receivers in the NFL. Win. But why not open the playbook and unleash Diggs now that Nico's out? Or is it Slowick's offensive scheme not as good as we thought? No, it's because the offensive line stinks. That's why.
You need time to do whatever you want to do with guys running routes or doing whatever you think that Diggs needs to be doing more. Nothing's going to come to fruition, and you cannot formulate any kind of passing success because you don't have time.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes people will see what's happening with CJ and the pressure he's facing, and like, oh, he's not handling the blitz. Green Bay only blitzed like 4 times in that game. There was a lot of 4-man pressures because of their stunts and twists and games.
82% were 4-man rushes.
Exactly. That worked. So, I mean, I think CJ, and the numbers bear this out last year, he's fine against the blitzes, but if he can't trust his offensive line to hold up against 4, and they're getting there this year, and I can't remember the exact time, but I saw it earlier today. But basically, pressure's getting home on the Texans at the 4th highest rate in the NFL this year. And Green Bay only blitzed 4 times, and it's still happening. No quarterback can handle that. CJ's still fine against the blitz, but there are breaking points.
Yeah. Did you say Green Bay only blitzed 4 times?
That's the number I saw.
I think it's more than that.
Well, maybe there's.
I didn't see the blitz.
Maybe it was like on a specific down.
I just know that they only rushed 4 82% of the time.
Yeah, and hold on. What was your stat?
They only rushed 4-man rush 82% of the game.
Yeah. So I also saw another one where they blitzed like 28% of the time and they generated pressure over 80% of the time.
But they were getting home with 4.
Why? Because your offensive line's atrocious.
Yeah, they were getting home with 4.
1306 got tired of listening to Baytown Batty and Hughley. They're annoying AF. Well, good to have you.
Thanks for coming in.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Bruce, you're in the high with the bees. What's up, Bruce?
Hey, I'm sitting here listening to you guys making excuses for the Texans, but then I heard a little while ago that somebody said that the Cowboys were underachieving. I wish you would explain to me how the Cowboys are underachieving, and the Texans got all of these excuses as to why.
Oh, we said the Texans' offensive line's atrocious, and we say they're not in the upper echelon in the NFL.
Bruce, take a breath.
Bruce, we said the Texans' offensive line's atrocious, and they don't belong in the upper echelon of the NFL. That's not excuses; it's reality.
The Texans' offensive line or the Cowboys' offensive line?
I don't watch the Cowboys as nearly as much as I watch the Texans. I think CeeDee Lamb's the best receiver of the core, but I would probably take the Texans core in general. What?
You think that?
Yeah,
CeeDee Lamb is good. CeeDee Lamb is a slot receiver at best.
Oh my God!
The Cowboys
Bruce.
have no defense. Period.
Boy, Bruce, you just killed all your credibility.
Defense. Would you take the
You just made the list.
Or the Cowboys defense?
I would take the Texans defense over the Cowboys.
Okay, so can you explain to me how it can come out your mouth that the Cowboys are underachieving? The Cowboys are what they are. They are not a good football team.
Okay, that's
I don't
fair,
know why
Bruce.
people trying to keep saying that they are when they're not.
You might be right. Bruce. Appreciate the call. Thank you for listening.
Thanks,
to
Bruce.
the
Appreciate it. Your
Killer
owner was the one that said they were in go for it mode too, and how'd that work? Okay.
Bruce, a slot receiver at best.
Bruce,
best.
By the way, it was Blankers who said they're underachieved. Don't get mad at me, Bruce. We're still
Thursday.
friends.
I have to pull that audio.
Whoever said, if I did, fine, I'll own it.
No, I'm pulling Bruce
The
there.
Cowboys.
saying
I mean,
he's only a slot receiver.
I forget what the Cowboys' win total was in Vegas, but I'm pretty sure it was a
9.5.
I thought it was 9. I thought it was going to say 10. I was going to say 10.
I was going to say 9.5. They have a 3-3 record. That's below their pace of what their Vegas total was. So that's why, Blankers probably said they're underachieving. Whereas I think it's 3-3. Their win total is 9.5. That's an underachievement.
They are underachieving.
Their win-loss is an underachievement. Now, are the Cowboys not as good as the Texans? Yeah, probably, Bruce. You're probably right. Now, the Texans are 5-2, which is on pace of shattering their win total. So that's the difference there, I think, Bruce. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. So if we don't think the Texans are on the upper echelon of the NFL, who is? Who is on the upper echelon of teams in the NFL? 713-780-3776. And Bruce, we're not going to say the Cowboys. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, before we go to the break, Brian McDonald here for Underdog Fantasy Sports. Guys, big question for you. What's the worst part of year-long fantasy sports? Is it drafting the guy who gets hurt and your season's ruined before it even began? Like a new Christian McCaffrey? Of course it is. But that's not a problem with Underdog Sports. Did I miss out on the J.K. Dobbins hire last night? Yeah, I did. But with Underdog, your season's not over. It's never over. And that's the beauty of playing fantasy sports with Underdog, where every day is a new chance to make money. Real money, big money. So what I'm playing tonight on Underdog, the NBA season tips off. So, of course, I have a pick'em entry in for tonight's games, including higher on 24.5 points for Anthony Edwards. So use that pick or fade me either way, but play the pick'em games at Underdog where you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on players' stats like points, blocks, steals, and much more for NBA games. And Underdog has your back with the Underdog Rescues. What's that? Well, you can actually get your money back and receive a promo early if a injury causes you to lose your injury. A guy goes out early, no problem. You get your money back plus a promo. So why would you play anywhere else? Plus, it's currently Boostober from now until October 27, where you can boost your profit on all NBA entries by 20%. So Underdog is literally giving you unlimited profit boost to make your basketball picks. So download the app, sign up with promo code BMAC, that's BMAC, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BMAC, BMAC. Must be 18 plus and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I'm just laughing at Bruce's call. No, my team's not underachieving. We're just bad. Okay, Bruce, you're bad.
Acknowledge us.
Would you rather be underachieving or would you rather be bad? I don't know if it matters. Either way, you're 3-3.
We suck too, bro. We suck too.
That call is hilarious. How dare you say my team's underachieving? We're not talented. CD's overrated. Our defense is terrible and the offensive line's bad. That's what we are. We're not an underachieving team.
Imagine
We're just
wanting
no
to die on
good.
that hill. Like, you feel more proud of the fact that, no, we just suck. We're not underachieving.
My God, it just makes me laugh. 713-780-ESPN 8412. The game is won in the trenches. Championship teams are built inside out. I would agree. I think you can get by with an offensive line that's like good enough. Like, it doesn't have to be a dominating offensive line, but it has to be an offensive line that holds up and allows the offense to have time. Like Detroit's offensive line, like we sit here and we talk about like Jared Goff being really good, having really good numbers, Amon-Ra St. Brown being a stud, Jameson Williams, who can't get out of his own way, having a really good year, the running game. Their offensive line's the best in the league. Best offensive line in the league.
It's unreal. They are physical. They are big. They are athletic. And they do a lot. Now, it goes back to what we were saying last segment. You can make it work, but you have to completely change your offense. Like I saw in the Rodgers era in Green Bay that when the offense, two times, one when the offensive line was just putrid, and the other where he had the calf injury or the leg injury, you have to go pistol. And you basically have to do everything within about a second and a half. You just have to go boom, boom, boom quickly because that's the only way that you can kind of circumvent the fact that your line is a sieve and it's just given up. They're just not good enough.
Yeah, they aren't. They aren't. We'll talk about it later on how they can improve and what needs to change if it has to be external. We'll get to that later in the program. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. We'll talk about the upper echelon teams here in a minute. But let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Duke from the West Side. You're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Duke?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I agree with you about the O-line, but it's a little deeper as well. On two of those sacks, the running back didn't pick up the linebackers. That team, They were putting the linebackers in the A-gap. They both rushed. The right side linebacker engaged the center, counted like 1,001. Then the right side linebacker hit the center from the side, and the other linebacker looped around, and the running back missed him. He was totally lost. And that was one sack. On the second sack, they lined up two linebackers in the A-gap. One dropped, the other one stepped to the right, then looped around the center to the left, and the running back missed him again. So It's not just the O-line. And C.J. Stroud has to see that. I don't know if he has to drop deeper or scram. He has to do something, but I guess they watched the Minnesota film and they just didn't pick up on it.
It's happened all year. It just wasn't the Minnesota game. Like it's magnified in the losses. You're right, Duke. I watched the All 22 this morning and saw the same stuff. And sometimes it's tough to tell like exactly what their coverage calls are, what their keys are. Some teams are unique and different in what they want to do. But there's a couple of times whenever I looked at what's Barnett's first name? Barnett, the running back coach.
Sorry.
Yeah, I can't remember. The running backs coach, I looked at him a couple of times on the sideline.
Right?
Derek Barnett? That's it. No, that's the defensive
Anyway,
end.
don't worry about it.
But their running backs coach a couple of times is like, you could see him animated. So it's like, well, the running back screwed up.
Yeah.
Like, and Duke's right. It's more than just the offensive line. It is the entire unit. And if like D'Amico Ryan's Coffee with the Coaches today on the Texans YouTube, he's talking about how it's everybody. Yeah, it is everybody. And then the C.J. Stroud part of it, C.J. Stroud, that's where Stroud has actually been good, is that he's been able to recognize this and either find the hot or get rid of it quickly or run. This was the first game, and even the Minnesota game, I didn't see this really. This was the first game where it's like, man, he was, I don't want to say that he was spook or shook. He was uncomfortable. They made him feel uncomfortable from the moment that game started all the way to the end. And in other games, he's been able to overcompensate for this offensive line, with the exception of Minnesota. But this one was the worst of them all. Like, he played poorly on top of the pass protection playing poorly.
You look at overall that the fact that he was uncomfortable. He did not have confidence overall like he's had even in the Minnesota game that he could still make the throws, that he would still have the time. The frustration we saw when he threw his helmet off was like this isn't the same Texans offense that he's been dealing with all season either. And he wasn't at his best, which we've said. And on top of that, it's not just the running backs, even the tight ends. When the tight ends are on the edge and they're supposed to be blocking, there was no communication with the tackles, and they were both looking inside a lot of times and just got completely their doors blown off on outside edge rush too, to where the tight ends even weren't adequate.
Yeah, they were bad on all accounts. 2851, the offensive line is not suspect. They are criminal. That's a 0.8 joke there. 2851. Sorry to do it to you, but that's not a good joke. It's a 0.8.
You don't apologize when
you care to I say respectfully now because
you do, but at the same time, you guys, when
D.
you grade my dad jokes, you don't say,
well, I'm honest. I'll be kinder, but I'm still gonna be honest.
right,
It's
but
bad,
don't
it's bad.
apologize to them. That joke sucked.
But I tell you respectfully when your jokes suck.
Well, you say respectfully.
Yeah, I do. D changed my life.
Okay, but you do it on comment stuff, but you don't do it when we're disagreeing in an argument. You don't do it on my dad jokes.
Okay, I will look myself in the
That
mirror.
was definitely
I will
less than a
recognize
one.
that. I'm sorry that I've hurt your feelings, and I will start to say
I didn't say
sorry
you hurt
before
my
I
feelings.
criticize your
I didn't
jokes.
say you hurt my feelings, and I didn't ask you to stop not doing that
Will
on my
you feel
dad
better
jokes.
if he says with all due respect
Yeah.
first?
I'm going to say
'Cause I love
like
my
this,
dad
I
jokes.
apologize in advance, but that joke was atrocious. 4952. There's definitely no Ben Johnson versus Slowick comparison right now.
But Ben Johnson,
I don't think that there ever was. I don't think Slowick was ever on Ben Johnson's level. Now Slowick was thrown around for head coaching jobs last year, but never to the level of Ben Johnson. He says Ben is better. I have no doubt that Ben is better, but Slowick is also dealing with one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL, and Ben Johnson is one of the best.
But we just got done talking about how good the Lions' offensive line is. You can do so much more when your quarterback has time, and you have all the time in the world to execute whatever play you want to run.
4488, can a good offensive coordinator get past a bad offensive line? I have some plans later, but no, you're limited. I mean, you really are. It's a governor. Like these golf carts can go like 50 miles per hour, but then you go play a little bit of golf. How fast do they go? They go like 15 miles per hour. Why? Because there's governors on them. This offense can, like Aaron in Mid-County says, that the offense has top 3 potential if they can figure out the offensive line. I kind of agree, but it's like a governor on a golf cart. This offensive line is preventing the offense from really taking off.
You see what Ben Johnson's able to do with flea flickers and triple reverses and throwing to offensive linemen, all because he has no worries about penetration coming right up the chute on every single play, and your quarterback getting less than a second and a half to make a decision with the ball.
Yeah. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Let's get to this. Let's get to this conversation. Who are the upper echelon teams in the NFL? Who is in that small class of upper echelon teams in the NFL? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Who is on your upper echelon of NFL teams? 713-780-3776. Blankers, who belongs in the upper echelon of the NFL?
Upper echelon to me, if we go 5 or less, but I think that until proven otherwise, the Chiefs are undefeated, so they're there. The Ravens, after what they looked like last night and what they can do offensively in particular, they're there. The Lions, whether the Cowboys are good or bad, the Lions basically are dismantling anybody that's in their way lately. So I'd say definitely the Chiefs, Ravens, Lions, and then from there, it gets a little bit more interesting to where right now I would almost say that those are the 3 teams. And then other than that, there's a tier below it that involves the Vikings, the Bills, the Packers, the Eagles, Steelers.
I have 3 teams on my upper echelon of the NFL, and no one else belongs on the upper echelon but these 3 teams. 2 in the AFC, Kansas City, Baltimore, 1 in the NFC, Detroit. Those are my 3 upper echelon teams in the NFL. Some would say, well, you got to throw Minnesota in there. They lost a close game against Detroit. They lost that close game at home. Now, if they trade for Stafford, like some of these rumors are, okay, things might change a little bit.
This week.
Things might change a little bit. They'll just let them play and then just keep them in Minnesota. I don't know where that game's being played. I think that Buffalo can play its way there, but you know how I feel about Josh Allen. Like, I don't like Josh Allen. I could say Philadelphia could play their way there, but I don't believe in Nick Sirianni. I think Nick Sirianni's a bad coach. Could Green Bay play their way there? Like, I really like their defense, but were they just playing in a very vulnerable Houston Texans offense? So there's some teams that are like fringe. There's some teams that can play their way onto the upper echelon, but right now I think there's 3 teams in the NFL that are clearly better than everybody else. Kansas City, Baltimore, Detroit. Those are my top 3 in the upper echelon.
I hate that we completely agree because my upper echelon is also only three teams, and it's the Chiefs, the Ravens, and the Lions.
So we're unanimous.
We're unanimous because I think the way I look at it, when you think of it as like a tier, there's a clear break after those teams where everyone else, while they're very good, you go, yeah, but like with the Bills, you go, yeah, but the receiving core, even with Amari Cooper, Josh Allen's turnover history. With the Vikings, yeah, but Sam Darnold eventually turns into a pumpkin. There's yeah buts with basically everyone in the NFL to a considerable level other than, and I know the Chiefs offense hasn't played well, but Patrick Mahomes will cover that up and their defense is elite. But the Chiefs, the Ravens, and the Lions, to me, are the only teams that don't have that yeah but that is a clear limiting factor that separates them or doesn't separate them from the rest of the league.
966 Chiefs, Ravens, Lions. Commanders look really good in parentheses. The thing with the Commanders, like, how do you feel about their defense? And then secondly, do you think that Jaden Daniels is injury prone? You look back into some college time where he missed some games. He's been hurt throughout his collegiate career. He doesn't have a big frame, and the Commander quarterbacks are just jinxed and have bad luck, like RG3.
I saw a montage of all of his injuries in college, some of which I wasn't aware of, but he was also kind of a psychotic in the way he ran the football.
He got WWE speared a few times because he ran himself into some big hits. Like some quarterbacks and running backs have this ability to seemingly avoid big hits at all times. They just know how to twist and lean their body or get down at certain times. Jaden Daniels doesn't possess that ability.
No, but
he gets crushed.
He's such a big cog in the reason why they are what they are, and he's the main reason why they're doing what they're doing. And if he's hurt for any length of time, I just don't think it's sustainable because of their defense, because of everything
Unless
else.
You're playing Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, even with Marcus Mariota,
maybe Jaden Daniels is a product of the system.
I can't put the Commanders there yet. I can't.
He says Vikings and Packers as well. Vikings are really good. Like Brian Flores has that defense playing at a high level. It's just hard for me to put Sam Darnold in that conversation. Now, if they get Stafford,
that changes things.
Well, now I think now they're knocking on the door of that top 3. I mean, because you get a guy that your coach is extremely familiar with, that's still fully capable, and you give him all those weapons to work with and that defense. Now we're talking about a different Minnesota situation.
As currently built, though, I would say the Packers have a higher ceiling than the Vikings.
For this year or overall?
Both.
I think long-term, yes. I think for this year, I think that if you put Stafford in that situation, they're better.
Well, that's why I said it's currently constructed.
Oh, okay.
It's currently constructed. I think the Packers have a higher ceiling.
Yes,
than the Vikings.
agreed. If they get Stafford, no question for the next year or two, Minnesota's a step above them.
9117. He has Minnesota with R3, Baltimore, Detroit, Kansas City. He puts Minnesota into the mix, he or she. I shouldn't just assume that all these texters are men. How dare me? 6381. Detroit has to be the best team right now. I know Kansas City's undefeated, but they got some close wins. It's from Aaron in Mid-County. I think it's a fair take. I really like Detroit's football team. Their defense is solid. Their offensive line is, I think, the best in the league. They have two really good running backs. They have a receiver now because Jameson Williams got a 2-game suspension. But Sam Laporta, one of the more talented tight ends in the NFL, even though his production isn't there. And then you know how I feel about Jared Goff. I think Jared Goff, whenever he has weapons around him, can orchestrate an offense that is elite because Detroit's offense is elite.
I'm just not willing to take the 2-time defending champions off the mountaintop until someone knocks them when they're undefeated and they've won the last 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. 0979 wants to throw the Pittsburgh Steelers into the mix. He's throwing the Steeler name into the hat. Mr. Unlimited. They're a different team now, Mr. Unlimited. They went from being a 4th-tier team to now being in that top tier, according to 0979.
Yeah, no.
Nah.
That ain't the
We talked about limiting factors. Okay, 1 game from Russ. Let's see how it plays out over a few more.
Are the Steelers better than the Texans?
I don't think so.
Neutral field. Normal weather.
I
Let's just go dome.
I don't know if I can pick. I don't know if I could pick the Texans against any competent team right now with the way their offensive line protects, especially with that team is running TJ Watt out there.
Yeah, they got a pretty good pass rush.
Yeah. I don't want to say that because I think if you look 1 to 53, the Texans have the better roster, but I don't trust the Texans offensive line to protect against a competent pass rush and a good defense.
5847. You have to play one team right now to go to the Super Bowl. Who are you choosing? This is from Eric. You have one team. So the AFC Championship, you can pick your opponent. Kansas City or Baltimore?
Oh, I thought you were going to let me pick any opponent.
No, of course not.
Detroit.
Good one.
Well, I mean, I guess
this is a no-brainer for me.
I guess I'd have to take Baltimore.
Yeah, I'd much rather play Kansas City than Baltimore. Much rather play Kansas City than Baltimore.
I'd say Baltimore because at least offensively it looked like you could do some things last night, but they've had your number. But I just believe in a game of that magnitude, the Andy Reid Mahomes combination trumps anything else.
No, you're right about that.
And Lamar doesn't have a great record in the playoffs.
He doesn't. Kansas City's kind of the team that gets there and wins. Lamar Jackson has not been good in the playoffs, so that's a fair point. 966 trade deadline can push the Lions over the Chiefs with the Max Crosby trade. That would be interesting to see if they add to that pass rush because that would help.
Yeah, you look at Crosby's going to be interesting. There's going to be guys that are going to be on the market that could sway a couple more teams because if you lose Aiden Hutchinson, your defense takes a big blow if you're Detroit. But if you can replace them, and they've said Zaire Smith, they've said looking at Crosby. If you get an extra defensive end that could cover for losing Hutchinson, they're legit as well.
MG says currently I would trust the Steelers coaching staff versus the Texans. Yeah, Tomlin over D'Amico is fair.
Tomlin's never had a losing season.
I just do not like Arthur Smith.
I know that we agree. Arthur Smith is, I would not hire him as my OC.
But if you go head coach, it's hard to argue against Tomlin. There's no doubt about that. All right, Monday Night Football had 2 games yesterday. So nice that they had to play 2 games yesterday on Monday Night Football. What are your biggest takeaways from each of these games? And should Chris Godwin have been in the game? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville right here in the Med Center, and he is making things happen on a daily basis for people that are losing their hair. Yeah, he does spa treatments and plastic surgery and a bunch of other stuff too, but what I have personal experience in is the fact that he got my hair back. He got my hairline back. My forehead had become an 8-head. Some of you guys have that baboon's butt that keeps popping up on the top of your head and getting shinier and more visible, and you don't think there's anything you can do about it. You don't feel like trying the sprays and the creams and the foams that just mask the problem. Now there's a real solution, and he's right here locally, and Doc Linville is making a difference. And he's done this before. He's doing it again. He doesn't want to make all the money in the world. He wants Houstonians to know he can help you. He can get your hair back. And because you listen to us and want to at least get the information to see if he can help you, you get a consultation with him and his staff for free. It normally costs $150. You just have to go to 975hair.com and sign up for a free appointment. Go into the Med Center to his offices, ask questions, get answers. Just have them explain to you what is the NeoGraft procedure. I'll give you the cliff notes. It's essentially taking hair from an area of your head that you're never going to lose it. In this case, the sides and the back, you never lose your hair, no matter how bald you go in other areas. And then the fact that he takes some of that and puts it where you need it most, in those troublesome areas where you don't have hair or it's really thinning badly. And also the PRP treatments. Maybe you've got hair, it's just not as thick and strong and long as it used to be. The PRP treatments, kind of like fertilizing your lawn, gets that hair back to when it was in its heyday, and you see the results almost instantly. It's fantastic. So check out the free consultation. Go to 975hair.com and sign up. There's nothing to be signed for, nothing to be money out of pocketed for, no commitment to be made, just an open conversation after they give you all the details on how they can help. They helped me. They helped Granado. You could be next in line. They can help you too. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by and go to 975hair.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. 2 Monday Night Football games yesterday, Blankers. Did you watch the Monday Night Football games yesterday? Did you figure out the streaming thing?
You're a funny guy. I had really no interest in watching.
Did you?
Cards, Chargers.
So no.
No, but I did. I did start to. I watched the
You
score.
sound like the guy who didn't have any action on that game.
Oh, I know. I heard you did.
Yeah, I had a little bit.
Yeah. I watched the majority of the Bucks and the Ravens, and then I started to. I flipped on the computer. I flipped on and went and laid down while I had the computer going, and then was watching the TV as well. And I was like, "Yeah, this game is boring." So I turned it off and just watched the highlights this morning.
Oh, there was some controversy at the end of that game. There was some controversy, a little bit of hit on a defenseless receiver. I thought it was a good call.
I saw the hit. Yeah, it
was
looked
a
like
no-brainer.
he led with the helmet, and he caught him in the side of the helmet, and it seemed legit. I think the bigger call that really killed the Chargers and basically kind of set the tone was the fact that your receiver got the ball knocked out on the 2-yard line and was going in for a touchdown that could have really changed the complexion of the game.
Yeah. Ravens offense, like Tampa Bay's defense is atrocious. They're terrible. And Tampa Bay scored 21 points in the fourth quarter. Like, this game really wasn't that close. But Derrick Henry is a beast. Like, Derrick Henry was pretty quiet for majority of this game. Then all of a sudden, oh, there's a 70-yard run. Oh, there's a drive where they're featuring Derrick Henry that ends in a touchdown. He is a beast. He is a specimen. Derrick Henry.
for the majority of the first half, he had 23 yards, and they kept showing and they were isolating all the way into the locker room. Derrick Henry, and I'm going, what the hell are they doing? What are we missing? Is there an injury? Is he in the doghouse? Did he break a team rule? Because this is ridiculous. And I understand that they were kind of playing more up tempo, and they were, and they were looking for the more, the kind of scat back option with the pass catching abilities. But I'm going, how is any team with Derrick Henry letting him sit dormant on the sidelines? And then all of a sudden it's like, boom, before you know it, the second half, and he just takes over the entire game.
They use Justice Hill whenever they're throwing or they're in their 2-minute offense, which Justice Hill, best ball legend. I love me some Justice Hill, but that offense looks really good. They're going to be tough to stop. If they stay healthy, Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry running the football down everybody's throats, they're going to be tough to stop.
And he's got 2 tight ends. He's got some receivers to throw to. He's got more than enough weapons to utilize in the pass game. But you can't sleep and just you'd sell out either way because, like you said, the run game's so dominant.
Yeah, they're good. That offense is dangerous, so dangerous. I tremble whenever I think about that offense. I do.
Wow.
Whenever I think about trying to stop that offense, I tremble.
You tremble.
Yeah, Derrick Henry's a beast.
No, I'm with you.
He's impossible to bring down. It seems like, and Lamar Jackson's the greatest running quarterback in the history of the game.
It feels weird to say about a running back, especially one that I doubted his fit. And obviously, terrible take by me early in the season, but it feels like Derrick Henry is the difference that gets Lamar. And that's kind of where I'm leaning right now. Like, I'm kind of. Look, it's obviously early. We just finished week 7. The Chiefs are never a team you can doubt.
I mean, it's almost the midway point.
I know, but the way I'm feeling right now is Derrick Henry is the difference that finally gets Lamar over the edge and past the Chiefs.
Kansas City, like I want the Texans to make a sneaky run to the AFC Championship. But if the Texans are not there, if I do not get Ravens Chiefs, I'm going to feel cheated.
Yeah.
I'm going to feel cheated not seeing that in the AFC
That's
Championship.
the matchup.
Unless it's the Texans.
Yeah.
Unless the Texans still one of their spots, then that's fine. Actually, I don't even want the Texans to play the Chiefs or the Ravens. If the Texans are in the AFC Championship game, I actually want it to not be one of those 2 teams. But if the Texans aren't fortunate enough to be there, I will be disappointed as a viewer that I'm not seeing Kansas City and Baltimore in the AFC Championship. Godwin got hurt late in the game, and I find it very rich. There's a lot of people defending D'Amico Ryans whenever they played Minnesota earlier this year, and he had all the starters in down by 27 with just a couple of minutes left, all the way down to the final offensive possession. Tank Dell got hurt in that game, and everybody gave D'Amico Ryans a free pass. Oh, D'Amico Ryans was in the right. There was a lot of people that had that thought earlier in the year that were blasting Todd Bowles yesterday. The hypocrisy was not lost on me. But what did you think about Godwin being in the game in that spot?
I think the main thing here is if your quarterback's still in the game and you're trying to win the game. And so if your quarterback is still in the game, then I'm fine with Godwin still being in the game. And
even
that
with
goes
the score.
You already had executed 1 onside kick. You were 10 down. If you get a touchdown, or a field goal, you have a chance to at least try and get another onside kick and give your chance for a Hail Mary or whatever the case may be. And someone said this after the game too, and I think it makes a lot of sense. And it goes to what Jeremy was saying in really being adamant on the point that we shouldn't have been dealing with this with the Texans. If your quarterback is out of the game, then you're basically throwing the white flag. Then your skill position player should be out. But if your quarterback is still in the game, that means you're still trying to win the football game. Then if your complementary players are still there too, I'm fine with it.
I have a difference of opinion, but first, here's Todd Bowles. He was asked yesterday after the game, Todd Bowles, why did you have Chris Godwin in the game?
Well, you can say that because he got hurt. We don't second guess. We got our guys. We're playing everybody we got. And it's unfortunate he got hurt. We feel bad about that, but he's a football player and he wanted to be in the game just like Baker and everybody else wanted to be in the game.
Football player playing a football game, doing football things. Now, I like to baby the best players on my team. I that's widely known. Yordan Alvarez, Jordan rules exist. I don't want you running hard. I don't want you playing defense. You're down by 27 points in the final minutes of the game. Take out all of your starters, all that you can, because you can't take them all out. 46 game day roster. You can't take out everybody, but you take out the most important ones, namely the quarterback. When do I make that decision, though? Whenever hope is lost, whenever the game has been determined. I don't care who's out on the field. Once the game has been determined, I want all of my best players off because it's not about winning that battle. It's about winning the war. So once the game is determined, you take those best players off of the football field, like D'Amico Ryans should have done down by 27 at Minnesota earlier this year. And then D'Amico learned his lesson because he changed his attitude whenever they were beating New England. D'Amico learned his lesson. Now, yesterday, hope wasn't all lost.
Right.
Yes, the chances were very, very thin. Yes, they were very, very small. But you had the football. You're around, your 30, 35-yard line. There's still 40, 50 seconds left in the game. You get a fluke, quick score touchdown there, onside kick away from a field goal tying the game. Hope was not all lost. What are the chances of you winning that game? Probably 0.0000.1%. But hope was not all gone. That game wasn't all the way determined just yet. I, of all people, and I like to baby my best players, I, of all people, agree with Todd Bowles. Chris Godwin was okay to be in the game.
I guess I'm taking my decision point further back in the game than you guys are. With the benefit of knowing that the Bucs go on to score 2 more touchdowns, you're right. But where I'm looking at this is when the Ravens scored, I think it was about 6:20 left in the fourth quarter. They went up 41-18 with just over 6 minutes to play. I'm taking everyone out then. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, knowing that the Bucs go on to score 2 more touchdowns and actually make that a game like you guys are talking about, then it's easier to make the case why Godwin and the starters will still be in. But when the Ravens go up 41-18 with 6:20 left to go, everyone's out.
Well, there's
okay
the key.
I'm
And there's
all
the
right
key.
with that.
Yeah, that's fine. But then your quarterback's out. If your quarterback's out,
Baker
then
will be
I want
out,
all my
Godwin's
key
out,
players
everyone's
out. Right. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, if you wanted to pull him in that spot, it makes more sense to me than pulling him down by 2 possessions with 50 seconds left to play. Like, that game is still there's still some doing that needs to be done. Like, that game is, I've seen flukier things than that.
Sure.
I've seen, and you can't be pulling your starters in that spot. Like, what message does that send to the rest of the team? Hey, Todd. Hey, Coach Bowles. We're a touchdown away from an onside kick. We just got an onside kick from a field goal tie in the game. Like, you got to see that through. I do agree with you. The 6:32 mark, whenever Baltimore was up 41-18, is a way more natural time to do it than that final spot. But the hypocrisy of some folks that were blasting Todd Bowles but weren't blasting D'Amico Ryans, that wasn't lost on me. Be consistent with your thoughts. Be consistent with your thoughts. Cardinals-Chargers, only takeaway I had from that one's like, meh. I don't think either one are a playoff team. Maybe the Chargers sneak in because the bottom of the AFC is poor. But even if they sneak in, they're not a real playoff team. They might be a playoff team by definition, but they're not a real playoff team. Neither one of those teams is a playoff team. I was happy with the result though, because I had the Cardinals over total. I had the Chargers under total with their wins this year. So pleased to see how that turned out.
It's amazing that Herbert threw for over 300 yards.
Herbert's actually pretty good.
Yeah, and he's actually playing well with less weapons than he had a year ago. When you take out Austin Eckler and Mike Williams and Keenan Allen and some of the guys that he lost, the fact that it's not lost in the game that Herbert can play, but he needs more weapons. They're not there yet. And the Cardinals, look, Kyler has the ability to run the football. But
won in the game.
But at the same time, you from Marvin Harrison Jr., you need more weapons for the Cardinals too for them to really truly be a team offensively. I think that can move the ball consistently.
I've made a lot of excuses for Kyler, but I don't know if I can make the weapons excuse with Kyler this year. I mean, you got Marvin Harrison, Michael Wilson's a pretty good number 2 wide receiver. Trey McBride's a good tight end. James Conner's a good running back.
He's okay.
No, I don't know. James Conner was fantastic last night. Of the 2 running backs, the reason to me the Chargers lost the game was J.K. They couldn't find any running room for J.K. Dobbins. He was completely ineffective because Herbert played well.
James Conner is a top running back.
Top 8.
Top blank running back.
8. I would say 8.
Middle of the pack to me.
15?
Yeah.
15? I'm probably like 12-ish, top 12-ish.
Hey, he's injury prone.
Smack dab in the
I don't know
middle.
if you can rely on him week to week because he's injury prone and he's getting up there in age. But
I think he's got better targets than what you're saying, though, because I like McBride. I think McBride's really good.
Yeah, I'm not, I guess, as well versed and high on the rest of them. And I thought by now that Marvin Harrison Jr. would be really getting the ball a lot more.
Yeah.
And I think the turning point in the whole game was, like I said, when the receiver was going in for the touchdown and threw it out there and it stayed in bounds.
That was pretty early in the game.
But you could, but if you get that touchdown, obviously in the way the game played out, you can see it in this. But overall, I think that it changes momentum and everything else.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But like, I have a hard time being like, that was the turning point of the game whenever they literally come back later and have the lead. Like they had that fumble. Was it still the first quarter at that point? Like it was it was 7.5 left to play in the first quarter. It was nothing when that happened. Like I can't call that the turning point.
Okay, fine.
All right. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener.
I'd love to tell you that I stayed up late enough in the second half to watch it all unfold to tell you you're wrong. But
Was it Was it the turning point?
Well, you didn't miss out much. The Chargers did score a single touchdown.
9-6-6-6. It was a non-divisional game. Pull the starters and fight another day. Not even in the same conference. Yeah, but you still have to win. Like, you have to stack wins. Like, what is the purpose of a season? Is to either A, try to win the division. If you don't win the division, then you need to make the playoffs. So even though you're playing a non-divisional team, you're trying to stack the most amount of wins that you possibly can to either A, win the division, or B, make the playoffs. And I'm the biggest bench the starters when the game is determined of anybody ever. I'm all about babying them, not in that specific spot. BMAC spot I can listen to, not that specific spot, though. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. But NFL coaches do have a tendency of not thinking about the war. They think about the battles more than they think about the war. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. Cash them or trash them? What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I'm going to cash that Pro Dunk makes the highest quality basketball goals you'll ever find. And if you have a goal from Pro Dunk, you're going to cash that as well. They are the very best that exists. Better than anything you'll find on the market. Better than anything you'll find in the big box stores. In fact, those goals that you buy usually break. Like, you go around the neighborhood, whether you're driving around, walking around, doing a little exercise, you see these cheap goals. They're on the side. The backboard's broken. The rim's not level. It's quite embarrassing, actually. So get a goal from Pro Dunk. Don't be embarrassed. Tempered glass backboard gives you a true, authentic feel. Breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware, height adjustable, rust proof, which is a must in Houston. Mention that height adjustability, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. Lower it, throw down some jams, raise it up to regulation, work on your shot. Their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Easy to do, and it's fun to do. Their accessories are fantastic, like the LED light kits for night play. Kids are in school, you're at work, daylight savings just around the corner. It's going to get dark before you know it. Get these LED light kits. That way you can play basketball all throughout the night and annoy your neighbors. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. You can order all of this, including professional installation, online at produnk.com. But yes, the installation part of it, you don't have to do anything. Don't worry about a box being delivered to your driveway and you have to assemble 1,000 pieces. No, you don't have to mess with it, because the pros at ProDunk will install your goal. They'll install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't lift a finger. Let the pros at ProDunk do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com. Cash them or trash them. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? Blankers.
In honor of the NBA season starting, for all you people that don't realize it, Jason Tatum is going to be your NBA most valuable player this season.
Well, I'm going to trash it.
I knew that.
It. Yeah, I'm going to trash it. Top 10 player,
Trash.
definitely. Bordering top 5.
See, yeah. Okay.
No, I'm going to trash it. Joker's around. Luka's around. Greek Freak needs a bounce back. Who else? Embiid, nah. Embiid's already going to miss a game.
It's brutal. He's missing the week. They've said he's
gonna
already
miss the
missing the week, and Paul George may miss the entire week as well.
And Embiid's talking about he's never going to play back-to-backs too. Like I think he's
so
going to be
brutal.
held against him.
You know why I think Tatum won't win the MVP though? It's not so much that I think he's like so less than those other guys I mentioned. Boston's just so balanced.
They are,
And
but
I don't think they're a sexy team either. I mean, that
North-
plays, that plays, that
they
plays
got
the
the
part
East
of it.
Coast bias.
I mean, but
They
okay,
won
maybe
the
specifically,
championship.
But I think when you were talking about all the players, like when you put up Tatum against Joker and Giannis and all these other guys, I think they're going to be the sexier name that maybe kind of breaks the tie break. So
But
to,
you
so
also,
to
on the
speak,
flip
in one
side,
way or the
you
other.
look at his numbers already and how they've gotten better every year, and then you look at the fact that now, because of the Olympic thing and he feels like he's totally disrespected. I think he's going to come out of the
That is a good
gates just
storyline.
trying to set the tone and the narrative. Like, don't look
Narrative
past me
matters in
again.
these things.
Yeah.
And but what you presented actually is a pretty good narrative that I think that does help. But
I just
overall,
don't feel like he's selfish like that though. Like I feel like you have to be borderline selfish to win an MVP.
I also think though too, because of the fact that when it was the whole he kind of had a little issue with Jaylen Brown too, and as it went into the Olympics in the off season, I think that it mattered before. I think this year he's gonna have a me season.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. That'd be a fun storyline to follow. I'm gonna trash it though. What are his odds over there?
I don't know.
Let me look them up for you as Brian gives his answer.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it as well. I think one of the big stars, one of the bigger names, because I don't know if Tatum is to the point yet where he's a household name amongst
Better
people.
hurry.
Amongst teams.
He's in his late 20s. You better hurry.
Yeah, I mean, but like the test for me is like if I went and asked my mom like who's Jason Tatum, she'd have no idea. She could tell me who LeBron is. I mean, but Jason Tatum's not that
Your
sort
mom
of crossover.
becomes the end-all be-all for NBA knowledge.
Well, no, that's the crossover star. I'm talking about like the biggest stars in the game.
Does she know Nikolai Jokic?
Probably not.
She knows. Okay, well, he's one
I would
MVP.
bet
Okay, yeah,
But she knows Hubie Brown, doesn't she?
My
She
metric falls
thinks
apart a
Hubie's
little bit there.
sexy.
You might want to bet on Tatum's plus 1,500.
Oh, that's nice.
That's some good value there
Yeah,
if you really feel strongly about that.
I think
Luka,
I might.
Luka 350, SGA's at plus 400, Nikolai at plus 475, Greek Freak 850, and Anthony Edwards plus 1,200.
I like Ant-Man's number.
Yeah,
I do.
and
Yeah,
at plus
that number's
1,200.
really nice for Ant-Man. I think he could have it
I think
too.
that's the bet I would place.
Yep.
I might do these for fun. I think if I can get plus 1,200 on Ant, I think I'm going to do
that's big.
that.
Yep.
And I'm gonna actually, even though I trashed your take, Branham Footmouth, I'm going to place a ticket on Tatum to win the MVP. Plus
So you have to
1,500 is good
retroactively
odds.
cash
It is
it?
good odds.
Plus, you couldn't the reason that I really want to play this though is because Blank would be like, remember I said Tatum's winning the MVP and then you trashed it. Well, I got the ticket, baby. I got the ticket. What do you want to say about it now? I got the ticket.
So you retroactively cashing it?
No, I'm still going to trash
No, he'll
this.
cash
I
it
do
when he
not
cashes
believe
it.
it, but I am going to place
Play
the
the odds.
wager.
All
That way
right,
it's
that's
a
fair.
Branham foot and mouth hedge, and then Blankers can't hold it over my head because I got the actual ticket.
That's
That
true.
if he
You put
wins,
your
I can
money
then
where your
cash
mouth
in.
is.
I don't care about cashing this silly little game that we play. That's just words. I care about cashing the actual ticket if it plays out and comes to fruition. Reed Shepherd will play more minutes and score more points than Cam Whitmore with a 50-game minimum. So we're assuming no injury here. Reed Shepherd will play more minutes,
and
score more points than Cam Whitmore will this year. 50-game minimum.
Boy, that's going to be close. I'm gonna trash it simply because I believe Cam Whitmore is going to have his first breakout this year. I think that he is going to play a lot of minutes and at multiple positions. I love the way that his three-point shot seems to be getting better. It looks better. He finishes on the break way too well. I love it.
Well, what's going on here? Why are you so
Because he's going to want to
excited
make another bet.
No, I'm not going to bet it. It's just fun to track all year.
Okay.
I feel confident about
And
it.
I love Reed Shepherd, and I think he's going to be really, really good for a long time. I just think I love Cam Whitmore's overall game to where Jeremy and I've had this conversation. I think Cam might be the guy everybody's sleeping on that might be one of the big three for this team.
I disagree.
I really like his game.
I think he's very into himself.
I mean, this is a question for you, Joel, and it's the reason I'm trashing it. But do you think Cam's defense is good enough to get that sort of minutes? Like, I feel like there's less in front of Reed keeping him off the court than there is in front of Cam.
See, I think that
the defense, like Cam, like to me, Cam is off the bench. We need a hot streak. We need some scoring punch, and maybe in a game and we're down, he gets in the game. But Reed, I think, is going to be a more consistent part of the rotation.
I think from a defensive perspective, the fact is that he's got an NBA body. He is so strong physically. It might be that he needs the want to, but you can get guys to find the want to that have the physical tools, and I think he's got the physical tools.
Yeah, I'm sticking with trash. Trash. Yeah, I don't know. I can't go with points in minutes. I think he's there with minutes, but Cam is, I think, going to be relied on more to score than Reed Shepherd.
We'll see. I feel confident about this one. I like this one.
All right, my cash it or trash it is, and this is, well, it's supposed to be a hot take. It's cash it or trash it, but it's, I think, definitely going to be viewed as one. I think the San Francisco 49ers are going to miss the playoffs. I know they're not that far back, but you look at their record right now at 3-4. You look at an NFC that is much better, I think, depth-wise than a lot of us expected. Like right now, obviously they're not winning their division. They're behind the Seahawks, and I view the Eagles, the Vikings, and the Packers as the wild card teams that I would put it ahead of the 49ers. Could they catch the Seahawks once they get Christian McCaffrey back? Yeah, maybe, but I don't know if Christian McCaffrey actually is coming back. Ayuk's out for the season. Debo was very up and down, very inconsistent. Brock Purdy was a turnover machine the other day. Really, the only thing they've had consistent to rely on is George Kittle. I mean, this team has not played like the consistent 49ers team that we've come to know over the last couple of years. And then you look at their schedule over the second half, nothing that is just extremely like, well, there's no chance they could run this table. But you got to go to Green Bay. You got to go to the Bills. The Bears are suddenly a better team. You face them. You face the Dolphins with Tua back. The Lions are on the schedule. There's not a lot of room or margin for error for the Niners with 4 losses already. I don't think they get to the playoffs. I think they're a 9-7 team and left out.
I'm going to trash it because
I'm going to trash it for 9-7.
9-8. I corrected myself right away.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it because I think that they're going to be active now to try and get another wide receiver at the deadline. I think they're going to find some way to get one more piece offensively. They will get McCaffrey back. I think their defense has a lot of good players on it.
Will they get McCaffrey back?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, Pearsall got shot in the chest and got back quicker than Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, but the fact that they said it didn't hit any internal organs or anything like that led to him being shorter.
I'm being silly, but it's just like, come on, man. Ricky Pearsall got shot in the chest and he got back faster than Christian McCaffrey.
I think there's a good chance they win their division.
I mean, they are only a game out, so I can't say it's the most.
And they have the tiebreaker.
And honestly, when you look at their division, it looks like the Rams might be all of a sudden in switching gears and fire sailing.
Yeah, I'm not factoring the Rams into the conversation.
And you know, I'm
going to trash it. I think they are in deep trouble. And they better, find the solution quickly. I think they go 9-8 and win the division, though.
That is their path. Like the flaw in my argument is the division's not great, and they could win the division with a 9-8 record. I just don't think they could get to 10 wins or win a wild card.
And no one in that division scares me. But if you play the Niners, they still got enough to scare you.
There's some tough games on that schedule. I mean,
you're right.
Yeah, Lions 2 is back for the Dolphins game. There's some. I mean, at the Bills, at the Packers,
they'll go to the Packers and they'll probably win. They always beat the Packers.
Maybe I don't know. If CMC's back.
0002. Derrick Henry would have made the Cowboys a playoff contender. Cash or trash?
I think there's too many weaknesses on the Cowboys overall.
They're not underachieving though
to make them a playoff contender.
Thank you, Bruce.
So I'll trash it.
I'm going to cash this. I mean, they're 3-3 without any semblance of a running game. You add the leading rusher in the NFL to Dak and CeeDee Lamb. Suddenly, that offense has some firepower.
I don't think
so I'm cashing it.
Fit.
He did say that. Cash or trash, Brian?
I'll cash it. I think that's enough to get them to 10 wins and sneak into a playoff spot.
8143. Cash or trash that the Texas A&M Fighting Aggies make the SEC championship game.
Oh, trash it. They obviously have a chance. I can't see it happening.
There's 2 toughest games are at home, LSU and Texas.
Yeah,
2 toughest remaining games.
Their schedule is favorable.
Their fans aren't going to be playing in the game. How about that?
Oh, come on. They got the 12th man. They literally play.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that they beat LSU, and I don't think that they beat Texas.
Me either.
I think they're a little bit behind either one of them. Thus, Brian, you went for 3 minutes before your cash or trash. Give me 30 seconds. I'm going to trash it. I'm going to trash A&M, although they got shot. I'm going to trash it. I'm gonna trash it.
Trash.
Amari Cooper will have more of an impact on Buffalo than Devontae Adams will to the New York Football Jets.
Oh, cash it. Cash it big time. I mean, I think that he's only going to get better. It's exactly what they needed. And I think that they're going to continue to target him, and they're going to be in a lot of games and they're going to score a lot of points. I think yes, cash.
To be fair, you do have an anti-former Green Bay Packer
You
bias.
always go to that. I think the Jets are a freaking dumpster fire.
Yes. I'm gonna trash it. Or I'm cash it rather. Cash it. I think Amari will have a bigger impact. He already has. He had a touchdown pass this past week.
Yeah, I'll make it unanimous. I take Cooper in that debate.
8576 says Luka for MVP, cash or trash. He literally said the favorite to win the award. Cash or trash.
It's not a hot take.
I'm gonna trash it. I don't think anybody wins the MVP this year. Reed Shepard for MVP.
Screw rookie of the year. Just take him right to the MVP.
Cash or trash, Brian?
I will. Well, Luka, I'll trash it.
6860 final one, which is a great one. Cash or trash? Grape jelly is the most elite jelly.
No,
trash it.
Blackberry. Give me blackberry.
Blackberry.
Yeah.
That's the worst take ever.
You guys were insane.
Blackberry.
Where the hell did that come
Well, you've
from?
never trust me. Go to HEB.
Trust me.
Go. No, HEB had like the HEB store brand. Not this is a hot take. They got elite in-store brands, but their blackberry jelly that they sell, the store brand, is great.
I'm cashing it. I think grape jelly is the elitist of all the jellies.
Yeah,
I would say a very close second is strawberry.
I'm
strawberry.
Usually, I'll go half and half.
No, I do
Usually,
like
I'll go
grape.
half grape, half strawberry.
Okay.
You go
Like
both.
on different slices of bread,
Huh.
or I'll rip
Different
the
halves,
one piece
yeah.
of toast in half. Like I don't put them together. I don't mix them.
Sure.
I'm not a lunatic.
Okay.
I'm not a
all right,
sociopath.
Good.
I'm not a narcissist. No.
No.
But I think grape jelly is slightly ahead of strawberry. Yeah.
I would definitely take grape over strawberry.
Blackberry.
I would never buy strawberry.
Pulled that
but
right out of your
blackberry's
ass
the
pocket.
elite.
What an elitist take.
Oh, come on. Blackberry's
Blackberry's
elitist?
the best. I like caviar more than I like
You're
hamburgers,
equating
hot dogs.
blackberry jelly to caviar.
Yeah, blackberry.
Oh, my God.
Blackberry. Saying that blackberry jelly is your favorite jelly is so elitist.
Just throw
It's
this
one
crap
thing to
out
just
there
pull
to
blackberry
get
out, but
clicks.
then to say it's better than grape or
It is.
strawberry,
Strawberry's
that's
trash.
terrible.
Strawberry's
Yeah.
trash.
What are other elitists? Caviar. What else? I don't know. I don't rub elbows with the rich.
Yeah, I clearly do.
Caviar. What is the other thing? That's not caviar, but it's like caviar. Escargot.
Oh, snails.
Escargot.
Yeah.
You like Special Brian's
Yeah,
favorite
I'm buying
dinner
that at the
items are
HEB.
escargot, caviar.
Yeah, escargot, caviar,
He
and
likes-
blackberry jelly.
he
That's
likes
all.
prawns
Tuna
over
tartare
shrimp.
and pate.
He's a prawn guy over shrimp.
What's the raw?
He
No,
likes-
I'm not into the raw.
He
the
likes
raws.
lobster over imitation crab meat.
Well, who does
Pate. Is that it?
What is pate?
It's
I don't
raw
know what's
beef.
in.
Oh, that's
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
I don't know what's in that.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
Have you
that's
ever
the
had that?
point.
No. Yeah, actually, I've tried it.
I've
And
tried it too.
elitist.
I think we had it at the tailgate that one time
I think it's possible.
last year. I
Yeah.
liked it. It was really
Well,
good.
the three of us, I'm not the only one that hasn't had it. Who's the elitist?
Well, we rub up. I mean, we're talent.
We get invited to things.
We're talent. Should the Texans be buyers, sellers, or stand pat at the deadline? Does Green Bay change the opinion of how you view the Texans trade deadline? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Mike Holley, U of H class of 1990. Go Cougs. Been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. Chris Fisher over there as well. Great people at HRP. They are the very best. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. They're going to take this stuff off your plate so you don't have to, so you can spend time back into your business that you want to, the areas that you want to. HRP is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. Nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You're not reading off the menu. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP is going to work with you and create a plan for what your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. We just mentioned all the great people that are over there. We use HRP here at Gal. Anytime that I have a question, fire off a quick email. I'm an email guy. Quick email, get a response immediately. Very easy to understand. Very thankful that we use HRP here at Gal. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources, eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Homemade red plum jelly is the best. It's
Who's
9908.
spending the time to homemade jelly?
Someone just trumped your blackberry.
It sounds delicious. I would love to try. Honey glazed Branham blackberry jelly isn't elitist when you grow your own blackberries. Sick flex, honey glazed Branham. Oso Brian is right about the blackberry jelly, but elitist? He didn't say orange marmalade. I've never heard of orange marmalade jelly.
You've
Have
never
you?
heard of it? I
No,
mean, I don't
jelly?
eat
No.
it. Oh, I mean, I thought you were saying you've never heard of marmalade.
No, I think he said orange
Lady
marmalade jelly.
That was the song, right?
6967. Look forward to hearing blackberry jelly on Bad Take Boulevard. Holy smokes.
come on.
That's terrible. So kind of torn on that. I think you actually had more people on your side than against you.
Just try it.
I'm good.
I got
like
two
grape, I
really
like
good
strawberry.
choices. I don't need that.
I expect from Joel not to close off the food choices. I thought you would try that, Jeremy.
I would try it. I'm not going to go buy a full jar. If you want to bring it in and toast me some
Fair.
bread and then spread it out for me, I'm
Fair.
cool. All right, that's fine.
Let's book it.
Let's book it.
Friday.
Book it in. Lock it in. Lock it in. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Should the Houston Texans, who lost to Green Bay, should they be buyers, sellers, or stand pat at the deadline? And does the Green Bay game change your opinion on the trade deadline?
I think they should. I think there should be buyers. I think they should still be looking. I think that we know exactly where they can target at least one area. But I think there's a couple of more. I think that because you don't know what you don't know about Lassiter, I'd still be looking at corner. I'd still be looking at safety. But if there's any way you can improve this offensive line, and I think it primarily goes to left guard and center. And when you look at, the interior line and the fact that if you could add an interior lineman and nothing's off the table, I think that for a team that has all these weapons, and you would have to assume that Diggs is probably not going to be here next year, but for this year to have this strong of a wide receiver room, to have Joe Mixon running the ball the way he's running, to have a quarterback like CJ Stroud, I think it behooves them to do everything they can to try and do whatever they can to enhance this offensive line.
There's a few things that I want to see before trading for an offensive lineman. If they traded for an offensive lineman tomorrow, I'm not going to be like, whoa, what a bunch of idiots. They should have done this other stuff first. Like, I'd be cool with that because then they're addressing an obvious weakness on this team. I want to see some things internally before I see that, though. The corner spot, I'm with you. If this spatula acts up and keeps Kamari Lassiter off the football field, then yeah, I want to see a different corner. You can't play D'Angelo Ross and be a contender. Now, there are some thoughts today with today's roster moves because they did cut a guy from the 53. There's some thoughts that maybe they're going to be activating a guy who's on the IR. There's some hope that it could be Christian Harris. I have a tough time believing that, but maybe it's Jeff Okudah. Maybe it's Jeff Okudah that is back this week, and all of a sudden he's your second corner, and that's a huge upgrade over D'Angelo Ross. So, look, I want them to be buyers too. I think that the idea of them standing pat, like Nick Caserio doesn't stand pat, period. Nick Caserio doesn't know what standing pat is, but he's not going to be a seller. Like they're maybe the best team in the AFC South. They're probably going to win the AFC South. So I think he'll buy. I think he'll buy at positions of need. Offensive line, I think could get there eventually. Want to see some other things first. And then the secondary, I would love. My pipe dream is Budda Baker.
That'd be fantastic.
I would really like a safety next to Kalen Bullock, not Bullock, because I don't think Eric Murray's it. I think Jimmy Ward's always hurt. He's old. So give me a second safety next to Kalen Bullock. Budda Baker would be at the top of my list. But yeah, buyer for sure.
Yeah, buyer, and like you, Budda Baker would certainly be at the top of my list. Not only is he at a position of need somewhere you could use an improvement, but he's also I think of the usual players that would probably be in this conversation, probably the most talented player that could possibly be available. Now you need the Cardinals to fall out of it a little bit more. Like last night's win probably doesn't help the cause if you want to get Budda Baker on the team. Yeah. But I would certainly be interested in that or guard or maybe some linebacker depth.
Yeah, linebacker depth, although I feel a little bit better about that after watching Hewitt.
Yeah, and if Christian Harris is near return, then maybe that's not as big of a concern. But it's something I at least keep my ears open to. If someone calls and they're offering, I'd listen to the conversation.
Is Christian Harris nearer to return or being done for the year?
Couldn't tell you. It's a mystery.
See, that's the
I want to say
unknown.
Nearer to return, but I have no way to know.
No way to know.
We're not even getting updates, right?
I mean, with a calf injury, you'd think he would be back. But yeah, we don't know. No, they've been coy. Lockers asked him about it twice, and he's like, "I'll let you know whenever I know."
Do we know if he's running on a treadmill yet?
No, we do not. We do not. Houston professional teams, though, that's not always a positive.
No, it's not.
713-780-ESPN. Buy or sell? Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Rob in Missouri City. You're in the hive of the bees.
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking my call. I kind of agree with just about everything you said. I think it's pretty obvious after the Green Bay game and the Vikings game that the team that they have right now is not good enough to compete deep in the playoffs. I kind of feel like we're really going to get exposed against Detroit, and so yeah, the offensive line's got to be first. I think I'm looking forward to seeing what the D line looks like full strength with Autry and when Mario Edwards comes back after his suspension. So I think they're good there, but like you said, some secondary help would definitely be good. Either depth for if Kamari comes back or a second cornerback if he doesn't. But appreciate you taking my call.
I don't hate the idea of trading for an outside corner and moving Lassiter inside. Hate the idea.
Whether it's an insurance policy or but if you're making a trade that strengthens your overall secondary in any way, shape, or form, I'm in. I'm for it because I think that as Rob mentioned, I think that you already have enough pieces in the front seven that you're going to be okay. That you're going to play with just about anybody. And Autry, I think, is going to get back into shape, and we haven't seen close to what he's capable of yet. First week back, I think the secondary is the biggest concern defensively.
Couple of texts on Wyatt Teller, 0113. Go get Wyatt Teller from Cleveland. Josh from Seabrook, Texans should be buyers. A 6th or 7th for Browns left guard Wyatt Teller, and or a 4th for Cardinals safety Budda Baker. Teller would be an upgrade over Kenyon Green. There's no doubt about that. So that would be fine. Like I wouldn't be mad if they traded for Wyatt Teller of Cleveland Brown fame. We can maybe find a tight end, says Keith. We're really missing Brevin Jordan. I think that's fair. Stover,
really missing him though?
Stover, yeah, I thought Jordan was playing really well.
I think that really missing him probably because your number one has been very much less than.
Probably.
And you're missing the athleticism. Like Brevin Jordan's the type, and we saw it in the playoff game last year. I don't think certainly the Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover, I don't think they have the same sort of breakaway from the defense, long play ability that Brevin Jordan does.
Yeah, I do miss Brevin. But you're right. If Schultz was playing at a really high level, we wouldn't miss him as much. 8755, is Howard still out on the streets waiting to be signed? He's a free agent, and no one's going to sign him. 0613 says trade Tank Dell. Delete your account. Never text into the Killer Bees again. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Should the Texans be buyers, sellers, or stand pat at the deadline? And what changes are you making? They've alluded to changes that they're going to be making on this offensive line, or what else on this team after a defeat at Green Bay. What other changes are you making? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a moment for VanderfordAir.com. You can go to VanderfordAir.com and see all the different services that they offer. They're a local company that's been servicing the community for a long, long time, and they do it better than anybody else because they do it by backing up everything that they do. And that's why I speak for them, because it's so important when you're dealing with a service provider that you make sure that you get everything in writing, that you make sure that everything that they do is going to be backed up by guarantees. And the most important guarantee of all is that 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. And that's exactly what they do at Vanderford Air. The fact is, most of the companies are fly-by-night that you're going to contact, where you look them up on the internet or try and find a company when you're desperate for someone to do something. And when you go to a company like Vanderford Air, whether it's heating issues, we know here air conditioning issues are the biggest top priority of anything that you have to deal with in Houston. They can put a humidifying system in your AC units. They can replace your units when they go on the fritz. They can replace parts. But the main thing is that everything's backed up, everything's put in writing, and everything is 100% guaranteed to be exactly to your satisfaction or your money back. That's why I'm telling you about them. Lock their number in your phone right now, because whether you want them to come out this week or next week and check your AC units, your HVAC systems, and make sure that everything's up to snuff, or you just want to have a reliable company on standby in your phone, because when you need them fast. It's 281-557-COOL. It's a really easy number to remember, but it's so important because it's going to be the best number you have in your phone when it comes to handling your air conditioning concerns. 281-557-COOL gets you to them, and their guarantees start even with the phone call. You call them, tell them you got something going on. They're going to be there within 24 hours of you calling them. That's the way they do business. Everything is guaranteed, and they want to make sure that your satisfaction is their top priority. You call them, they come to you, get the process started, and then from there, everything's going to be put in writing, written estimates on the parts that they will replace, to the actual systems that they could replace, and then from your satisfaction to the temperature that is achieved in your house, the parts and or the systems they install, and the work that their workers do. It's 100% satisfaction guarantee to your money back. How can you beat that? Check them out today. Go to vanderfordair.com, but lock that number in your phone, 281-557-COOL.
Yeah, for me, everything is on the table. When it comes to it, has to get fixed.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Rocky says that Christian Harris has been at Maven Coffee House.
It's a pretty good call.
Get it? It's
Yeah.
where athletes go to die. Maven Coffee House.
Put out TikToks working out in his uniform.
It's where athletes go to never play their sport ever again. Probably right. 713-780-ESPN. D'Amico Ryan says that everything is on the table when it comes to fixing this offensive line. So what changes are you making to fix this offensive line? 713-780-3776. What changes are you making, Blankers?
Man, I just, off the top of my head, I don't think there's one change that fixes it, but I'm looking at the fact that I don't want to touch either tackle position, and I don't want to touch Shaq. I think that Juice is okay at center for now. I'm looking at Kenyon Green. If I'm going to make a choice to try something differently, then the first thing that I'm going to look to is to replace Kenyon Green at the left guard position and see what that does for me, and start practicing it now to get ready for it this weekend. And then I'll take my chances on the fact that someone can do pass blocking better than Kenyon Green, no matter what he can do in the run game.
Yeah. Listening to D'Amico with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, it sounds to me like he's not going to make a personnel change. You can kind of, this is my guess. It's my read on the situation. I don't want to speak for anybody or, form a take or an opinion or speak for D'Amico, but the way that he sounded, it was more, we have to fix coverages. We have to fix schemes. We have to fix certain disciplines. We have to fix certain things. Or it sounded to, and he was also saying how good the running game was. So it's like, okay, you're talking him up. You're saying that you have small fixes. Could it be gamesmanship? He doesn't want the Colts to know. Maybe. My read on the situation is that he's not going to mess with the starting five. I disagree with that. I'm playing Kendrick Green at left guard this weekend to see what it looks like. Kenyon Green of the 5 offensive linemen, and yes, it's an entire unit issue. The pass protection from all 5 offensive linemen, the tight ends, the backs, they've all been poor. It's not just one specific guy. But of all of those guys, Kenyon Green has been the worst of the 5. So what does it look like with Kendrick Green? Like, does it still look bad with Kendrick Green? And if it doesn't, it's like, oh, okay, maybe we have something here. Because last year, like, a lot of people are blaming Chris Strauser, and I was blaming Chris Strauser a couple of weeks ago. Now that it's still happening after 7 weeks into the year, it's like, okay, are these guys coachable? Like, are these guys able to grasp what is being taught to them? Like, I don't know. I think it's a fair question to wonder, because Strauser last year with a very patchwork offensive line with far less talent actually did all right. Like, Strauser coached up a poor, talented offensive line last year. So it's kind of confusing me. I want to see what Kendrick Green looks like at left guard. I would make that change. If it doesn't get any better, like, I don't know who's responsible for the coverage on the Houston Texans. Like, a lot of times, some teams it's quarterback, some teams it's center. Sometimes they're working together to come across with whatever coverage they want to run against the defense on that specific play. Maybe it's a Drew Scruggs issue. So, like, the first thing that I want to see is Kendrick Green at left guard. If it continues to struggle, maybe you play Jarrett Patterson at center and then slide out Drew Scruggs to left guard if Kendrick Green's not playing well. I've heard some people be hyperbolic and throw out the Titus Howard to left guard situation again. That would be the third thing that I'm doing. Titus Howard's actually played all right at right tackle. Yes, he's had some highlight-worthy moments, some low-light-worthy moments, but I would do the other 2 things before I even consider Titus Howard to left guard. I actually think he's solid at right tackle whenever he's not having those low-light-worthy plays. So Kendrick Green at left guard. If that doesn't work, try Jarrett Patterson at center, move Drew Scruggs to left guard, see where you're at in a couple of weeks. And if it's still failing, well, then you got to do something drastic at the deadline.
Yeah, I think the one thing that, obviously D'Amico's going to fight tooth and nail to be defensive of his coaching staff too. But I think that the point that you made is a good one, in the fact that last season they played musical chairs. They not only had injuries, but they moved guys out of their natural positions to play whatever positions they had the biggest need at. And you take the Pittsburgh game, after the first 2 games of the season, you led the league in giving up sacks. You didn't give up a single sack to one of the better pass rushing teams in football a year ago with Pittsburgh, in the way that they got to the quarterback, and then they kind of made it work from there. That might be more on the fact that the individuals that you're coaching right now have gotten so comfortable. They're making different money. They feel a certain way about their game that they're not doing what, even if you're coaching them the right way, because you've got a lot of veteran guys that could easily be. We said, Howard doesn't want to play anything but right tackle. Laramie Tunsil.
Well, I don't care about his feelings.
I understand that. I'm just saying,
if I need him to play left guard and I go to Titus Howard, I'm like, hey, you're playing left guard this week, and he wants to throw a fit and say no, I'm benching him. He's not playing for me.
And that makes your line even worse.
Don't care. I'm not having that attitude on my football team.
You shouldn't have it. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying that you've got guys with attitudes now that are making a lot of cake, that are going to possibly have that kind of attitude to deal with.
But too. I'm not coaching my team with that in mind. Not my football team. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
I don't think D'Amico would take it either. But I'm just saying, we've heard stories about Tunsil as well. But there's no.
Well, Tunsil's not moving positions.
I'm not trying to move him from positions. I'm just saying, from a chemistry standpoint and from a guys having the want to understand where they might be lacking and then to work on it. Something is missing.
Well, how many penalties is Laramie Tunsil had in the last 3 weeks?
I'm not talking about penalties. I'm
what's
talking about
the lack. What does he need to work on?
In terms of, like, in schemes and making sure there's communication. If there is a stunt coming and they're coming from different directions, to make sure you're on the same page. Where the fact that you've seen some of the plays with their pass rushes where both guys go one way, and it gives it an even bigger hole for the pass rusher coming in, because there's not a lot of communication.
Yeah, they do say communication's their biggest issue right now, which it's like, okay, well, how long does it take you to communicate? Because it's 7 weeks of this. 713-780-ESPN 0315. Texans can trade for O-lineman, but Slowick still has to scheme up for D-line stunts. Yes, you're right. He does have to do that. He's going to have to get better at that. 6860. He wants to, okay, no, not doing that today. Texter Bo, do you guys think some of the offensive issues are because the play calling is too repetitive? I do think that Green Bay had a really good idea of what Bobby Slowick wanted to do in very specific down and distances. I think, like, Hafley had actually been on the San Francisco staff with Slowick and D'Amico Ryan. So did that play a hand in, like, knowing Slowick's tendencies? Maybe. But it did come across in that game that Green Bay had a pretty good idea when the Texans were going to run. They had a pretty good idea when they were like, because I was calling for screens, and there were a few screens that worked, but there were a few times where they ran screens, and you could tell that Green Bay, like, oh, they were expecting it. They had a pretty good idea it was coming. So I do think that there is a really good chance that Bobby Slowick is pretty predictable on very specific down and distances, and it seemed like Green Bay had a pretty good idea of that because look, Slowick got out schemed, Slowick got out coached by Halfley, and there's no doubt about that. So yeah, I would throw that out there as something that is plausible. Texture, Bo.
I think the other thing to throw into that equation is the fact that I think Bobby Slowick needs to be better in terms of his in-game adjustments. We've been talking about it week in, week out since basically week 1 or 2 of the season, that you just don't, what you see is what you get from the start of the game to the finish of the game. And it doesn't seem at halftime that they're noticing what other teams are doing and then adjusting. It's basically force feeding the fact that we're going to be hell bent on doing this.
Yeah. Any changes you're making, Brian?
Yeah, I would start to, because I think 3 of your positions are locked in. Like, I'm not touching Laramie Tunsil or Shaq Mason or Titus Howard. I'm leaving them right where they are. I mean, maybe in the most emergencies, you'd have that conversation, but that's not right now. So they're locked into place. Where I experiment is at left guard and center. Maybe kind of take a look at some of what you guys have talked about with what they did last year. Like, Drew Scruggs was obviously at left guard a lot last year. Jarrett Patterson and Kendrick Green got a little bit more playing time. I'd start to look, even if it's not a full bench, a full swap out, maybe start to rotate them in game a little bit. See who you like more, and then maybe make a decision in a week or two based upon what you're seeing in the games and on film. But I think that's where you got to take a look. Maybe get Jarrett Patterson and maybe get Kendrick Green more involved at left guard and center.
Yeah, I wonder how much of the coverage calls are on Juice, and like, there's no way for us to know.
That's a question.
That.
That's the. I wanted to go back and look to see if I can make out who like is Juice making a sort of a line call what we see in games, because you always saw that with Jason Kelsey. It was very obvious he was calling out protections, because if he is the one calling out protections, he needs to move over to left guard, and then we need to find either promote Jarrett Patterson to be playing center.
Yeah,
that was a point of contention at the start of the year too. Remember that they were talking about that was going to be a big deal. CJ wanted to do that more too.
Yeah, if he is, it's not working.
Nope.
Whoever's making the calls, they need to make a change there.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like they haven't said, and they wouldn't say if you asked them either.
No, they wouldn't call that guy out.
No. Now, one thing that you do notice, especially when the Texans are on the road, is that they snap it pretty late in the play clock. You see a lot of times where Stroud's like clapping for the ball, and Juice is still kind of going over coverages. So it's kind of like, yeah, I wonder how many times they're getting to the line so late that they're calling out the wrong coverage, which is okay. Get the play in quicker, get to the line quicker, and have more time to figure out what you want to do with your coverage.
Yeah, and to the point you guys were making, but I just don't feel confident. I don't think Juice Scruggs was very good at guard last year. I like your
he's
idea
better at center.
Yeah, he should be a center, but if there's a way to maybe take some of the coverage calling out of it, or maybe you do have to get the play in a lot sooner. I don't know.
Yeah, it's an issue, but those would be my 3, really 2 moves. I have zero interest moving Titus Howard to left guard, but I'm doing those 2 things to see what I have internally before I'm doing anything externally. Although I wouldn't be mad if things happened externally. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Film, do not lie; it never does. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Film do not lie. Film does not lie. 713-780-ESPN 8755. Looks like Bobby still has a lot to learn. Might not get interviewed for a head coaching job anymore. He does need to adjust and scheme like LaFleur. Yeah, his stock is not very high right now. I would be very shocked if Bobby Slowick at this point was a head coach in the NFL next year.
Agreed. I think that as much as everybody was basically writing this off as the last dance for Bobby Slowick before he got a head coaching job, I think that he's been exposed a little bit, and there's people that have right to have some concerns. And I would agree with. I don't think he's going to get a head coaching job. He'll probably get some interviews, but I don't think he's getting a job next year.
Maybe they have to finish pretty strong. I think this is why you have to strike when the iron's hot if you're an assistant coach, because this isn't the first time this happens to coordinators. Like hotshot coordinators have a really good year, and then the next year they're awful, and then all of a sudden 2 years later they're out of work. Like it happens a lot in the NFL where you're a hotshot coordinator, and then that's being up for all these head coaching jobs. You don't take a head coaching job, and then all of a sudden your star diminishes and you're never really a candidate again.
And Ben Johnson's just been, I don't want to say lucky, but he's been in the right situation that he's been able to walk away and not accept jobs 2 years in a row and still be on top of the world because of the fact that his team is on top of the NFC right now, to where he'll have another opportunity and another run if he wants it.
Yeah, you have to be kind of calculated with what you do. Now, his offense was so good, and I think that you kind of saw the writing on the wall. But yeah, there's danger there too. What if Goff gets hurt? Like there's always danger involved there. All right, film do not lie when it comes to the Houston Texans. Some things that I noticed. This doesn't take a rocket scientist, but D'Angelo Ross cannot be playing against capable passing teams. He was exposed all day long. DJ Bieniemy had the stat that when D'Angelo Ross was targeted, he gave up a perfect quarterback rating.
Oh, that's unreal.
That's very difficult to do.
You just saw, even Romo was calling him out. Like, you were giving him too great of a pad, no matter what guy was running run route, what route. They had a step and a half on him. He was laid all over the football field. You're not expecting him to be all pro, but you thought he could be serviceable, and everything you heard was he could be good. I think that probably that roster spot that's open right now is probably going to be a CUDA for the simple fact that somebody's got to be on their roster could do better.
Yeah, I think that's – I mean, I guess I really don't know, but I kind of get that hunch too. I kind of get that feel too. It's like we watch that. We know that he can't be on the football field for 60 snaps a game. The first play of the game was attacking him, and he got shook to the ground.
Yeah.
He got shook to the ground. He lost his cleats. He lost his jock. He fell to the turf at Lambeau. Watching this offensive line so depressing, because it's like, okay, they have all this skill. Offensive line's depressing. We've talked enough about the offensive line today, though. There was some thought yesterday when we talked about C.J. Stroud, like how much was it on him? How much time did he have to throw? How many times did he have no chance? And for the most part, he didn't have much of a chance. He didn't have a lot of time to throw, but the times that he did, he still missed a lot. Was very inaccurate with his passes, whether he was throwing in front of guys, behind guys. He was just missing. He also missed opportunities. Like we talked about the 3rd and 1 where Tank Dell was wide open if he notices them. He also had some times where like 3rd and longs where he's getting blitz immediately. And he probably notices that there's blitz there because it's right in his face, and he's still looking for that big play, as opposed to like, hey, there's a little drag there with one-on-one coverage. Get the ball to my receiver, break a tackle, you got a first down. So those were areas where he could have been better. And it seemed like he was very locked into his first progression. And yeah, it was probably because Green Bay made his life hell yesterday and was applying so much pressure. But at the same time, C.J. Stroud has shown us that he's capable, even with pressure, that he can get off that first read.
Yeah, that's one of the things that was extremely frustrating. Was we've seen CJ a lot of times handle a ton of pressure and handle it well, and just be able to go right down the route tree and do what he needed to do, and basically look like been there, done that, do it again. And he looked flustered. He looked flustered this weekend. He looked like, because of the early pressure early in the game, he just felt like, and then the frustration that he was going through, even throwing his helmet on the sideline, basically mentally told him it's going to be a long ass day and it ain't going to get better. So I got to get rid of the ball even quicker, and that's why he probably didn't get down through the route tree.
Taking hits, and more to the to back up that point too, with him being flustered, got in the face of Alexander. Like, yeah, it's not normally what we see from cool, calm, collected C.J. Stroud. Danico Autry, I was kind of logging when he was playing, what situations he was playing. It's what we thought. Like, he was rotating it at defensive end early downs, 1st and 2nd, 3rd downs is whenever he played defensive tackle. Ended up playing just under 50% of the snaps. but didn't play defensive tackle on first or second down by my count. Maybe I missed a play or two, but I don't think he's a first or second down defensive tackle, especially because Settle and Foley are playing well. You get Edwards back after 3 more games. So the idea that Autry's going to be one of your starting defensive tackles, nope. I think he's just a third down pass rusher
Do you
there.
think that he was as kind of just non-existent as he was just a factor of just getting back into game shape?
Yeah, there's probably a little bit of that. Now, I thought he showed some stuff that didn't really show up on the TV broadcast. Like he was like in the face of Jordan Love, or he made a running back kind of like cut the other way. Like he was more of a factor, even though he didn't record a lot of stats, and I think the game film showed. But I was wondering too, like we know that he was suspended 6 games for performance-enhancing drugs. I wonder how much of Danico Autry being good last year was because of performance-enhancing drugs. Just throwing that out there. I don't know. I don't want to be sued for slander. I'm just wondering, for a guy who is coming off a PED suspension, who is a little bit at an elder age for the NFL, maybe Danico Autry's not that guy. I don't know.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Hey, let's just watch it. I'm not saying that is the case. I'm just saying let's watch it, because one game is way too small of a sample. But if we get in after 6 games of Danico Autry and he is a 0 as much as he was against Green Bay, I think that take has a lot more credibility.
Well, that's why I was curious if that was one of the guys you looked at, because he was basically non-existent except for one mention, I think, one time that Romo said, hey, there's Autry. They got him back. He didn't start, but he's in the game now, and he was able to get his hands up on a play. And I was curious, because I understand it if it's hopefully just the fact that he's rusty, he's not in game shape yet. This is what he needed, and he's going to continue to get better. And I hope that's the case.
Yeah, I think that's more than likely the case. Like, he hasn't played football in a very long time. It's hard to just come into the NFL after not playing football for a long time and having a huge presence. I'm just saying, if we're 6 games down the road and it still doesn't come, can't call it rust at that point. What would you be calling it? A guy who's older and a guy who did serve a 6-game suspension for PEDs. Let's just store that in the back of our minds. It's not a take yet. It's just a thought. It is a thought currently. You know how people were talking about D'Angelo Ross last Monday. Oh, he held his own. He did fine. And then we're like, film don't lie. He didn't look that great. And then gets roasted the next week. I saw a little bit of that with Neville Hewitt and Jake Hansen. More Hansen than Hewitt. I thought Hewitt was much better than Hansen, but I noticed it a lot with Hansen. Both of them missed some tackles. Hansen with some critical tackles. So the whole Hewitt-Hansen held their own. Yes, Hewitt, not bad. Hansen, he was kind of like the similar D'Angelo Ross at linebacker. Yeah, I don't want him playing. I don't think he's an NFL starter, quite frankly.
Yeah, I thought, again, just from what I saw watching the game twice, I thought Hewitt was active. He was athletic. He made a lot of plays. He looked like he had made some very physical tackles and plays. Had the big pick, made the big mistake was the 15-yard penalty. But yeah, I didn't get that deep into it to see the other mistake.
Really like Kalen Bullock. I'm a big fan of his. Really good. Obviously, the interception, that was a good play. Like, yes, Jordan Love was the big blame there because he airmailed Watson, I believe it was. Bullock went up high to get it, but then also completing that catch through traffic. Nearly had an unbelievable play on that touchdown. That would have been a really big play. I really like him, though. I think he's a really good football player. Texans did a good job drafting him. Kate Stover, he had some ruthless blocks in this game. Didn't really show up in the box score, but talk about a guy who was laying the wood. I was really impressed with Kate Stover's physical nature with some of these blocks, which is good because I don't think the other guy gives you a whole lot of that.
No, that's what they said they drafted him for, too. The fact that they said he's a work in progress specifically on catching the ball, but they loved the fact that wasn't he a former defensive end?
I don't remember that.
I think he was a former defensive player at
Was
Ohio
he?
State. They turned into a tight end. And they said that his physicality, his strength, his athleticism based on his size was something that they felt like they could really work with.
Yeah, it was pretty fun to watch him lay some wood on some of these hard blocks. Petrie played well. Like Petrie played pretty good. They tried to hide him a little bit in man. Jaden Reed was not a big factor though. I think they liked the matchup on D'Angelo Ross a lot more. But I thought Petrie was going to be like the opposite of an X factor in this game. I thought they would target him a lot if the Texans played a lot of man, and they didn't play a ton of man. But I thought Petrie played well. Obviously, the tip pass that led to the Hewitt interception, that was Petrie's play. Like Hewitt was there to catch the deflection, but Petrie's the one that broke him the ball, deflected it. That was nice to see. Hafley had a really good idea what Slowick was doing all day. We mentioned that. One of the things that I think would have been good for what the Texans, were struggling at on the offensive line and against the blitz, because there was a few times the Texans did this. I would like to see them do this more against aggressive defenses. Play action. Play action.
Yes.
Because there was a few times that they did this that A, was successful, or B, you see them run, and it's like CJ Stroud still have like the rollout to sell that it could potentially be a pass, and you see them bite. Like they were so over aggressive. I think the play action would have done wonders.
That's interesting. Yeah, because again, you would think that the ability to put CJ in a position of strength would be, again, to kind of, even if you didn't game plan it during the week, but when you started to see that this was how far they were leaning and what they were really emphasizing, to get him out of the pocket, get him away from the initial pass rush that was coming up the middle, and give him more options, just on take what they give you, but maybe what they give you turns into something bigger. I was curious from the standpoint of you looking at the tape, Dalton Schultz and Murray, because Murray looked really bad. Schultz had the one play early, and then he didn't.
I thought Schultz was fine, like neutral, like wasn't like fantastic, but I don't think he's been as bad as he's been in other games. Like really was just not a factor. Like there was some obviously some pass protection stuff that you could point the finger at him. There was some other stuff though that like I think was out of his control, even though it was on his side. I thought he was neutral.
Because I noticed the blocking on the edge. It just seemed like there was a couple times that he just never even looked outside, and he got someone go right by him.
That could be the protection though. Like that's the thing that it's hard to dissect who's at fault because we don't know the protection on that play. Like if the protection is okay, we're going to attack right. How are you going to blame Schultz for a guy who's off his left shoulder?
And that was the thing too, where the way they were lined up defensively, it looked like between him and Tunsil on the left side, each guy was going to take a guy, and then they both went inside. And it's like, what are we doing?
That's why I would really like to know what their calls are. It would help a whole lot because I don't know who's screwing up. I know that they are screwing up, but I don't know exactly who.
We were worried about Murray in coverage.
Yeah, Murray wasn't good.
Okay.
Murray wasn't good. But again, like D'Angelo Ross was the one that they were attacking. Like, and Stingley had a couple of slants, but I mean, like, you're going to give up a couple of those. Murray wasn't like super bad. He had the one really bad series where he missed the tackle on third down that would have gotten the defense off the field, that prolonged the drive. Then he had a pass interference like 2 plays later, and then a touchdown like 2 plays later. But other than that, he was kind of a neutral too, like kind of a nothing, kind of a net zero. And the final one that I had is I think D'Amico, like we talked a lot about that final defensive possession yesterday. I think D'Amico should have went dime there. Like, and he's shown that he's gone dime, and it's like, well, who are you going to play? Your safeties are hurt, right? But I'd rather see MJ Stewart in coverage than have to see Jake Hansen in coverage, because there was one play in particular where Jake Hansen's in coverage and just like gifts 10 yards. Jake Hansen's in coverage and zone, and it's like, I'd much rather see a defensive back than Jake Hansen on the field. You know that they're going to throw the ball on you. I thought that was a missed opportunity by D'Amico, and I didn't think of it in the time, but watching the film and seeing Jake Hansen on the field in coverage there when you know Green Bay was going to pass, I'm disappointed D'Amico didn't go dime on that final possession.
Are you referring to the play where
the entire series?
Well, there was one play in particular. I mean, obviously they're playing a soft and off coverage almost throughout that entire possession, but there was one player where there's only one middle linebacker in the middle of the field. And I thought it was Jake Hansen, and he immediately like backpedaled at the snap and left Jacobs open for just an easy little check down that picked up like 8-9 yards.
They were playing nickel throughout. I don't know how they were lined up on that specific play. There was a really bad one to Kraft where he gave up just a gifted 10 yards. He might have been on that Jacobs one too, but I'm just sitting there watching. I'm like, they're throwing. You're not blitzing until they got across the 50.
Yeah, not only were they backed up at the snap, but then like the linebacker, and I think it was Jake Hansen, immediately starts to backpedal and bail out and leave. It just left the middle of the field completely wide open for the easiest check down you could ever have. When you know all they're trying to do is pick up easy yards to get to a field goal. It was
I was not happy with that. To your point, sagging off in coverage. I would have liked them to blitz a little bit early. Like Jordan Love struggles against the blitz.
They did once
they crossed the 50.
Once
they crossed the 50, like do it on the other side of the field. Do it whenever that drive's starting. Try to create some havoc instead of, like you said, just chilling, just hanging out, let them dump off, just methodically move down the field as Jake Hansen's on the field in coverage.
Well, remember, we started the week by talking about the dime because of the fact that we were concerned about Hewitt being on the field. But as it turns out, maybe it was more so because of Hansen.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't love that. 713-780-ESPN. No disrespect, Blankers. I know Green Bay is your team, but dang, Alexander was ticking me off. I wish Nico was playing to put him in his place. Nico would have trucked him.
I have not been a fan of the antics of Jair Alexander since he's been in Green Bay. If you remember, it goes all the way back to when they were sending the captains out on the field for an overtime game they shouldn't have been in, and he wasn't the captain and anointed himself and then made the wrong.
I forgot about that.
And he made the wrong call and didn't take the ball, and they lost. It's like he goes way too far. I thought that it went way too far. It was one thing to get guys fired up before a game. I just thought it was too much.
Yeah, that's fair. Like I like my players to be a little bit. I like them to be a dog. I like my defensive guys to be dogs. But whenever you're going into business for yourself like that and going out there for the coin toss when your coach doesn't want you out there, that's definitely crossing a line. But in this game, I would have loved to have Jair Alexander on my football team in that game.
Yeah, no, look, he's a hell of a player. That's what I think frustrates me more than anything else. He is a hell of a player. So therefore, I don't think it's necessary. I think his actions can do enough. If someone's drawing with you on a certain play, so be it. But I just thought like he was seeking out, like on one play, he was like 15, 20 yards away from Tank and had to sprint after the play because he wanted to get in his grill and keep talking. Like at one, you're really putting
He
yourself
went
at
after
risk of
Tank a lot.
Yeah, which kind of got in his head. And
But I thought it was too much.
I like a little bit of attitude in my secondary. I like a little attitude on my football team. I just give me attitude. Give me attitude reflects leadership.
I'm a dog.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. What about check down? CJ seemed to always have a safety valve last year. Is it personnel messing up or Slowick not calling? No, it's there. I think Stroud gets locked on his first progression. I think he was rattled because the Green Bay pressure was so intense, and I don't think he ever got off of his first reads. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Who is in your doghouse? Who is in your doghouse this week? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, a moment for Stella Rosa wines. They are absolutely delicious. They use all natural fruit flavors. They really kind of give them a little hint of a spice, too, and they really go with anything you're serving, game day or otherwise. If you're looking for a refreshing drink, beverage served cold, especially because of the fact that we're still dealing with heat, and you want to give your guests an alternative to just beer or hard liquor when you're looking for a drink, and you're basically, if you're going to be drinking for a long period of time, it kind of paces everything for you without you having to worry about all the water you got to consume in between. Stella Rosa wines should be on your menu the next time that you serve food and beverage to guests. And maybe it's a great way to unwind after a day of work because it's not too much, it's not too heavy, and it tastes just right with just about everything you are serving. Stella Rosa wines are available at your local retailers, at your grocery store, as well as your liquor store. So it's easy when you're going grocery shopping and you're stocking up on things to serve for your game day watch parties to grab a little Stella Rosa wine as well as everything else. It goes beautiful with everything you're serving. It's the complement to any celebration. It's fantastic. And they're also going out of their way to try and take care of you as customers. It's college football season, we know, and they have tickets to the biggest game of the college football year. And they are going to give away some tickets, and you have a chance to win. All you got to do is go to ESPNLADreamTicket.com, and Stella Rosa may be putting you at the biggest game of the year. Again, Stella Rosa wine found at your local retailer. Remember to enjoy chilled and always celebrate responsibly.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Who's in your doghouse this week? 713-780-ESPN. Who is in your doghouse? Blankers, you go first.
Okay, easy. We just got done talking about them a whole hell of a lot. The Texans' offensive line. Top to bottom, left to right, right to left.
5 guys. That's going to be a crowded doghouse.
5 guys could actually. It's great when it's burgers. It ain't great when it's the Texans' offensive line.
Doghouse.
It's good. This is a lot of mass.
Yep,
a lot of mass.
It's a dog pound in the doghouse. They suck.
Yeah, in my doghouse, Laramie Tunsil, Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, Shaq Mason, Titus Howard. So a lot of beef in my doghouse.
I assume I'm also now in your doghouse since I just spoiled something for you on the way in.
No, yeah, you are in my doghouse.
Yeah, I'm a bad person today. That's on me.
I am anti-spoiler.
Yeah,
if there's one thing I feel strongly about is that you should not spoil things for others.
No, trust me, as someone who never watches, well, I'll just let people in. I spoiled something on Monday Night Raw for Jeremy. I never watch it live, so I assume by the time I watch it, everyone else has, but that was on me. That's one. Mine is Marvin Harrison. I don't know, man. Watching that Chargers Cardinals game last night, they actually started cutting up all the examples they had of it and putting in the broadcast. There was a whole lot of seemingly, I don't care. I'm not getting the ball. I'm not that interested. And then the play where he actually, Cardinals got bailed out because the Chargers went helmet to helmet.
Bail out?
Okay, well, they got bailed out in the fact that Marvin Harrison dropped the pass. I'm not saying that it was a bad call. But on that play, I mean, Marvin Harrison's wide open. He for some reason jumps up to catch the ball when there was no reason to. It hits him in the chest because he doesn't hands catch. It bounces off his jersey after a full game of seemingly barely trying. I don't know. Malik Neighbors obviously having the greater rookie season so far. It's not, I don't know. The vibes right now with Marvin Harrison Jr. aren't great.
Would you rather have Neighbors or Harrison?
Neighbors.
Yeah, I'd rather have Neighbors too. Although Neighbors got a little diva to him.
Oh, he does.
Neighbors
but Neighbors
got a little diva to him.
Neighbors' diva seems to also come with the dog on the field. Marvin's diva doesn't always seem to come with that.
I am a little worried about Neighbors' proneness to injury.
Sure, he's
something
a small
to monitor.
Guy. Yeah, he's a small
Would you
guy.
rather have Neighbors over Harrison? Would you rather have Brian Thomas Jr. or Harrison?
Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah,
I think so too.
Yeah, I think so too.
As much as the knock
It's
coming
a
out was
foul.
he didn't want to play football, he looks like he wants to play a lot
Brian
of football.
Thomas Jr. looks great.
He
too.
looks
on a
really
bad
good.
team too.
On
Yes.
a bad, with a lesser than quarterback.
Would you rather have Xavier Worthy or Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm not gonna go
I
crazy
think I'd
here.
do that as well.
Would you rather have Roma Dunze or Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I'll still take Marvin.
Yeah, I think so. I will too.
Would you rather have Ricky Pearsall or Marvin Harrison Jr.? What are you
Marvin
laughing
Harrison
about
Jr.
that?
Marvin-
Pearsall's a survivor.
Hey, that's true. Marvin hasn't been shot in the chest. They came back in the same year. No, I will still take Marv.
Keon Coleman.
Marv.
So Marv's third.
It's really just I'm moving Neighbors and I'm moving Brian Thomas ahead.
Hey, Brian Thomas is the 23rd pick, though.
I know. Jaguars got that one right.
Guys
Ask
good at
Ocho.
football. Yeah, he was right about that.
Yep.
Marvin Harrison was instrumental in that game yesterday. He took a charge on the helmet-to-helmet on the defensive receiver. That was the biggest play of the game. It's the biggest play of the game. And he
charge.
He did.
He got charged. Yeah, his dome piece.
He did. Look, he's a competitor. He wants it. A lot of 1-2. All right, who else is in your doghouse?
Jameson Williams. Jameson Williams, I mean, you can't do wrong right in what you've done since you've been in the league. Came into the league injured, so you missed, I think, 11 weeks. Then once you got into the league, you were gambling in the team facility and got suspended. And now you're suspended yet again for 2 games. Come on, man. Get it right.
I mean, he's just trying to enhance his performance. What's wrong with that? I like guys who try to get better at what they do.
That's this time.
Huh?
That's this time. This suspension.
Yeah, he's a gambler.
Yeah,
Everybody
okay.
gambles
Needs
a little
to
bit.
grow up a little bit.
Everybody dabbles in the gambling from time to time, right?
Jameson Williams.
Also in my doghouse is Gerard Mayo. Gerard Mayo, he's never done anything. Gerard Mayo, he feels like he's entitled. Why does he feel like he's entitled? Because he's friends with Robert Kraft. He was under Bill Belichick, never did anything of consequence for Bill Belichick, never did anything of consequence as a coach. He's blasting his players. His team is worse than they were last year. He's getting into verbal spats with the greatest coach of all time in NFL history. Gerard Mayo's in my doghouse. He's entitled. Oh, he deserved that one. Gerard Mayo deserved that little meek dog bark.
Next one in the doghouse for me. I don't know if you guys noticed this on the way in. I'm not sure which way you guys come, but they've already put up the Christmas lights down Richmond.
Have they really?
Yes. I mean, it's a week from Thursday will be a week till Halloween, and they're already putting up like the little like 5-sided that makes it look like a star. They've already started putting those up on the lamppost down Richmond near the station. Like I before it was we couldn't even celebrate Thanksgiving for people who are trying to force Christmas onto us. Now we can't even get to Halloween, and they're already putting up the Christmas lights. That's in my doghouse.
Why are you anti-Christmas?
I mean, I'm not anti-Christmas. I'm anti-Christmas in October.
8683 says Texans offensive lines in his doghouse, his or her. Honey Glazed Branham, CJ is in my doghouse. I know the offensive line was crappy, but that's no excuse for making a chicken bleep out of chicken salad. He has been good at that this year, prior to Green Bay. 1984 says Bobby Slowick. Ryan, second half offensive play callers in his doghouse for 6 out of the last 7 weeks. Slowick's not really well loved in Houston right now. 8082 says Jerry Jones for his idiotic comment of Derrick Henry.
Yep.
And then Buck's coaching staff is in my doghouse, says 2180. Had Godwin in the game during garbage time, and he's dead now. It's not garbage time. It's a 2-possession game. You have the football. Go score, onside kick. You got a glimmer of hope. Glimmer of hope. Now, 2180, I hope that you were blasting DeMeco Ryans when he had the starters in the game against Minnesota down by 27 in the final offensive series. Because if not, you're a hypocrite. I saw a lot of hypocrites on the internet yesterday. A lot. You know who you are.
Was a certain writer involved in that?
I don't know what they do.
Huh?
I'm not sure what they do.
DJ. Was DJ defending it?
I didn't see a DJ tweet. No.
Okay.
No. I didn't see a DJ. I don't know. DJ didn't say I was wrong with that. DJ.
Oh, no, I think he pushed back quite hard on you.
No, he said he understands the point, but he says football is football. But he certainly understands being 27 points or whatever.
Okay.
There's other people out there that are hypocrites that are blaming Todd Bowles for getting Chris Godwin injured in a 10-point game. But everybody gives DeMeco Ryans a pass whenever they're down by 27 on the final offensive series. How do you do that? How do you get mad at one coach for a 10-point game, 2 possessions, but not mad at another head coach when they're down 27? How?
I think you're running into the
Homer?
Well, yeah, I think you're also running into the idea that fans are never rational. What they criticize the other coaches for, they'll never criticize their own for, or vice versa in some cases, depending on how the fan operates.
Right. That's the problem I have with fans and other people that are also having this point. Be consistent with your takes. Be consistent. If you're going to blame a coach for getting a receiver hurt down by 10, you got to do the same thing to a coach down by 27. 2585, Ryan's in my doghouse. He screwed up that game with his bad clock management. It's not his strength. Clock management, game management, not his strength. And then 2180 said, I did blast DeMeco because you told me to, Branham. Look at me influencing. It's what I do. I'm an influencer. The texter admits it. I have receipts right here. Literally just happened. All right, car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what I love? I love football in October. I love football on a Saturday evening at TD-ECU Stadium. I love homecoming. What's not to love about homecoming? The pomp and circumstance of homecoming. Calling all Cougars. Let's show our Cougar pride and support the team for homecoming this Saturday. University of Houston Cougars taking on the Utes of Utah. Saturday, October 26, 6 p.m., TD-ECU Stadium for homecoming. And U of H has a homecoming offer for you. 4 tickets and a parking pass for only $70. Family fun for everybody for $70. You can't get that deal anywhere else. The weather is going to be great. It's going to be a fun game between Houston and Utah. To grab this deal, visit uhcougars.com/home. That's uhcougars.com/home. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments as homecoming comes to TD-ECU Stadium on Saturday. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd of a college football game, especially the tradition and pageantry of homecoming. Come out early, stop by the Bud Light backyard tailgate area, enjoy the food before the game, a beverage, and tailgate games. Got to get out there for the tailgate. Again, uhcougars.com/home, uhcougars.com/home. Take advantage of the homecoming offer. 4 tickets and a parking pass for just $70. Come early, be loud, and wear red as we pack the stadium for homecoming.
Guys, a moment for mybookie.ag. Look, we got all the sports going on right now. We got the NBA ready to tip off. College basketball will be right behind that in no time at all. Then you've got the NFL. You got NCAA football. You've got all the different sports going on, including the World Series. And if you want those games to be more interesting, especially the World Series, because our team's not in it, you should go to mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag is the place you ought to be when you're putting money down on sports because they take care of you in so many ways. They're doing it again right now with their sign-up bonus. They're going to double your first deposit when you put money into an account for the first time up to $1,000. You put money in, they put money on top of it. Before you know it, you've got more money in your account. You've got more games you can bet on and more chances you can win. They're also taking care of you with a new tiered way to have a rewards program called MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more that they are going to take care of you with better promotions and opportunities because they love your loyalty too. Even when there's no games going on or you just feel like some casino games, live dealers are standing by. Yes, live dealers are standing by. You don't have to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. It's all right there at your fingertips thanks to mybookie.ag. But the way you unlock all of this is using our promo code. It's bet975. Anytime and every time you get the opportunity, use that promo code because that unlocks all the different ways you can truly cash in. Check them out today and do what I always tell you to do. You go bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, go to mybookie.ag and use our promo code. It's bet975.
What are you nominating for your car wreck of the day? 713.
You tried to damage our window.
ESPN. Thank you for thinking I got an arm that big. Look at that compliment.
Throwing footballs
Blankers
out
didn't
our
like that
window
you
here.
complimented me like that.
I could care less.
He didn't couldn't care less.
That too.
That's true.
Sorry,
Point
I
Branham.
apologize. Respectfully.
Respect. Yeah.
Respect. I totally see where D was coming from. I really get it now. D has opened my eyes. D, you were so right. How dare I doubt you? All right, car wreck of the day, 713-780-37. I'm a delight. What are you nominating for your car wreck of the day?
Joel Embiid to start with.
Yeah.
Joel Embiid, who was fine during the Olympics, didn't do anything since the Olympics to really have anything that should be a major concern. Not only is he going to miss the opener of the NBA season, but he's going to miss at least the first week.
More polished center than Elijah one.
What'd you say?
That's what the internet people do.
Yeah, the internet tried to make Embiid over Elijah one a thing.
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying this Elijah one book, by the way. I'm learning some things about Elijah one.
I haven't started it yet.
You know, he didn't start playing until 79. I knew he was a late bloomer, but he didn't start playing basketball until 79.
What, 17?
1979. I don't know his age, but he was.
I thought it was like 16 or 17.
I mean,
when he started playing.
When his first year at U of H was what, 82? Because his last year was 84, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he started playing basketball in 79, was playing college basketball 3 years later.
In the Final Four.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, like I knew he was a late bloomer. I didn't know it was that late. And apparently, he was more of a handball player than a soccer player.
That I knew.
That I knew.
Yeah, I knew that he did both, but I thought that they were like both as equal. But he was better at handball than he ever was at soccer. All right, I got sidetracked. My bad. Car wreck of the day, the SEC for nominating Vince Young as a member of the 2024 SEC Legends class. How many games did Vince Young play in the SEC?
Zero.
What are you doing in the SEC Legends class, SEC?
This is a very Tennessee Titans move.
I understand that Vince Young is awesome. I loved Vince Young. Watched him at Madison. He and Courtney Lewis doing some damage, getting beat in the playoffs by North Shore in the regional finals at the Astrodome. Followed his career at Texas. That's big of me. That shows you how much I like Vince Young when I'm rooting for him at Texas. Love Vince Young. He doesn't belong in the 2024 SEC Legends class.
That's a joke.
Come on, man. That's my car wreck of the day.
My car wreck of the day is the quote is obviously making the rounds now, but Jerry Jones on their radio station that he wasn't trying to get radio hosts fired, but he was apparently saying that, Derrick Henry, he's having a career year, but I don't know if he'd have a career year in our system.
He's
Jerry
on my
Jones,
list.
He's probably right.
Well, okay, that's still not that's still an indictment against you. Even if either you don't know ball or it's an indictment against what you're building in Dallas. If you can't make the leading rusher in the NFL work in your system.
Not what he said.
Yeah, he said he wouldn't have a career year in our system.
I think he's right. Do you think he would have a career year in Dallas?
Career year, no. I think he'd have success wherever he plays, as long as they had a decent offensive line.
As Bruno told us earlier, the Cowboys aren't underachieving; they're just bad.
So they have to embrace the suck.
So if they had a bad offensive line, how's Derrick Henry going to have a career year in that? I don't think he would. All right, what's going to win here?
I'm going to go Jera.
Well, obviously it's my nomination. I'll second.
I'll go Vince Young in the SEC.
I could go either way with those because that is brutal too.
I'll give it to Jerry. I win enough. All right, Jerry Jones, the winner, car wreck of the day. He's BMAC. Thanks for the hard work. He's Blankers on Brandon. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody, to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. As always, thanks to our presenting sponsor, John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. We're on the heels of the Killer Bees here tonight, as usual, Jeremy and Joel. Call in tonight, as always, 713-780-3776. And by the way, how far do you think the Houston Dynamo can go in the playoffs? We know the opponent now. It is Seattle. I put that out on social media. How far do you think the Houston Dynamo can go? We will do a little bit of a deep dive on that matchup here tonight as well. And again on Thursday, and we'll have the head coach, Ben Olsen, here as well. Big thanks, Brian McDonald, behind the glass. Nice familiar face back there. This guy's doing all the double duty. He's on the Killer Bees. He's producing.
Complaining about Christmas in October.
He's dropping comments. He's talking about Christmas lights being up too early.
Were you with me there, Glenn?
I am with you.
Okay,
on that.
good.
I'd like to celebrate Halloween first. Yeah.
One at a time.
Yeah. Let's slow it down, but the commercial entity drives that forward. So look, we got a lot to talk about here tonight. I also want to just reach out to everybody who won El Clasico tickets to Chivas and Club America and Dynamo tickets recently. Wow. I mean, you saw and were a part of some great things. First of all, there's 55,000 people for Chivas and Club America. By the way, that's a meaningless game outside of, what happened on the field that day. It's a quote unquote friendly, but boy, does that tell you about the power of the brand. And the power of the brands of Chivas and Club America, like many big soccer clubs around the world, it's passed on generationally, so that you've got, you're well into it generationally. And I had a lot of people reach out to me about, how my grandfather or my father took me to these games. And this is why it just runs through the blood of our family that we're either a Club America or a Chivas fan. And there was also Monterrey and Tigres in San Antonio. And then Monterrey and Tigres had to play the Clásico Regio for real this past weekend. And we'll get into that here tonight. We have a couple of sound bites from the goal calls. But that was a wild game at the Estadio BBVA in Monterrey, Mexico, where they will host the World Cup, just like we will here at Energy Stadium. Streams at ESPN975.com. So I'm just going to get personal here real quick. Tonight, with a heavy heart, I do Soccer Matters, and I decided I would let you, the listener, know that my mother passed on Saturday at 98 after a rich, full life. I dedicate the show to her. Her name was Elise Nesselhoff Davis. She was my mom. And I also wanted to give an amazing shout out to the two caretakers who have been with my family for a number of years, Vita Kawasi and Charlotte Jagri. Their family to us, these are two of the most amazing people I've ever met in my life. And I believe they extended my mother's life in a very happy way. Also, we learned a great lesson in my family that all siblings can come together and make sure as a team you can take care of your parents. And everybody had like a little differing role, I would say my two sisters did the heavy lifting and also a brother-in-law from the medical side. So that was a nice thing to be a part of. So in death came a lot of beautiful things and the celebration of a beautiful life, and she's now with my father. All right. The guest tonight on this show has a connection here to Houston. Challenge Soccer Club is up in Spring, Texas. They've been known to produce a lot of women's soccer players, filling up the college ranks, all kinds of different programs all around the country. Alyssa Mallinson was called up at 25 years of age to the U.S. women's national team. She is in Austin with the team. We will have her on the show to close the show in the hour tonight here, and then we'll go to Thursday. Interesting interview. Played at Auburn, played it locally here at Challenge. I asked her a number of different things, so I think you're going to like that interview. But part of that was, again, and I almost feel like I'm a Lone Ranger out here, celebrating some of the successes of what has happened with youth players for so many years now, coming out of Houston and doing amazing things. I mean, whether they become professional soccer players, #1 draft choice, Herman Award winners, college coaches at every level. It really is remarkable what Houston produces and how they go out throughout the country. And some of them go overseas, as in the case of Alyssa, who will join me later on in the show. Spent some time in Denmark, and that then becomes a part of player development, adjusting to a different culture. So this is a really interesting interview, and it's a great celebration of what happens in our soccer community and the players that not only are produced here from a player development standpoint, but then they go on and do great things in so many different places. Dynamo had a dramatic late win over LA Galaxy. We're going to talk about that tonight here. I know there was some controversy because I wouldn't call it controversy, but it looked like Ben Olsen wanted this game to end 1-1 so that they could draw Real Salt Lake in the playoffs. Well, what happens is a spectacular goal, big drama, incredible header from Daniel Steris after great delivery from Griffin Dorsey. The Dynamo knock off the Galaxy 2-1, and I'll get into it a little bit more, but I'll say recapturing momentum was a big part of that game, and the Dynamo did that. And I think they're going to go into the playoffs against Seattle in a good place. We'll have Game On for 90 in the next segment. Today we had Milan 3-1 over Bruges. Christian Pulisic scored off a corner. They call it the Olympico. I mean, those a lot of times there's a dose of luck or good fortune in those. He admitted that after the game, but he is on fire. I mean, he has been playing spectacular. 7 goals, 3 assists for him in 11 games, Christian Pulisic. I know, some people were upset that he didn't play with the U.S. in the Mexico game for obvious reasons, but I think we have to remember Mauricio Pochettino is in a place now. He already knows what Christian Pulisic can do. He knows he's his number one attacking threat. And he's probably making nice with those at AC Milan right now, who, by the way, got a 3-1 win over Bruges. Monaco 5-1 over Red Star. This is UEFA Champions League. Juventus lost at home to Stuttgart. That was kind of an upset. El Bilal Torre in stoppage time. Weston McKennie, the U.S. international, went 55 for the U.S. So guys like him and Tyler Adams, they're the question marks now that have to, number one, fully get healthy. Serginho Dest I'll put in there as well. These guys have to get fully healthy, and these guys have to have a great run up to 2026 in roles of responsibility with their teams. Really, really important. I mean, Tyler Adams had an incredible World Cup, last World Cup. He was excellent. PSG and PSV 1-1. Malik Tillman, 90 minutes. I'm still 50-50 on him. I sometimes I'm not very much wowed by Malik Tillman. I don't know what I'm missing. Maybe you can tell me. 713-780-3776. Ricardo Pepe was an unused sub. Aston Villa 2-0 over Bologna. I do know we have an Aston Villa supporters group here in Houston. So under Unai Emery, they're doing great things. They ended up top 4 in the Premier League last year, got all that Premier League money, and get goals from John McGinn and John Duran. Sturm Graz of Switzerland 0, Sporting of Portugal 2, and Girona of Spain over Slovan Bratislava 2-0. Bottom of the hour, you'll have Montreal and Atlanta. That's a one-game elimination game, and the winner of that will take on Inter Miami in the next round of the playoffs. So here's some good news. The Dynamo will open up on Monday, and I will have the call on HoustonDynamo.com/radio stream. So if you want to get my call of that game, you will have to get it there on the stream. You won't get it on Apple. You will get it on Apple in Game 2 back in Houston. All right, let's go to the Clásico Regio. Monterrey, Rayados, 4-2 over Tigres. Let's remind you that the coach of Monterrey doing good work is Martin de Michelis. You'll remember him, the Argentine. And then Veljko Paunovic, who we had on this show when Tigres came to Houston and draw 46,000 people at Energy Stadium. This game this past weekend was at the Estadio BBVA, 51,000 people. You talk about goals. Let's go to the opener. And I think, Brian, we got this one. This is Iker Fimbres, who actually was a youth player in Rayados. He scores 5 minutes in.
Dejando la pelota con Oliver Torres. Oliver abriendo con Eric Aguirre. Ahí está Eric recortando contra Lainez. Servicio para el remate, palo. Todavía después de atrás el disparo. ¡Gol!
El joven Fimbres, el canterano del Monterrey.
He held that longer than
That was
he
very
held that
impressive.
longer than David Lee Roth can hold it to in these
When I was
days.
pulling that ollie
Yeah.
early today, I did a double. Like, was that multiple cuts? Like, he held that goal for a long time.
That goal call is so synonymous with South America, Mexico. It's great passion. So here's 26th minute now, and Rayados at home again. They go up 2-0 here. This is a spectacular free kick from Sergio Canales.
Vamos a ver esta pelota parada, el servicio directo, golazo. Estás loco, Sergio Canales, le fuiste directo, sorprendiste a todos.
So this is a great rivalry, and for those who may be tuning in who don't know about this rivalry, this is in Monterrey, Mexico, and every weekend when Rayados of Monterrey and Tigres of Monterrey play, people go across the border from Houston. We have tons of fans, as you know, of both of these clubs in Houston. They have supporters groups. They got chapters. It's incredible, these brands. They're hosting the World Cup, too. It's one of the great soccer cities in this hemisphere, if not the greatest. I know I'll get some pushback maybe from some other places if I say something like that. So this game kept going. 36th minute, Rayados would score again. This was Lucas Ocampo. Drew a penalty kick. Noel Guzman, the very eccentric goalkeeper of Tigres, came out, brought him down. He hits the penalty. So it's now 3-0, 36 minutes in, and you're like, okay. 44th minute, we're on the stroke of halftime. Tigres pull one back. Guido Pizarro scores. And then there's extended stoppage time in the first half. And after a VAR review, Gignac, superstar for Tigres, Frenchman, hits from the penalty spot. So it's crazy. It's like within the blink of an eye now, it's 3-2. So now it's a game again. You thought it was over. Then in the second half, after this crazy 5-goal first half, in the 66th minute, Fimbres would score again. It would be his second of the night, and Rayados would win 4-2 over Tigres. So big game south of us, across the border. It's amazing stuff. And when these teams play, it really is pretty spectacular stuff. So that's how it ended there. 32-team FIFA Club World Cup. It's next summer. There's been a lot of controversy around this with sponsorships and TV. So this is an expanded version, and they're trying to – everything is about expansion now. More teams, more games, more money, more sponsors, more condensed and very, very busy calendars for everybody. So we've seen to the point in Europe now where you have – players now saying they're going to get together, potentially strike, all of these things that are happening. So Inter Miami is going to be in it. They kind of put him in it right away simply because of Lionel Messi and his, drawing power. But then now it's announced because they are the Supporter Shield winners in Major League Soccer, right? They had the best record overall than anybody. So that makes sense in a way, except when you begin to say, yeah, but this is a league based on playoffs. So why isn't the team that wins the playoffs and the MLS Cup the team that should go to the FIFA Club World Cup? I mean, the answer is really easy. It's 2 words. It's Leo Messi. I mean, there's no debating that. Of course you want him in the tournament. He's one of the biggest global sports stars there is, if not the. He's the current holder of the World Cup with his Argentine teammates. Inter Miami had the best points. I'm like a lot of people. I really think the determination of who's the best team is over a body of work of a season, which Inter Miami was. But it's a playoff league, and you erase all this stuff, and you go into the playoffs now, and the Houston Dynamo, who ended up in 5th place, who's really good at staying in games and has been a good road team, has as good a shot as anybody to potentially win this because they're a very determined, gritty team, and we're going to do a lot of talk about that. in the next segment. That's for sure. So Tyler Adams, who we were mentioning a few minutes ago, he finally got named to the bench for Bournemouth. They got a 2-0 win over Arsenal. That's going to hurt our good friend Andrew Carlson. That one will be painful for Andrew. But Adams has made his way to the bench, so hopefully he's going to come back and be fit and not have any sort of reoccurring injuries. Tim Weah also returning after a month for Juventus being injured. Played over the weekend in the second half for Juventus. In the Premier League on the weekend, Fulham and Aston Villa played. Anthony Robinson played well again for Fulham. I mean, if you're looking at guys that are go-to guys now in the U.S. men's national team, clearly Robinson is one of them, game in and game out, dependable, plays an exceptional 90 minutes. And Pulisic, and they're on the same side of the field. That's why the left side of the U.S. is excellent. The right side is going to need help. If you can get Serginho Dest back in place of Joe Scally, nothing against Scally, but he's more of a stay-at-home defender. Serginho Dest can go forward better with the build out of the back, I think. He's another one you have to really watch now when it comes to health, return to form. Everybody always assumes that it's just, okay, no problem, he'll be back, he'll be healthy. That's not true. People don't always come back perfect. There's a lot more that do make it back these days due to health and science and sports science. But there's also people that have difficulty coming back. It's also good to see Raul Jimenez, by the way. The Mexican international suffered that horrific head injury. To see him back, he's scoring goals for Fulham. He got the only goal against Villa. But it's good to see him back. He's had a really good month, and then he was a part of the 2 goals in the 2-0 victory, Mexico over the U.S., which a lot of people got a little bit crazy. Herculez Gomez, my friend Alexi Lalas, these guys didn't work hard enough. I'm not so much. I get it. Those guys have played in that rivalry. I do get that. I also get that there were a lot of people experiencing this rivalry in a very different way. A lot of younger players that were starting in this, and I think you had to accept that some of these guys were going to be overawed on the occasion. That's why you put them out there. So the next time they're not overawed. And Mauricio Pochettino, I think, was also trying to, really get a grip on this team, understand who's who. That said, we don't like losing to Mexico. And it was a long time since Mexico won. There was very heavy pressure on Bosco Aguirre and Rafa Marquez to win that game. Imagine the knives in the press that would have come out if the U.S. with essentially, and I hate using this word, a B or a B and a C team, whatever. That's kind of disrespectful. But let's face it, when your best players aren't there, you have to call it something, right? What would you call it? If your best players aren't there, Brian, what would you call the team? The B team?
Yeah, the B squad, B team. Yeah, I think
they
that's
do
fair.
that in the NFL, right?
Yeah, I mean, they do that. You see that a lot in spring training during Major League Baseball. They have the split squads. And so you'll look at those lineups, and it's not a normal, what you would call a Major League lineup.
Yeah, no question. So, I don't feel that bad. I hope nobody gets mad at me. 713-780-3776 is a number to call in here tonight. Looks like we're up on a break there. When I hear that drum cymbal, that was nice. Okay, this is an interesting band. It has a little vibe of White Lines by Grandmaster Flash. Band's called Liquid Liquid. Caverns is the name of the song. It's a perfect time to bring in our great friends at Cactus Music. Quinn Bishop, the owner of Cactus Music. Get over there. Great vinyl, great CDs. It's a very peaceful place for me, actually, because I love looking and listening and learning about music, even though I can't play anything. All right, we'll come back. We're going to begin to talk Dynamo Seattle. And we're going to look at lineups. We're going to look at what both teams just did, how they're entering the playoffs, and some really, really interesting news also on Seattle about a little locker room angst maybe that might surprise people. Also, I want to remind you, Friday, November 22nd, 6 to 7:30 p.m., hosted by HTX, the Youth Soccer Club. We're having a kick cancer clinic It's down at the Dave Finkel Soccer Complex. All the proceeds go to the 501c charity, the Snowdrop Foundation, and you can sign up at thedriven.net. Thedriven.net. All right, break time. We come back. We talk Houston Dynamo. Looking for you to call in here tonight. How far will the Dynamo go in the playoffs? 713-780-3776.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to the show. Who says there aren't young bands that play and use guitars? Well, this band's name is Dirty Honey. California Dreamin' is the name of the song, as Brian McDonald behind the glass brings us back. Also, one of the main guys on the Killer Bees as well. He's got some good opinions on sports in general. All right, I put out the question here, and I welcome you back. A reminder for DanishInspirations.com, the best in modern contemporary furniture, DanishInspirations.com. And by the way, this weekend and during the MLS playoffs in the Premier League, place to watch games is Hugh O'Connor's Pub out on I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. That's Hugh O'Connor's Pub. Get in there, see Dave, see Goose. They've got all the traditional English fare, but it's a very clean, beautiful pub with woods and a lot of old black and whites of the Guinness Brewery. It's a very cool spot. It is Hugh O'Connor's Pub. All right, I put the question out, how far did the Dynamo go in the playoffs? We got a response here, 713-780-3776. Chris, go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Glenn, condolences to your mother. May she rest in peace.
Thank you very much. That's
I'd
very
like to
kind.
say Yeah, and I'm tired of RSL. I'm tired of playing those guys. I'm so happy that we finally got Seattle. You know, that's a big hump we can never get over in the playoffs. I still think about the Western Conference finals, and that was it 2017, I believe. We just got smoked. I want that back real bad, and if we can get past them, you know, we might as well just go to the MLS Cup because we've already beat both LA teams.
You know, momentum's a good thing. You bring a great point up. I'm with you, Chris, and thank you very much for that phone call and the nice comment. Yeah, I'm kind of tired of RSL too. I think there was a large portion of Dynamo fans that would have been saying, "Oh, I wish it was a 1-1 draw and we got RSL." I don't know. I think the bench may have wanted that. And I know Ben Olsen had alluded to RSL because they've had success, but it's also hard to continue to beat teams. And I think if you got to get past good teams, you got to get past good teams. There's a lot of similarities between the Houston Dynamo and Seattle when it comes to, you know, the collective nature of the way they play. These are two of the better defending teams in the league. I think this is going to be these are going to be low scoring games. Not surprised if it goes all three because that's what the first round is. The quarterfinals are 3 games, and then you get right into a single elimination, and you got to change your mentality in a big way. But I'm with Chris. I would also say the way the Dynamo won that game, and even if it ended 1-1, I would say, hey, their game is back. You got 45 minutes for Hector Herrera. He looked a little rusty. He needed the minutes. Now it's up to Ben Olsen how he's going to be used in the playoffs, but I would assume he's going to start with all his experience, expertise, and quality. I think the big issue with him is how long can he go? But yeah, I mean, I think either way you would say they would have momentum, but the way they score that final goal and that delivery from Dorsey and then Daniel Steres just rising up like a salmon and taking the pace out of the delivery and just redirecting it to the far post and far side netting. I mean, spectacular goal. And the other symbolic piece to that is here is Steres now, who basically has been a center back his whole career. And I put this out on the internet, and I thought a lot of, I called it the Daniel Steres appreciation thread, because he now at his career gets put into a position where he's being asked to play outside back. He's a center back, and he's done it extremely well. He's playing left back. He comes in for Franco Escobar, who's suspended. He's done it a number of times. He's played right back as well, and just gets the job done. Not on an easy night. He got a lot of good support from Dynamo players and having to deal with not Paintsel. That was the matchup with Dorsey, which was a good one. But his matchup was more on the other side of the field, having to deal with the other LA winger, Gabriel Peck, the Brazilian. And he got a lot of good help, but he also played extremely well. I don't know if you remember, he jumped into the attack and hit a right-footed shot. He hurt himself, nearly scored there. And he kept getting in and around the box, much like Eric Sviatchenko. And then ultimately gets his header. So the symbolism there is, it's kind of like, I think we know what this team is now. And I don't think, it's not going to change. As much as we might say we want a wide game, we want more transition game, we want more dribblers taking people on. This is how the Dynamo are going to win games. And the question is, can they do this throughout the playoffs? And it's going to be goals coming from unlikely sources sometimes. You're getting goals now from Ponce. Ponce doesn't get a lot of chances, but he's showing us that he may not need a lot of chances to score goals. And it will come down to plays against Seattle, singular moments. 713-780-3776. All you experts out there, come on, join me. Enlighten me. What do you think of the Dynamo Seattle series? Right now getting started, by the way, is Montreal. So I do want to get into a segment here, Game On for 90. All right. So, I talk a lot about humility. It's a rare athlete that can achieve, compete, dominate while maintaining a level of humility in this day and age. I mean, these are the ones I get drawn to. I get attracted to them. I love that type of athlete. Competitive as hell, but carry themselves differently. They stick out because they're not pounding their chests all the time via social media, which is very different nowadays. I think of guys like Luka Modric of Real Madrid, Robert Lewandowski of Barcelona. You guys could offer some up for me as well. These are the guys that want to be judged on their play, not their abs. And yes, I get it. It's old school thinking. They don't want to be judged on a little clip. The MLS playoffs will begin, and all indications are that World Cup winner Lionel Messi of Inter Miami is ready to go. He hit for an 11-minute hat trick in a win over New England this past weekend to end the season. Yes, the Messi that is a World Cup winner remains focused on the game and the sport that he loves first. Football's priority to this guy. He's an 8-time Ballon d'Or winner. He never reacts to the social media silliness. Again, I love it. 20 goals, 16 assists in 19 games. Guy missed a large portion of the season, and he's a god in the footballing world. He's won it all. Well, kind of won it all. He has not won this thing called the MLS Cup. Messi in his humble, electrifying style that includes explosive bursts on and off the ball, the vision of a man with 4 eyes, and the razor-sharp skill set that defies gravity is expected and obligated to win the MLS Cup, per his manager, Tata Martino at Inter Miami. Now there is healthy pressure. Buckle up. Watch the maestro now try to win the MLS Cup. Doesn't even matter if you're a soccer fan. Watch this athlete, because if he does, rest assured he's going to do it in a highly competitive yet humble style. And that is game on for 90. Leo Messi. All right. Now, back to the Dynamo Seattle. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Okay. So Seattle drew 1-1 with Portland. They were the better team in this game on the weekend. They dominated the game. They didn't take what they deserve, much like we've seen the Dynamo do this year. Like I said, Seattle and Houston are two excellent defending teams, two gritty teams, two determined teams, two teams now that really, you can't say the Dynamo have been running on a superstar this year because Hector Herrera has missed so much. When it comes to Seattle, Raul Ruidiaz, who's their all-time leading goal scorer, has had a knee injury. He recently said he's not coming back in 2025. There's a very good website called Sounder at Heart. They say there's been some friction and a bit of a fractured relationship between Ruidiaz and Brian Schmetzer. This happens with older athletes who are at the end of their career. This happens. It doesn't always work out perfectly. We're going to have to watch that with the Dynamo and Hector Herrera because he's in an option year. Ruidiaz said he's not going to be back. He has 8 goals this year. He's had a diminished role as of late because of the knee problem, but I think that was already occurring. Jordan Morris is playing the center forward position. But I would say watch that one because Brian Schmetzer wants to win. And if he thinks he's got a Raul Ruidiaz who's got a chip on his shoulder, despite whatever their differences may be, you could see him appear in these playoffs and make a real, real difference. So they started with Fry in goal, excellent goalkeeper, been one of the best in Major League Soccer. He's a 2-time MLS Cup winner. You got Nuhu, Reagan, Yamar, and Alex Roldan at the back. They got big guys at the back. They are physical. They are big. I think Reagan's 6'6". Yamar had the goal against Portland. Nuhu is a physical beast, and that's going to be a really interesting matchup on that side of the field because Dorsey's going to have to deal with Rothrock, who's a runner, and Nuhu also. So we'll see what happens there. Good matchup. Then you go to their midfield. Vargas is going to be suspended, who is a Mexican national team player now. He's suspended, so it's either Joao Paulo or Josh Atencio. I think Atencio's had concussion protocol. Joao Paulo, the Brazilian's a great player, but he's gotten older. So that's going to be interesting. And then You combine them with Christian Roldan and Albert Rushnak, who used to play at RSL. Rushnak is really the playmaker of this team. He floats around. He's got a bit of a free roll. Great technician. A lot of 1-2s in tight. Can open the game up with a bigger ball. And then you got Rothrock, who's a really, really good story out wide on the left. And then you got De La Vega, who's a young DP on the right. And he'll be going up against Escobar. That's a bottle of Argentine guys. So it's an interesting matchup. If the Dynamo go with Steve Clark in goal, I would assume they're going to go Clark, Dorsey, Sviatchenko, Mikhail, Franco Escobar, Artur in the 6, exceptional season, Hector Herrera from the start, Amin Bassi, who I think kind of reclaimed his game in that last match, the 2-1 victory over the LA Galaxy, and then Aliou on the left and Ezequiel Ponce up front. Ponce's goal, by the way, if you go back to it right before halftime. By the way, the Dynamo do score goals at really good times in games. Right before halftime, in and around halftime, big boost going into a locker room, and they score them late sometimes too, like they did well into stoppage time to get the win. But Ponce, you got Herrera's delivery, you got the flick on from Sviatchenko. This is everybody likes to say, hey, that's straight from the training ground. Okay, so it is. It is, but I don't like the cliche sometimes. But Vargas, Ponce got his arm across a defender. If you go look back at that video, I posted it at Glenn Davis Sock. That's a goal scorer's goal. We weren't getting many of those in the past. Just a guy who's got instincts in a box. Maybe they don't look like the greatest goals. They count. By the way, supposedly tonight, Judas Priest was supposed to play out in Sugarland, and they canceled that show. So didn't give any reason, but hope everyone's health's all right. I know Rob Halford is older now. This is heading out to the highway. All right. So Dynamo open their playoffs next Monday, and we will have it on the stream at HoustonDynamo.com/radio stream. Big thank you to everybody tuning in here tonight. We're going to come back. Really, really interesting interview. I think you're going to like this interview. Really young lady. That's a wonderful young lady, Alyssa Mallinson, who played at the Challenge Soccer Club here in spring. She's with the U.S. Women's National Team. First ever call up for the full national team. We'll see if she gets a game against Iceland in these 2 friendly matches. It is the gold medal sort of celebration tour. All right, we'll take a break. More to come. Brian, take it away.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.